A second set of gender processes that helps to reproduce feudal households involves the production and spread of biologically essentialist theories in forms that range from scholarly treatises to casual conversations. The gender ideology of biological essentialism has several faces. Scientific biological essentialism is represented by, for example, those theories that conceive feudal surplus labor in the household as an outgrowth of genetically programmed female passivity and male aggression, Ardrey 1961, Washburn and Lancaster 1968, Morris 1968, 1969, Tiger 1969, Dawkins 1976, Wilson 1976 and 1978, Lumsden and Wilson 1981, Barish 1982. Females need a protected place to rear children. Males' superior aggression somehow facilitates their roles as protectors of females, whose passivity naturally suits them for a private household situated outside of the aggression-ridden male spheres of industry and government. Women are, therefore, genetically suited to childbearing and household maintenance. Biological essentialism can also appear with a religious face. God created women and men to be biologically different because he intended women to remain in the household rearing children while he intended men to function in the outside world. Such biological essentialism characterizes, for example, many anti-abortion movements. God intends women to bear children and people should not interfere with God's plans. Defining women in this way consigns them to home and housework and can serve to validate a feudal situation. Biological essentialism sometimes wears a psychoanalytic face. In some psychoanalytic schools, women are viewed as naturally passive and masochistic, willing to serve a cause or human being with love and selflessness, while men are naturally active and aggressive. Abraham 1920, Freud 1925, Bonaparte 1934, Deutsch 1944:219, 324 and especially 273. A feudal class position for women in the household would accord well with such views of women's nature. A variation on this theme emphasizes the physical appearance of female genitals as automatically generating the perception of them as castrated, lacking in comparison to male genitals. Females are, therefore, seen to be inferior. Females disparage themselves and are disparaged by males. What can compensate females for their castrated anatomy is the ability to give birth, especially to sons. Erickson 1964:582, 606. To have babies and care for them in the household often follows as the social role for women warranted by their natural endowments. 16. Gender processes affirming biological essentialism also surface within arguments about sexual activity. Males' aggressive sexual drives are contrasted to females' presumed lesser sexuality. Sex is described as something men want and women withhold, or else they are thought to be suspect, tainted, and evil. Hayes 1965, Prusak 1974:89, 116. Such gender processes impart a meaning to sexuality which implies that good women, i.e. those not sexually active, need protection from men's rapacious desires. They need one man to protect them from all the others. Women who are sexually active outside the household are in dangerous territory, fair game for the others. In the feudal households, they are ostensibly protected in return for delivering their surplus labor. 17. Still other gender processes mix biological essentialism with different notions of how or why women belong in households doing surplus labor for men. There is the view that women are irrational and morally weaker as well as physically weaker than men. Freud attributes women's inferior judgment to what he calls a lesser female superego, Freud 1977. Some writers cite women's menstrual cycles or childbearing as placing them closer to nature and further from culture, Ortner 1974:67, 88, for a criticism of such views see Kuntz and Henderson 1986. In such meaning systems, women belong in the home doing housework and need the supervision of superior males. If they work outside the home, the appropriate circumstances will be household-like situations such as waitressing and nursing within male-supervised institutions. Gender processes affirming women's inferiority do not necessarily or automatically relegate women to the household and to housework. The latter must themselves comprise a socially devalued sphere for the woman, as gender devalued, to be assigned to them. 18 Other cultural processes must rank household production and child care as less important, less prestigious, and less productive. Then the conditions are in place for the feudal fundamental class process to combine with the inferiority status attributed to women to consign them to the role of feudal surplus labor performers. The gender processes discussed here influence the experiences of women in households and in the class processes occurring there. They contribute to the shaping of women's conscious and unconscious ideas about themselves and their possibilities as female people. Many women today identify with their mothers who were usually feudal household serfs. They often feel intense pressure to validate their mothers' lives by following in their footsteps to become future feudal housewives and mothers. Dinnerstein 1976, Kodoro 1978, and Frad 1985. 19. While our focus here is the interplay of class and gender processes, they are only two kinds of the many processes that shape the feudal household we have been analyzing. We turn next to certain political and economic processes that are conditions of existence for feudal households and for the particular gender divisions of class positions that they exhibit. Political and economic conditions of existence. Political processes that formally or informally induce women to stay in feudal households performing surplus labor include a variety of laws and regulations. So-called protective legislation for women, and not for men, often eliminates women from work assignments necessary for job and income advancement. Many state laws and regulations require men only nominally to support their children financially, while they actually require women to care for children physically. Laws and informal practices blocking women's access to birth control and abortion keep women at home caring for unplanned or unwanted children. Many non-legal regulations and conventions diminish women's options and so reinforce their feudal position in households. Sex discrimination in hiring and work assignment tends to keep women in lower-paid jobs. Corporate career advancement commonly requires adjusting one's life to weekend or evening meetings, unexpected overtime, and after-work socializing. Since such adjustments are difficult or impossible for women with primary childcare and household responsibilities, career advancement is all the more problematic. Sexual harassment can keep women out of the paid labor force altogether. Bergman 1986:308. Such conditions keep women dependent on the higher wage and salary incomes of men to raise children and secure desired living standards. That dependence translates into feudal household surplus labor production. The absence of laws, or the failure to enforce laws, can also push women to prefer household to extra household labor. For example, failure to enforce equal rights on the job can keep women in the household. Without laws requiring job return after paid maternity and paternity leaves and low-cost child care centers, women are left with the domestic burdens of infant care. The absence of laws providing free health care for the elderly and handicapped prevents women with such responsibilities at home from competing as equals in the labor markets. 20 A remarkable political condition of existence of the feudal household in the United States is the fact that its housewives are workers for whom virtually no legal protection exists, no minimum compensation, no limit on hours, no requirement for health or pension benefits, no mandatory vacations, and so on. Hayden 1984:65. Political processes also include domestic violence, the threat of the use of physical force inside the household to control the behavior of its members. These are the household equivalents of police and military forces in the wider society. The syndrome of the battered wife is now well documented. Chapman and Gates 1978, Debash and Debash 1979, McNulty 1980, Pagelow 1981, Roy 1982, and Stacy and Shoup 1983. The class and gender positions of the women within traditional households are effects, in part, of potential and actual physical force used against them there. Governments in the United States tolerate a degree of violence in the household not tolerated elsewhere in the society. 21 A male spouse often has state-tolerated, if not officially sanctioned, freedom to dominate his wife physically. If and when the state intervenes in extreme cases, the abuser is often referred by the court to religious officials, psychiatrists, or marriage counselors, rather than being legally tried. Lehrman 1981, United States Commission on Civil Rights 1982. Household violence is treated as fundamentally different from violence outside the household. The formal equality of all before the law, long seen as a political condition of existence of capitalism, is not in fact practiced inside the household. This is, perhaps, not surprising since it is feudalism and not capitalism that reigns there. Indeed, there are arresting parallels between the political power of the man in the feudal household, whether or not exerted through physical force, and that of the medieval lords of feudal manors. The lords often vested this power, including force, in manorial officials whom they maintained for that purpose. Important subsumed classes of that time, Dubey 1968:228, 31, Bennett 1971:151, 92. In the United States today, male spouses may themselves occupy similar subsumed class positions within their households, controlling and perhaps forcing their wives to occupy feudal class positions. The feudal position of women in feudal households is conditioned by economic processes in the United States as well as by political and cultural processes. The economic processes generating levels and changes in wages and salaries, job benefits, pensions, and social security benefits influence the quality of the feudal housewife's life and her rationale for remaining in such a life. Now that most American women are employed outside the home in addition to their work inside it, these economic processes condition household feudal class processes through their direct impact on wives in paid employment. Since women earn 70% of what men earn, and many millions of women hold part-time jobs with few or no benefits, they tend to remain financially dependent on men. Beachy 1987, Beachy and Perkins 1987. In this way, women's economic situations outside the household serve to reinforce their feudal positions within it. Since infant and child care are often private enterprises in the United States, their profit-driven prices keep many women at home or induce them to interrupt career progress to care for young children. Hewlett 1986:82, 88. Women stay home since their husbands can usually earn more in paid employment. Further, when women interrupt their careers, they earn even less over their working lifetimes and so heighten their reliance on the male's superior income and benefits. Moreover, evidence suggests that housework among couples is allocated in part on the basis of career success. The partner who has the more successful career does less or no housework. Bloomstein and Schwartz 1983:151, 53. Such situations are conducive to feudal household class structures. The pricing of commodities is another economic process that conditions the feudal household. High prices for meals, restaurants or takeout, home maintenance services, healthcare, transportation, and care for the elderly or disabled pressure women into the feudal household production of these goods and services in non-commodity form. To take another example, the economic process of lending money is often constrained by criteria, such as job histories and salary levels, that discriminate against women. Without access to credit, women lose another means of moving out of a feudal household class structure. Property ownership and feudal households. Surplus labor appropriation by males in feudal households may depend in part on differential access to property in the means of household production. There may be laws or customs in society established, adjudicated, and enforced which empower males rather than females to acquire and hold such property. If, in various ways, women are denied access to such property, much as serfs were denied it in medieval Europe, their propertylessness may push them into feudal household class positions. If, however, women stop being so denied because laws, customs, and economic conditions change, they may acquire and hold property in houses, appliances, and so on. If women also own household property, they need no longer depend on men for the means to enable them to perform necessary and surplus household labor. They might, for example, appropriate their own surplus while working with their own property in their own households. In this case, ancient class processes would replace feudal class processes in households. This is by no means necessarily the case. Women's ownership and access to property is a change in only one condition of existence of household feudal class structures. Only the political process of ownership, political because it concerns control of behavior, namely people's access to objects, has changed. Since the existence of feudal households cannot be reduced to merely one of the many conditions of their existence, it follows that women's access to property may, but need not, undermine feudal households. Whether and to what extent it does so depends on all the other social processes that produce such households. Since each of these other social processes is continually changing, so too are their influences on the presence or absence of feudal households. Suppose, for example, that women's ownership of household property coincides with gender processes stressing the propriety of women being mothers and obedient wives. Women may then perform more feudal surplus labor without even imagining the possibility of using their power over property to resist their husband's demands. If gender definitions stress pride in expertise and dedication to housework, as well as pride in ownership, the female may work extra hard to clean the feudal household of which she is the co-owner. Her co-ownership might then be a condition of existence of more rather than less exploitation by her husband. Similarly, gender processes which affirm that males should be in charge of all financial and property matters may well convince women to relinquish in marriage all control over what they own to their feudal husbands. It may well not occur to a feudal wife to demand any subsumed class payment from her husband for his access to her property. Indeed, women who accept the gender notion of their own incapacity for financial management may willingly and freely convey control over their property to males. The feudal housewife might also fear psychological or physical retaliation from her husband should she protest or struggle against his use of her property, without payment, to exploit her feudally. 22. All the other processes in society, including the conscious and unconscious processes within the family, combine to create gender processes specifying how individuals within households are to relate to, love, and mutually support one another. Within such relationships, joint husband and wife property ownership may be recognized as a progressive form of mutual sharing of material objects complementing the proper social role of each partner in his or her work. Gender processes may define the role of the male as the protector and supporter of the female by means of the sale of his labor power outside the household. The role for the female may be to do the same for the male by means of freely contributing her property and performing feudal surplus labor in the household. The fact that women acquire property and the right to demand payments for making its use available to feudal males will not undermine feudal household class structures if women readily perform surplus labor for their husbands because it is thought to be a natural outgrowth of love. Within the ideology of love, it becomes unthinkable for women to use their political power to withhold property or to demand subsumed class payments for access to it. It is unthinkable, in part, because a woman can expect to get no support from others, courts, friends, etc., if she does this. 23 The same ideology constrains the male appropriator of feudal surplus from making payments. Such actions would threaten and undermine the very social roles each has come to accept as a combination of nature, love, and socially acceptable behavior. These considerations may help to explain why joint property ownership between husbands and wives has not altered the feudal households of many Americans. On the other hand, women's ownership of property may become a change of importance to the feudal household. Political power over property has enabled some women to alter the terms of their marriages or to resist them altogether. For example, women's threat to withhold their property may lead males to reduce their demands for surplus labor from their wives. The portion of the day that the female works for herself may expand at the expense of the portion of the day that she does surplus labor for the male in the feudal household. Then the feudal rate of exploitation has been altered in her favor. To take a second example, women property owners may demand increased subsumed class payments from their feudal husbands, e.g. larger household budgets, for making their property available to them, a greater distribution of the surplus labor they produce for their husbands. In both examples, the household's feudal class structure would not have changed. The quantitative dimensions of the housewife's feudal exploitation in the first example, and her receipt of subsumed class distributions in the second, would have changed. We might expect such developments if the change in property ownership happened within a social context where, for example, women's liberation movements actively sought to alter the predominant concept of women as best suited to be society's homemakers and childbearers. To the extent that their efforts changed the prevalent gender processes and generated laws to reduce sexual harassment, sexual discrimination, and barriers to employment, women might be decreasingly inclined to accept their feudal positions in the household. Were women's acquisitions of property to provoke or at least to coincide with sufficiently changed gender processes that stress female independence and equality, and with complementary changes in other social processes, then it might become possible for women to force a fundamental change in the class structures of households. They might demand the dismantling of feudal households and their replacement, for example, by households in which men and women both perform necessary and surplus labor collectively, then also collectively appropriate their surplus and decide how to use it for their mutual benefit. Marx's idea of a communist class structure. As we shall argue, in some households this has happened and is happening. The point is that change in the political process of property ownership enabling women to own property does not either weaken or strengthen feudal class processes in the traditional home. It does both. It grants a new degree of freedom to women, it opens possible options. Yet, it also confronts them with the need to make decisions about how to use that property, to whom to entrust its management, themselves, husbands, others. It may threaten husbands who retaliate in various ways to pressure women more heavily into feudal subservience. In short, the impact of property ownership on class is contradictory. There is no way a priori to assess the effects of this change in one political process on the class and gender processes inside households. Those effects depend on the influences of all the other social processes which have an impact on the household. We cannot reduce a change in household class and gender processes merely to the effects of property ownership, or any other single phenomenon. Contradictions and changes. Our discussion of gender and class processes in feudal households in the United States cannot explore all the other economic, political, and cultural processes that condition those households. Our goal has been rather to launch the Marxist feminist analysis which we think is needed and then to focus illustratively on some processes that strike us as particularly worthy of attention. However, we wish to stress that our analysis is not functionalist, the conditioning of the feudal household is contradictory. In our view, the self-same social processes that in some ways promote women's class positions in feudal households can also be shown to undermine them in other ways. While feudal households have been and remain widespread in the United States, they have been full of shifting contradictions and tensions and, consequently, always changing. The contradictions and changes emerge from the multiple, different, and often inconsistent influences exerted upon feudal households by all the social processes that produce them. The contradictions within the feudal household appear to have intensified in recent decades. The tensions and changes in feudal households threaten the conditions of their existence and may transform both their class and gender structures. New ways of thinking emerged in part from these tensions and changes, and in part from a broader questioning and examination of women's social situation generally. The notion of the naturalness of women's traditional position has been exploded. One result has been a rich, new literature of social analysis to which we are indebted. The connecting of parts of that literature to Marxian class analysis generates new questions. In the remainder of this chapter, we apply our Marxist feminist approach to obtain answers to some of these questions. Do the contradictions and changes in feudal households suggest that a crisis point has been reached? Are gender processes and female/male social divisions being fundamentally altered? Is feudalism in the household being displaced by radically different class structures? Are we witnessing a revolution in a Marxist feminist sense in American households? Women today live a virtually infinite array of contradictions both inside and outside feudal households. On the one hand, they confront the biologically determinist notions that God or nature created women to remain in such households because they are unfit physically and psychologically for the outside world of compensated labor and must be protected from its burdens. On the other hand is the reality that the majority of women work outside the home. 24 The gender processes that define women as the weaker sex needing protection thus contradict the economic processes putting double or triple work burdens, housework and child care in addition to paid employment, on such weak shoulders. 25 Gender processes holding that females are intellectually and morally inferior to males contradict the practice of giving females the nearly exclusive role of moral and intellectual guides for young people as mothers, daycare staff, and elementary school teachers. Similarly, the idea that organically passive, nurturing women need male protection because they cannot manage in the world conflicts with giving women custody of children to manage alone while working outside the home. It conflicts also with the fact that alimony payments are no longer routinely granted. 26 Finally, it conflicts with the reality that it is statistically rare for women actually to receive the largely inadequate child support payments granted to them by divorce courts. 27 There is a legal contradiction between compelling women to care for their children while only nominally requiring financial support from fathers and historically condoning fathers' evasion of such minimal responsibility. 28 Laws and regulations that oppose birth control and abortion, such as the recent decisions of several states to deny government funds for abortions, coexist in contradiction with government refusal to support the resulting, often unwanted, and hence at risk, children. Another contradiction finds opposition to abortion as an immoral violence to an innocent child's life coexisting with opposition to systematic protection of that child through free healthcare, daycare, education, housing, and so on. Protective legislation is supposed to free women by limiting their lifting of heavy objects and working overtime, by requiring female rest areas, and so forth. Yet in practice, these regulations are widely and safely ignored, especially in the so-called female professions of nursing, child care, house cleaning, and industrial and office cleaning. Nurses and aides routinely move and lift heavy adult patients and often must work overtime. Housemaids and industrial office cleaning women routinely lift heavy furniture, industrial vacuum cleaners, and other things. Housewives lift children, furniture, heavy bags of groceries, and work overtime. The gender process that depicts males as sexually aggressive contradicts the weak protections for women against sexual harassment. Ostensibly aggressors against women, men are nonetheless supposed to protect them in traditional marriages while genuine support and financial alternatives for battered wives are nowhere systematically available. The ideological representation of women as passive and less sexual than men contradicts the media's pervasive presentation of them as infinitely sexual. Women are pressed simultaneously to stay at home to care for families and to earn funds outside to sustain proper family life. On the one hand, gender ideologies and laws and regulations block birth control and abortion for women. They marry into and remain in feudal households because they cannot otherwise financially support the children. Yet in recent years, the lowering of real wages and the reduction of public services push housewives into the wage labor force. Change emerges in feudal households through the contradictory interactions of their class processes, the gender processes in society, and the distribution of power within contemporary marriages. Marriage is a particular form of social contract between men and women, in which each is recognized to have responsibilities to the other. Mutual obligations are sanctified by religions, celebrated by the mass media, and enforced by laws. Each spouse becomes inscribed in a complex set of socially recognized and enforced rules, attitudes, and desires. Interwoven with the conscious ideologies of marriage that influence behavior are the unconscious meanings that people associate with marriage and that shape their behavior as well. A relationship in which the marriage contract is present gives each spouse specific powers over the other. Yet these specific powers are also constrained by the social construction of the marriage contract. The male's recognized right and obligation to work hard outside the household to support his family and protect it from economic suffering is complemented by the female's understood right and obligation to work hard inside the household to support and protect her family. However, each spouse may respond to the contradictions we have noted in the feudal household by using marriage rights and obligations to improve his or her situation at the expense of the other spouse's authority, self-image, or class position. These exercises of power can take many forms. They may include a woman's assumption of the design and decoration of the household to her tastes, not the male's. A wife may attempt to reduce the amount of surplus labor she performs or change the form in which she delivers surplus labor by arguing that marriage empowers her to order her own and others' behaviors inside the household. The exercise of power over children may be used by women to forge familial alliances of themselves and children against their husbands. This may exclude husbands from intimacy with children by presenting the father as someone to avoid and fear while presenting the mother as the channel for all personal information and contact. The wife may perform her household labor with demonstrative suffering to generate guilt and exact penance from her husband. Sexual processes between men and women will not remain unaffected by such power struggles. When women plan their household labor, they may define that labor to exclude or minimize tasks they dislike and maximize those they enjoy. For example, a feudal housewife may define her primary task as child rearing and education and so neglect household maintenance, including the surplus labor and products destined for her husband. The male, as receiver of his spouse's surplus labor, may have his feudal household life threatened by this type of behavior. He may be unable to get to work on time, and thereby jeopardize his job, because his clothes are not clean and ready, or because there is no food in the house. If he begins to undertake household tasks, he may be unable to arrive at work rested, to function productively, to work overtime, and to advance his career. He may be forced to purchase commercial laundry and food services which erode his financial base as a feudal lord and also erode, as we shall see, his capitalist role as a seller of labor power outside the home. Similarly, the power structure of marriage may translate a wife's illnesses, alcoholism, or other incapacitating conditions into demands upon the male for household labor and expenditures that effectively undermine his feudal and capitalist class positions. Illnesses and plagues likewise brought crisis to medieval feudalism and contributed in places to its disappearance. On the other hand, the male's responsibilities and obligations to support and protect his family may be exercised inside the household in ways that maximize the female burden of performing feudal surplus labor. He may dictate that, as the master of the house, his tastes and preference must prevail regardless of their impacts on his wife and children. The man may decide not to spend on such labor-saving machinery as a microwave oven. He may decide that daycare or nursing help for elderly relatives are unnecessary expenditures, and instead pressure his wife into caring for them through more surplus labor exacted as her wifely duty. He, too, may be an alcoholic or ill and unable to hold the kind of job allowing him to provide means of production for his wife's labor in the household yet pressuring her to compensate through more surplus labor. He may be unemployed for any reason and do the same. The rights and obligations of partners in marriage, the political processes within the relationship between them are pushed and pulled in all manner of contradictory directions by all the other processes of the society in which the marriage exists. Marriage rights and obligations, and even the marriages themselves, become objects of conflicts and struggles. These struggles over power within the household are also complex causes and effects of struggles there over class and gender processes. On the one hand, resignation, depression, compromise, stalemate, separation, or violence may follow. On the other, crises in marriages and feudal households may also lead to transitions to new households and new marriages, to non-feudal class structures there, and to new gender and political processes comprising new interpersonal relationships. Among the possible results of such interconnected struggles is violence by one spouse, usually the male, against the other. 29 Many of the same institutions which help to create the conditions for marriage have increasingly had to support or create new mechanisms: religious family counseling, state social agencies, battered women's shelters to address the tensions, struggles, despair, and often violence besetting American households. The marriage contract and joint property ownership mean that the male in a feudal household cannot easily replace a recalcitrant spouse with a more docile surplus labor provider. Females cannot legally be thrown out of such households or separated from their marriages and property without formal settlements and compensation. Similarly, a married female surplus labor producer, especially one with children, cannot easily escape a particularly hostile household. Thus, the marriage contract serves in some ways to support the feudal class structure of traditional households and yet, in other ways, to undermine it. In part, it drives the female to provide surplus labor for the male, while it also stimulates and enables her to push in the opposite direction. The resulting contradictions, in which female surplus labor producers and male appropriators are pulled in different directions, help to generate the dynamic of the feudal household. It may continue to exist, although with continually changing class and non-class processes. Alternatively, the feudal household may reach a crisis point where its contradictions explode. One result of crisis may be the destruction of the feudal household through divorce. 30 Another result may be the construction of entirely different, non-feudal class processes within households. Divorces may be painful adjustments followed by remarriages in which new partners readily re-establish households with feudal class structures and traditional gender divisions. Or divorce may be a first step in establishing households with different class structures of the ancient and communist sort and different gender divisions. In any case, we may speak of the crisis of the feudal household as a moment when the survival of the feudal household is in jeopardy, and a social transition to radically different households is possible. Such a moment may be at hand in the United States today. However, to explore this possibility further, we need to consider the impact of capitalism on feudal households, how its particular influences contribute to crisis and change in those households. Capitalist and feudal class interactions. Our thesis is that the United States has long included many feudal households of the sort we have been discussing. 31 If we are right, it follows that any class analysis of the United States requires examination of the usually neglected interactions between capitalist class processes outside the household and the existence and possible crisis of feudal class processes within it. Women in the United States have often, and increasingly in recent decades, added to their feudal household surplus labor the sale of their labor power to capitalist enterprises. This addition has created the double shift in the household and the enterprise. 32 These women move, on a daily basis, between two dissimilar class structures, making dissimilar claims upon their time, energy, thoughts, and feelings. To the contradictions we have noted within the feudal class structure of the household must be added those within the capitalist class structures of enterprises and those that arise between the two different social sites. A crisis of feudal households in the United States may be one result of the interactions between capitalist and feudal class structures. Such a crisis would represent a possibly transitional conjuncture to non-feudal households, the ramifications of which could transform the entire society, including its gender processes and the class processes at all other sites. The possible presence and qualities of a crisis in feudal households is thus an urgent problem and object for Marxist and Marxist feminist theory. After all, concern with historical transitions and class transformations such as Europe's passage from feudalism to capitalism, current shifts from non-capitalist to capitalist class structures in the Third World, and socialist revolutions have long been central foci of Marxist analyses. Is it possible that revolutionary transformations are underway in an unexpected site, the household? To assess the possibilities of a revolutionary transformation arising out of the interactions between the two sites, we will examine how the existence of feudal class processes within households affects capitalist wage exploitation and how the existence of capitalist class processes within enterprises affects the exploitation of women within feudal households. Our goal is to clarify when and how the relationship between capitalist enterprises and feudal households could reinforce or destroy one or both of them. The different class processes at the two sites depend upon and affect each other. However, Their interactions are mediated by all the other processes in the society. No one particular outcome of their interaction is necessary or inevitable. For example, the existence of female surplus labor in feudal households may coincide with either high or low, rising or falling, wages. In our approach, capitalist and feudal class structures at different social sites are not necessarily either compatible with or hostile to each other. We must therefore disagree with other participants in current debates on the household who see a constant, predictable relationship between females' unpaid household labor and men's capitalist wages. 33. Let us consider first the example of a male occupying two dramatically different class positions. In the household, he appropriates his woman's feudal surplus labor; at the workplace, he performs surplus labor for his capitalist employer. On the job, he is exploited; at home, he exploits. The woman in this simplified example occupies only one class position, that of feudal serf. Let us locate this man and woman in the United States of the 1980s. There has been a war on taxes and the governmental services and service jobs they provide. Unions are increasingly under attack by state officials and capitalists. They have serious internal problems and declining memberships. They are losing strikes, credibility, and the initiative in industrial disputes. 34 Unemployment, by historical standards, has remained high across the decade. Low-wage service sector jobs partially replace high-wage jobs lost in manufacturing. Women, especially, enter the low-wage sectors as both an effect and cause of falling wages. One result of these and other conditions is a falling real wage for men selling their labor power. To offset the impact of a falling real wage, this man may push this woman to increase her household surplus labor to maintain the standard of living that he derives from his two class positions. He may insist on more home-cooked meals, more cleaning, and more care of relatives to replace costly conveniences such as dry cleaning, restaurants, nursing home care, purchased entertainments, and so on. In this case, the feudal household functions to sustain lower wages and thereby higher enterprise profits. It enhances capitalist development. Looking at the situation from the vantage point of the household, enterprise capitalism can contribute to an increased rate of women's feudal exploitation in the household. Feudal households can help to make possible lower wages that might not have been tolerated otherwise. The particular relationship between feudal households and capitalist enterprises depicted in our example has been recognized by other analysts of the household, although in different theoretical terms. However, they tend to treat this one of many possible relationships as the necessary relationship. For them, the household labor of women is a straightforward, predictable affair that always benefits capitalists at women's expense. Eisenstein 1979, Gardner 1979, Fox 1980, Seacombe 1980, Dalla Costa and James 1980, Carlson, Magov, and Wainwright 1980, Sokoloff 1981, Hartman 1981b, Delphi 1984, Faulber 1987. We disagree. Under alternative conditions, feudal households, with or without increasing feudal exploitation, can contribute to rising wages. There are still other conditions in which capitalist class processes in enterprises, with or without increasing wages, help to reduce feudal exploitation in households, benefiting women at the expense of men. We may illustrate the range of possibilities with a second example. In the United States in the late 1960s, the labor market was relatively tight. The Vietnam War had absorbed many workers while an inflated economy absorbed many others. President Johnson's Great Society drew many workers away from private employment and into government social services. Workers were able to use their then still effective unions to push up wages. At the same time, a militant and rapidly growing women's liberation movement made women's oppression its target. We may suppose that this movement decreased women's surplus labor production in at least some feudal households. Where men could obtain higher wages, they could thereby compensate for reduced feudal surplus labor from their wives at home. Such male workers were both provoked by their wives and enabled by market conditions to charge their capitalist employers a premium over their previous wages. In this example, specific social processes shaped the interaction between feudal households and capitalist enterprises such that feudal exploitation was reduced at capitalists' expense. 35 The premiums paid to workers reduced the amount of surplus value available to capitalists to secure such other conditions of existence as management, research, and capital accumulation. Resnick and Wolff 1987:109, 230. Changes in the class structure of the household here contributed to a weakening of capitalist enterprises. Stated conversely, the capitalist enterprises had compensated for weakened household feudalism, but in ways that made their own reproduction more difficult. In contrast to our first example and to other theories of the household, this second example shows how the feudal household can function as a barrier to capitalist development. To take a third example, we may return our attention to the falling wage situation of the 1980s. We have seen, in our first example, how this situation could contribute, in some households, to greater feudal exploitation of women. In other households, however, the lower wages could contribute rather to a lesser rate of feudal exploitation or even to a displacement of feudal class processes from households altogether. During the last decade, many more American women entered part-time and full-time employment. They have often been motivated by desires to maintain family living standards when faced with their husbands' declining real wages. They have also been influenced by those voices within the women's movement that extolled wage labor over unpaid labor in the household. Many were driven by the financial consequences of divorce, then and now occurring at a rate of 50% among newly married people and at an even higher rate for those in second marriages. Bloomstein and Schwartz 1983-34. Women who sell their labor power often have to reduce their performance of feudal surplus labor at home. Double shifts take their toll. Opting for capitalist exploitation in the enterprise, they may no longer tolerate feudal exploitation at home. Divorced women often break with feudal traditions and establish single adult households without lords or serfs, the ancient class structure cited above. Some women establish still another kind of non-feudal household in which the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor is accomplished collectively, the communist class structure mentioned earlier. In these circumstances, falling real wages in the capitalist sector contribute to the transition of some households out of feudal class structures altogether. Capitalist enterprises do not always profit from the feudal class structure of households, nor do the latter always flourish alongside capitalist enterprises. They may strengthen, weaken, or destroy one another. Gender processes will both influence and be influenced by the interactions between the different class processes at the two sites. Marxist feminists need constantly to reassess the varying interactions between the two sites and the two kinds of process to adjust accordingly their revolutionary strategies. An alliance of Marxists and feminists will be more flexible, more durable, and more effective if it is aware of the range of possible interactions between feudal households and capitalist enterprises. Different interactions generate different relationships, thoughts, and feelings among household members, matters of importance to advocates and strategists of social change. Changes in the amount of surplus labor produced and appropriated within feudal households do not occur without tensions, if not also struggles, between men and women. In our first example, where men compensated for reduced wages by exacting more feudal surplus from women at home, we implicitly presumed that women offered no effective resistance to those exactions. In the second example, where feudal wives produced less surplus for their men, the latter were compensated by obtaining higher wages. Here we implicitly presumed that employers did not resist. Yet we need to question these presumptions. For example, changes in the capitalist existences of males can produce contradictions and tensions in feudal households. If wages fall, and men pressure their wives for more feudal surplus labor, the women may resist and tensions may mount. To take another example, if women reduce their household feudal exploitation, contradictions and tensions may intensify, especially if the husband's wages cannot then be raised. Such contradictions and tensions can have far-reaching social significance. Contradictions and tensions in the household. To the degree that women resist pressures to increase feudal surplus labor to offset men's falling wages, the men's living standards may fall. This may exacerbate contradictions and produce tensions inside and outside the household. If women do not prevent an increase in their feudal exploitation while men's wages rise simultaneously, men's living standards may rise sharply. Still other contradictions and tensions will then arise. Tensions in households will depend on and shape how men seek greater flows of goods and services within feudal households. Their options are, 1. Increasing the rate of feudal exploitation by having wives work fewer hours for themselves and more for their husbands. 2. Increasing the number of individuals who do surplus labor in the household. And 3. Increasing the productivity of household labor so that more goods and services are produced in the same time. The first option directly pits man against woman and increases tensions between them accordingly. Rubin 1976, Westwood 1985. In terms of the second option, men can enhance the flow of surplus labor in feudal households by adding laborers such as children, relatives, or live-in servants. Where this option is pursued, another set of contradictions and tensions will arise in feudal households. The third option involves increasing the productivity of household labor by improving the management and organization of housework tasks or by using more and improved means of production. Hartman 1974, Vanek 1980. By these means, a feudal wife's surplus labor time can remain unchanged, while a larger quantity of goods and services are produced for the husband in that time. However, since these improved means of household production are usually capitalist commodities, the male would have to allocate portions of his wages to buy them. To afford them, he would have to reduce the purchase of wage goods for himself. Tensions can arise between men and women in feudal households over the quantity, quality, and timing of purchases of such means of production. Men may also press for increased rates of feudal exploitation to offset at least the initial impacts on their living standards of such purchases. In any case, the contradictions and tensions in households will influence the mix of options males pursue, and vice versa. The money problems faced by husbands in feudal households are not limited to shifting from the purchase of required wage commodities to the purchase of household means of production. They must also pay taxes, donate to churches, and purchase commodities needed as inputs into household production, raw food, soaps, etc. Where feudal households have been established on the basis of credit, home mortgages, automobile loans, credit card debt, etc., husbands face large interest payments. 36. To secure his feudal class position, the husband must distribute household feudal surplus labor in all these cash forms. Yet that surplus is rarely supplied to him in cash, it is usually in the form of his wife's services or products. Thus, the husband uses his cash wages not only to buy means of consumption, to reproduce the labor power he sells to capitalists. He also transfers some of his wages to make the cash feudal subsumed class payments needed to reproduce his feudal household. Spending a portion of wage revenues to maintain the male's feudal household class position raises another possibility of a clash between the feudal household and enterprise capitalism. What is left of his wages to buy goods and services may not be enough to reproduce the labor power he sells every day. He may then try to divert some of his wife's surplus labor or products away from securing the household's feudal class structure and to the securing instead of his own capitalist class position, i.e. to his own consumption. If he fails to do this, perhaps because of his wife's resistance, his health may deteriorate and his productivity in the enterprise suffer. If he takes a second job, as so many Americans now do, he may maintain his consumption of goods, but at the cost of exhaustion and ill health. Were these conditions to impair productivity generally, feudal households would become obstacles to capitalist production and development. 37. There may be struggles in the household over how much of the male's wage revenues is to be used to secure the needs of the feudal household. 38 Men would be better off individually if they could receive more feudal surplus with a smaller transfer of their wages to feudal household outlays. Women would be better off individually if they could produce less feudal surplus and receive more transfers of wage income to pay for more feudal household outlays. Men are driven to give less of their wages to wives for household means of production, donations to church, consumer debt repayment, child-rearing expenses, and so on, in order to maintain their capitalist position as wage earners. Yet, they are also driven to give more of their wages to their wives to secure the requirements of their position as feudal lords. They are, of course, also motivated by their complex thoughts and feelings about other household members. Feudal wives are also torn. On the one hand, they need to press their demands for the money with which to maintain the feudal household. On the other hand, they cannot push the feudal lords too far. Many fear violence. Most fear the loss of security of a feudal household and the males on which it, and hence they, are financially dependent. 39 Yet, women may rebel when husbands do not maintain their feudal obligations, particularly their financing of feudal means of production. In these circumstances, increased feudal surplus labor for the man may mean reduced necessary labor for the woman. Her standard of living will fall, and she may rebel. These rebellions are expressed in both open and subtle forms. Rubin 1976:69, 81, Westwood 1985:177, 83. Point 40 Rebellion threatens violence and the end of the feudal household. It is tempered by concern for the husband, the children, and the marriage. Women may want to compensate their husbands for financial difficulties and resulting emotional depressions. They may agree with the husband's view that it is the woman's task to make everyone happy, to hold the family together. That, after all, is their traditional role, the effect in part of the powerful gender processes that mold them. Women are caught in a particular dilemma. To resist openly the demands of their men and their feudal position undermines their own understanding of their role in the household and in society at large. It can challenge certain prevailing gender processes. Women's identities are at stake. Yet, to yield to the demand for more feudal surplus labor, especially at a time when real wages are falling, also creates a difficult situation for them. Women could reduce their surplus labor within feudal households and compel children to become surplus labor producers alongside their mothers. Or, where children already perform feudal surplus labor, women could increase their rates of exploitation. 41 Many women both decrease the necessary labor for themselves and increase their total household labor hours. They quite literally work themselves to death. Delphi 1984:50, 53. Others may resist such demands and escape their feudal household existence through separation or divorce. However, since divorced and separated women are often plunged into poverty, the most common choice for women is to seek new income-generating positions outside of the household, while usually remaining in feudal bondage. They may supplement their husband's wages with their own while still performing feudal surplus labor at home. We do not want to suggest that unemployment, falling real wages, rising prices for household means of production or increased demands for household surplus labor are the only reasons for women to enter paid employment. Even in prosperous times, women may seek such employment because of their preferences for capitalist over feudal exploitation, given that the former was so often closed to them. At times, e.g. during the Second World War, the state has directly encouraged women to enter the wage labor force. Milkman 1987. In any case, just as the contradictions within and between feudal households and capitalist enterprises influence many women to enter paid employment, so such employment introduces its set of new contradictions and tensions into the household. The forces undermining the feudal household can be brought to crisis intensity when feudal wives move massively into wage employment. Women, wages, and class struggles. When wives, as well as husbands, from feudal households sell their labor power for wages, both will need to make consumption expenditures to secure the conditions of existence of their wage labor positions. However, to understand the complex consequences of women's wage labor, we must look beyond aggregate family incomes and expenditures to the many changes and perhaps even class transformations occurring in feudal households and to the changes in capitalist enterprises. Women's wage labor may have changed the feudal class structure of the household, changed gender processes inside and outside the home, and changed the interaction between feudal households and capitalist enterprises. In recent U.S. history, women who have entered the paid labor force increased their total work week by 14 to 25 hours. 42 The average non-employed wife spends 56 hours per week on housework, while the average employed wife spends 30 hours per week on housework, in addition to 40 hours in paid employment plus travel time to and from paid employment. The higher family income costs women an increased work week, as well as capitalist exploitation added to feudal exploitation. 43 When women do full-time wage labor, the evidence suggests that their husbands do not appreciably increase their participation in domestic work. 44 Instead, the burden on them more likely takes the form of reduced domestic services as their wives do less surplus labor. Strober 1980:386, 400. This adds strains to the feudal household as men and women struggle over the allocation of women's wage revenues between household costs and their personal wage-earning needs, comparable to the tensions noted earlier over men's allocations of their wages. There may also be problems of guilt and anger about reduced female surplus labor. Women's participation in paid employment can provide both financial and emotional support for women to make demands for change within the household. 45 Women on the job gain comfort and strength from the support of female co-workers. 46 They gain some measure of financial independence. Thus, two of the conditions of existence of feudal class processes in the household, women's nearly total financial and emotional dependence on husbands, may be eroded with their entry into paid employment. Women as wage laborers often develop new needs with respect to their home lives or are driven to express needs they felt earlier but repressed. The former acceptability of a steady, financially dependable husband gives way to demands that husbands value and provide supportive companionship, emotional sharing, and intimacy, in addition to equal sharing of the household labor tasks. With new personal support systems and new financial resources, women may challenge men's feudal lordship position or decrease their feudal production of domestic use values or both. Men, in turn, may feel their feudal position to be threatened and may reinforce it by heightened demands for surplus labor. These contradictory pressures can precipitate serious tensions and conflicts inside feudal households, more or less intense struggles over any aspect of relations between husband and wife, between parents and children or other household members. Shifting alliances among male and female adults and children can coalesce around the varying objects of struggle: child-rearing practices, major commodity purchases, drinking habits, sexual behavior, and styles of dress, among other things. Under certain social conditions, they can become class struggles over the quantitative or qualitative dimensions of the feudal class processes themselves. These are class struggles because their objects are class processes. Parents, children, relatives, and friends in varying combinations or alliances can take opposing positions on change versus stasis in the household's class structure. One side, perhaps led by the male appropriator, may seek to retain the feudal form of the class process and to increase the rate of feudal exploitation of women. The other side, led typically but not necessarily by the female surplus labor producer, aims at least to reduce feudal exploitation or sometimes even to change the household class structure to a non-feudal form. These class struggles become revolutionary if they move households toward a transition from feudal to non-feudal class structures. Instead of women performing feudal surplus labor for their husbands, they can demand changes that involve an equal sharing of household tasks. If men and women together, collectively, perform both necessary and surplus labor, collectively appropriate their surplus, and collectively decide the distribution of that surplus, the households have accomplished a transition to a communist class structure. Resnick and Wolff 1988a. Household class struggles can become revolutionary in other ways if people leave feudal households, via divorce or separation, and establish new communist households, both gay and heterosexual, or if they establish one adult households in which they perform and appropriate their own surplus labor individually. The changed gender processes defining maleness and femaleness that are necessary for revolutionary changes in household class structures are themselves revolutionary alterations in the culture. Moreover, such changes in class and gender processes are also revolutionary in emotional terms. Relatively few contemporary women or men have had familial models of shared intimacy, shared decision-making, shared housework, and shared, mutually supportive companionship or models of one adult households. Yet, many are now caught up in struggles and transitions for which they have been emotionally as well as theoretically ill-prepared. The conditions of existence of such revolutionary changes evolved historically with much difficulty, pain, and danger. Statistics about domestic violence, alienation of children from parents, sexual activity, separation, and divorce are so many indices of this. We are struck by one other index. By the 1970s, married women in the United States had become the prime users of psychotropic drugs and psychotherapy. Married women are the social group now considered to be most at risk for mental breakdown, while the second and third riskiest groups are single men and married men respectively. Single women have the lowest risk of mental breakdown, Chesler 1972, Burke 1982:199, 200, Showalter 1985:195, 250, Rapping 1987:18. Although risk is overdetermined by many interacting causes, these rankings do suggest the pressures on married women. The tensions and strains inside traditional households may drive women sooner or later to leave paid employment and resign themselves to lives within feudal households. There are certainly political, cultural, and economic processes pushing for that historical solution to the current crisis in the household. Political conservatism, gender processes resisting changes in the conception of woman, economic processes consigning women to poorly paid employment. These and other processes reinforce the feudal option for households. Yet, there are also processes supporting other options such as communist or ancient households. Political radicalism, new concepts of gender, and improving economic possibilities for women are among the processes making possible and favoring radically different solutions to households in crisis. The struggles in feudal households may react upon the other sites in society in ways which deepen the crisis. For example, the religious ideologies that have long sanctified feudal households, as the family, are increasingly arenas of struggles over those ideologies and the personnel who articulate them. The burning questions include abortion, birth control, homosexuality, and the roles of women in church leadership. The churches have become social sites of struggle among individuals over the cultural, political, and economic processes that together comprise modern religion. These struggles, and their effects upon religion, can deepen the crisis of the feudal household by questioning and sometimes removing certain of its religious, gender, and other conditions of existence. The federal, state, and local levels of government have also become sites at which conditions of existence of the feudal household are being contested. Literature produced and distributed by state agencies, curricula for all levels of schools, regulations, and laws are now objects of struggle. Groups with very different definitions of gender and very different preferences for and participation in particular household class structures confront the state. Their concerns include policies, regulations, and laws such as those governing abortion and birth control rights, gay rights, adoption procedures, domestic violence, spousal rape, child support by divorced parents, protected maternity and paternity leaves from employment, rights to guaranteed child care, and social security provisions for the elderly and disabled. As with struggles to change religion, campaigns to alter state policies can also question or remove conditions of existence of household feudalism. Despite crisis conditions in feudal households, men and women may hold on to them to avoid the threat and the consequences of their disruption. The feudal class structure and traditional gender divisions may then continue, although often leaving couples with feelings of alienation and loneliness, expressed as psychological depression, alcoholism, and extramarital sexual activity among other ways. 47 Although millions of American couples remain in feudal households, we believe that they do so with ever greater difficulty. The mounting intensity of non-class struggles over gender processes and other cultural, political, and economic processes, inside and outside the household, is taking a heavy toll on the stability, tranquility, and viability of those households. In recent years, the addition of class struggles over reducing wives' feudal surplus labor and over the transition to non-feudal class-structured households has brought millions of households to a crisis state. Beyond the pain and suffering this has meant for most Americans, an increasing number have reacted by establishing non-traditional households in which both feudal class processes and traditional gender divisions are absent. They thereby testify to the profundity of the social contradictions and tensions that have brought crisis to so many feudal households. Since we can show that the numerical growth of non-feudal households has been significant in recent U.S. history, and since this marks a revolutionary class transformation in households with far-reaching social consequences, we need to consider the two major forms of non-feudal household. The ancient alternative. We use the term ancient to acknowledge the formulation of the concept by Marxist writers to designate a form of producing, appropriating, and distributing surplus labor that was particularly significant in ancient Rome and also during the European transition from feudalism to capitalism. 48 In the ancient form of class structure, the performer and appropriator of surplus labor is the same individual. He does necessary labor to reproduce himself and also performs surplus labor which is individually self-appropriated. He then decides to whom to distribute that surplus to secure the conditions of existence of this form of the class process. Common examples include peasants and craftspersons individually producing and distributing goods and services, possibly as commodities through market exchanges. There is an affinity between Marx's ancient class structure and what is loosely called self-employment in non-Marxian terminologies. There is also a direct link between ancient class processes and one-adult households. One-adult households dramatically increased both absolutely and relatively in comparison to all households from 1960 to 1987, U.S. Bureau of the Census 1987:43. While total households in the United States rose from 53 to 89 million, the one-adult households rose from 13 to 34 million. By 1987, one-adult households accounted for over 38% of all U.S. households. Moreover, the growth in such households cannot be explained by the changing age distribution of the U.S. population. Such households are increasingly being established by all age groups, Waldrop 1989. Most of the people in one-adult households individually appropriate their own surplus labor, they participate in ancient class processes there. These individuals neither establish feudal households nor move into the feudal households of relatives, typical strategies in previous eras when feudal household structures were virtually unchallenged socially. People may accept or choose to live in households with ancient class structures for many different reasons. Among some groups in the United States, one-adult households have been common for many decades. However, certain recently changed social conditions have made their number proliferate rapidly. The ideology of female independence is one such changed condition. For over 2 decades the women's liberation movement in the United States has exposed and opposed sexist ideas of all kinds and sexual discrimination in all areas, including inside marriages and households. It has denounced the gender processes which are among the conditions of existence of women's class positions in feudal households. It has celebrated alternatives to the feudal household and female dependence. One of these has been and continues to be a single lifestyle in what amounts to an ancient household. 49. Dissatisfaction with the traditional feudal household and advocacy of the ancient alternative are not restricted to women. Since the 1950s, American males have increasingly spoken out against marriage and the feudal household as an oppression of men because of the onerous obligations of their provider roles. Adams and Briscoe 1971:38, 39, Aaron Reich 1983:42, 87, 99-100, and 16. a diffuse movement for a kind of male liberation has emerged. Through the gender processes that it has advanced, this movement has provided conditions of existence for men to opt for ancient instead of feudal households. 50 Ideas communicated by magazines such as Playboy, Hustler, and Penthouse express one of the central themes of these gender processes. The sexual dependence of men on women and the economic dependence of women on men which traditional marriages and households impose are seen as obstacles to self-fulfillment, both occupationally and personally. Sexual need and sexual dependence become symbolic of the neediness trap which can enslave men in feudal domesticity. 51. The crisis of the feudal household and the proliferation of the ancient household have, of course, many other conditions of existence in addition to the movements for women's liberation and for male disentanglement from marriage. The weakening of orthodox religions amid the celebration of many kinds of individualism facilitates ancient households. The media, especially television, function as a powerful force combining programs with advertisements to promote commodities as the chief means to self-realization. They increasingly portray the single, sexy male or female as the sine qua non of adventure. They rarely depict the serious struggles of couples of all kinds for honesty, friendship, and intimacy. They also rarely treat the complex difficulties of being single. A pervasive ideological condition of existence for ancient class households is the U.S. cult of the individual, from the self-made man to the Lone Ranger to the Equalizer. 52. Particularly after the Second World War, the intensified individualizing of all problems and their solutions has made it very difficult for couples to imagine jointly analyzing and solving their problems. Individuals rather fear group life, including family life, as conformity to another's needs. Single lifestyles are often romanticized as a necessary individual rebellion against that conformity. Few seem able to imagine, and still less to insist upon, the joint exploration of their respective needs and the solutions to them. Finally, the intensifying contradictions and tensions of feudal households in the United States have apparently convinced many of their children not to replicate them in their own lives. Ancient households are not, however, the only alternative to the feudal households that significant numbers of Americans are exploring. The social processes that have brought crisis to the feudal household and the rise of the ancient household have also prompted the formation of communist class structures in some households. The communist alternative. Communist class structures in households are now widely regarded as components of the definition of successful modern family life. Of course, what our analysis sees as a class structure is not understood as such by those for whom notions of class apply only outside the household, if they apply to society at all. For example, couples therapies increasingly encourage the equal sharing of the performance, management, and fruits of domestic labor and all household decision-making. The broad goal is to share wealth, work, power, and emotional intimacy, substituting what, in our terms, approaches communism for the relations of economic exploitation and sexual and emotional subordination that characterize feudal households. Although the family ideal in principle has long been close to the communist slogan, from each according to her/his ability and to each according to his/her needs, women's abilities and needs were defined by gender processes consistent with feudal households. Changed gender processes redefined women and men as having co-respective needs for independence as well as dependence, for mutual friendship and mutual protection, and for generalized equality. Newly redefined in these ways, the old family ideal is now consistent with and a condition of existence for communist class processes in households. Approximately 20% of two-adult households in the United States may be characterized now as comprising communist class processes. 53 Yet in spite of the widely acclaimed virtues and successes of the modern communist family, the recognition and examination of its particular class structure have been virtually non-existent. Our general notion of the communist class structure of the household is based on previous work in the Marxian tradition seeking to clarify and extend Marx's few and fragmentary discussions of communism, Resnick and Wolff 1988a. Communist class processes differ from feudal class processes since communist performers of surplus labor are also its appropriators, and they also differ from ancient class processes since the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor are accomplished collectively rather than individually. Within a communist household, then, all adult members, whether married or not, heterosexual or gay, two persons or more, do necessary and surplus labor collectively and collectively appropriate their surplus. All decide together as a collective household how, to whom, to distribute the surplus so as to secure the conditions of existence of such a communist household. 54 Examples range from communes and group homes of many kinds to heterosexual and gay couples who organize the class structures of their households in this communist way. Communist households have their distinctive contradictions and tensions. The point is that they differ from the contradictions of non-communist households and so impart correspondingly different qualities to them. For example, collective decisions about surplus distribution invite all sorts of disputes that are quite different from a class structure in which one person, the feudal or ancient appropriator, makes such decisions individually. Meetings and discussions among household members about all aspects of household life will often distinctively characterize communist households. To take another example, some members of communist households will occupy subsumed class positions inside the household, such as household record keeping, managing housework, and so on. However, unlike feudal households, communist households may want to avoid inequalities and disputes that may arise if some members of the decision-making collective were consistently to hold different class positions from others. In short, a policy of regular, systematic rotation of persons across all the class positions in the household might well be deemed a condition of existence of household communism. This, too, would distinguish communist households from feudal and ancient households. The transition from traditional feudal households to this communist alternative is, like all class transitions, complex. Since we have already discussed many of the conditions producing a crisis in feudal households and making possible the transition to ancient households, and since these served also to produce transitions to household communism, we need not re-examine them here. The processes that had fostered the feudal household changed in some ways that encouraged ancient households and in other ways that encouraged communist households. Those who reject feudal households, but do not want one-adult households, may find their solution in communist households. Those who seek independence alongside, rather than instead of, dependence may do likewise. Buffeted by all the social processes that make them refugees from feudal households, the communist and ancient seem to be the major alternatives chosen in the United States today. The substantial growth of communist and ancient households alongside feudal households adds new contradictions and tensions to society. Their different class structures will generate conflicts between them. They will struggle over the class and other processes at other social sites, state, enterprises, churches, since developments at those sites will influence household class structures in different ways. For example, communist households pay taxes out of their surpluses much as feudal and ancient households do. What distinguishes the subsumed class payments made by the differently class-structured households is the precise nature of the conditions of existence they seek to secure in return for these payments. Feudal households will pressure the state to enact laws and regulations that support their class structures. Ancient and communist households will exert pressures for different and often opposing laws supporting their respective class structures. 55 While all the other social processes shaping state activities will determine which pressures predominate, two recent examples can illustrate the problem and what is at stake. First, between 1984 and 1987, 8 states passed legislation outlawing spousal rape. 56 Second, in 1987, intense debates occurred in the U.S. Senate over expansion of government-funded child care facilities. Both of these developments may be dangerous for feudal households, as they contribute to changing power relations between women and men inside the household and to expanding women's economic opportunities outside the home. Those in ancient and communist households have little to fear from these developments and much to applaud. Religious institutions have also recently been the sites of battle affecting the conditions of existence that they do or do not provide to religious households of differing class structures. Point 57. We may consider the case of the Roman Catholic Church, although similar conflicts agitate many other religious institutions. Point 58. During the Pope's 1987 visit to the United States, Catholic priests requested a reconsideration of the Church's bans on birth control and women's ordination into the priesthood. Mass protests in 1987 opposed papal efforts to oust Catholic University professor Charles Curran and Seattle Bishop Hunthausen for their generally liberal attitudes and teachings on birth control and abortion. There has been open, public controversy among Catholic bishops on the issue of AIDS prevention through the use of condoms. A Catholic homosexual group, Dignity, mounts regular public protests seeking to change the official attitude toward homosexuality and homosexual households. These changes would not be likely to strengthen feudal families and would at least implicitly encourage ancient and communist households. Not only competing theologies, economic pressures on church finances, and power struggles within the hierarchy, but also pressures from Catholic households of different class structures are combining to shape the movements for and against doctrinal change within Roman Catholicism in the United States. The growth of communist households raises a special kind of problem for capitalist enterprises. Men and women from such households may become increasingly accustomed to collective power processes, decision-making, communist class processes, and gender processes stressing sexual equality. Many of them will leave such communist households daily to earn wages and salaries in capitalist enterprises with very different class, gender, and power processes. How will they experience, understand, and react to their daily occupation of such different and opposing class, gender, and power positions? More precisely, how will the interactions between capitalist enterprises and communist or ancient households differ from the interactions between those enterprises and feudal households? Will capitalist employees coming from communist households recognize the different class processes at both sites as such? Will they apply such class consciousness to the definitions of their problems and their searches for solutions? Will they seek to extend the communist revolution in the household to one at the workplace? Will gender processes stressing sexual equality and political processes stressing collective decision-making, fostered in and by communist households, become parallel issues for struggles at work sites? For example, will the struggles for comparable worth, equal pay for equal work, evolve into struggles for equality and collectivity in all aspects of enterprises, including the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor? The class and gender revolution underway in households is profoundly changing the United States. How the causes, components, and possibilities of that revolution are understood will itself play a significant role in transforming our society. This implies a specific agenda for Marxist feminists: 1. To develop and apply a theory focused on the particular roles played by class, gender, and power processes in contemporary life, and 2. To intervene in social struggles by utilizing that theory and its findings. Conclusion: a Marxist feminist agenda. By integrating Marxist and feminist theories in a particular way, we can offer the beginnings of a new analysis of the class structures and class dynamics inside U.S. households today. Presuming the interdependence and mutual transformation of gender and class and power processes, we can show how changing conceptions of woman and man have functioned as complex causes and effects of changing household class structures. The analysis has produced some preliminary hypotheses. Basic class, gender, and power struggles are underway in American households today. Revolutionary changes in class structures, gender definitions, and power allocations have occurred in millions of those households with profound social consequences. Specifically, communist class structures are developing where few had even thought to look for them, let alone to chart their actual and potential social impacts. Marxists and feminists need to remedy the neglect of the complex interdependence of class, gender, and power processes in general, and in households in particular. That neglect characterizes not only many other approaches to social science, but also the practical political activities of many feminists and Marxists. Marxist feminists need to stress that class processes and struggles occur in different ways at different social sites. Any a priori presumption that they occur only at some privileged sites, such as enterprises and states, is unwarranted. This is as true for gender and power processes and struggles as for their class counterparts. The agenda of Marxist feminists must discard such a priori notions and replace them with a commitment to identify the class, gender, and power processes that may exist and interact at all social sites. On that basis, we can proceed to understand the ongoing contradictions, tensions, and changes within the societies whose class exploitation, gender oppression, and general social injustice we seek to abolish. In that way, Marxist feminists can contribute significantly to the efforts of all those seeking social transformations toward a communist, egalitarian, democratic system of economic, political, and cultural processes. Part 3. Marxian Economic Theory. 9. A Marxian reconceptualization of income and its distribution. Both Marxist and non-Marxist economic theories seem to share a concern with the determination and distribution of incomes in capitalist societies. However, the terms used to articulate such concerns, for example, income, wages, and profits, have very different meanings within different theories. We believe that Marx laid the basis for unique concepts of these terms which connected specifically to his class analysis of the capitalist system. We also think that these class-linked notions of income and income distribution are radically different from and incompatible with the major non-Marxist theorizations. Thus, when Marxists miss or ignore the specific differences of Marxist concepts of income and its distribution, they thereby risk breaking the connection between their work and the rest of Marx's class analysis. This occurs precisely when they rely on non-Marxist notions of income and its distribution. One barrier to working consistently and self-consciously with a Marxist class analytic conceptualization of income and income distribution is the absence of a clear formulation of it. Another barrier is a clear statement of how Marxist and non-Marxist concepts of income and income distribution differ. We seek here to begin to overcome these barriers. Our concern is to so specify the complex linkages between income categories and class categories that Marxists will no longer collapse them together or pursue analyses that draw simplistic relationships between them. We propose to show how and why changes in income distribution, for example, do not necessarily imply any particular change in class relations. This is no minor matter, given the occasional tendency among Marxists to think that changes in income distribution either amount to or lead inexorably toward particular changes in class structures. At the same time, we want to formulate a Marxist theory useful for purposes of determining the precise relationship between class and income distribution within particular social situations. Such a theory should prove helpful to Marxists, both theorists and political activists, not necessarily different persons. It should enable Marxists to evaluate the likely consequences of social movements seeking changes in income distributions and determine the potential of transforming them into movements for changes in class relations. In a well-known footnote to Monopoly Capital, Baron and Sweezy explained why they chose the concept of surplus rather than surplus value. We prefer the concept surplus to the traditional Marxian surplus value, since the latter is probably identified in the minds of most people familiar with Marxian theory as equal to the sum of profits plus interest plus rent. It is true that Marx demonstrates in scattered passages of Capital and theories of surplus value that surplus value also comprises other items such as the revenues of state and church, the expenses of transforming commodities into money, and the wages of unproductive workers. In general, however, he treated these as secondary factors and excluded them from his basic theoretical schema. It is our contention that under monopoly capitalism this procedure is no longer justified, and we hope that this change in terminology will help to effect the needed shift in theoretical position. Point 1. Here we have some elaboration of a Marxist formulation of income distribution, their recognition that profits, interest, and rents and revenues of the state, church, circulation, and unproductive workers all represent different claims on the prior existing surplus value. However, we do not agree with Baron and Sweezy's claim that Marx treated these latter revenues as secondary factors and excluded them from his basic analysis. Therefore, we do not think that an era of monopoly capitalism makes Marx's treatment no longer sufficient and sets the condition for the introduction of a new concept of surplus. We think that Marx's basic theoretical approach provides a way to make sense of the diverse incomes received by many individuals in capitalist society whether or not monopolies prevail in addition to the industrial capitalists and productive workers. Our plan here is to begin from and extend his approach so as to develop an elaborated Marxist class theory of capitalist society's income distribution. Toward that end, we find indispensable Marx's analysis in Capital, Volume 3, and also in parts of his theories of surplus value. There Marx stressed, often with deft uses of ridicule and sarcasm, how politically motivated were the classical notions of income distribution and how important it was for Marxists to see income distribution differently. Point 2. This Marxist way of seeing involves an understanding that productive labor is the source of surplus value and thus all claims on it. It is precisely this key notion that Baron and Sweezy recognized and stressed in their work. Thus, despite our differences with them, we share this basic Marxian view: distributed shares of already appropriated surplus value are received as incomes of many different groupings of individuals in a capitalist society. Our task here is to extend and elaborate this basic insight of Marx so as to produce a fuller class analysis of the incomes of these and still other groupings of individuals in a capitalist society. However, to accomplish the goal of clarifying a distinctively Marxist theory of income distribution, we will begin by first delineating and distancing ourselves from the prevalent non-Marxist theory. This is the theory usually labeled neoclassical to link it to the marginalist school that has prevailed since the 1870s. It is almost universally taught in American universities and it informs most popular discussion as well. This theory has thus found adherents within as well as outside the Marxian tradition, hence it is doubly important to criticize it prior to presenting here our Marxist alternative. Neoclassical theory of income. In what we understand to be neoclassical theory, income and its distribution among individuals in a capitalist society are determined by three essential human characteristics. First, there are the preferences of individuals, based upon certain predetermined given axioms of choice, to supply certain factors of production and demand goods and services. These preferences are captured in neoclassical theory's notion of individual utility functions. Second, there is the human ability to combine these factors of production to produce these goods and services. This is neoclassical theory's notion of production functions. Finally, there is an initially given distribution of factors of production, captured in neoclassical theory's assumption of given resource endowments. These key assumptions concerning the inherent capacity or nature of human beings to make and be responsible for their own destiny, or economic history, form what we may call the point of entry of neoclassical theory. We have used this term elsewhere to designate a theory's starting point from and with which its particular knowledge of life is produced. Point 3. Theories differ in part because of their different points of entry and thus the different knowledges they produce. Part of the uniqueness and power of neoclassical theory's explanation of income and its distribution stems from its particular starting point of human choice, know-how, and endowments of resources, including skills. Because neoclassical theory begins with these aspects of human nature to structure and order its conceptual logic, it falls within the broadly conceived humanist tradition. Consistent with this tradition, a comprehensive theory of society is constructed on the basis of a few key assumptions about human beings. Parallel to several if not most approaches within this tradition, it also essentializes its particular entry point of human preferences, know-how, and endowments. By this we mean that neoclassical practitioners reduce all other aspects of their theory of society to these given, essential attributes of each human being, having the capacity to rationally make choices, to transform nature, and to possess resources. In the last instance, the supply and demand of all factors of production and all outputs are the phenomena of these governing essences. It follows that income and its distribution among individuals in capitalist society are determined by these essences. The logic is important for significant political effects follow from it. Neoclassical theory approaches the determination and distribution of income first as a matter of specifying a production function, one of its essences, in which factors of production obtain shares of output equivalent to their marginal contributions, marginal productivity, toward that output. Here the typical assumption is that services, or factors, of labor, land, and capital are combined in enterprises to generate output given available technologies. The enterprises' produced outputs are socially useful, as determined by market demand for them. The latter is determined in the last instance by consumers' preferences, another of its essences. That usefulness is their value. That value's distribution back to the services or factors combined in the production of the valuable outputs constitutes the factor distribution of income. Once the entirety of use value outputs is distributed as income to factors, neoclassical economics can turn its attention to how different individuals obtain their specific incomes. The approach here is to inquire of each individual in society as to which of the given endowment of factors he/she has chosen, based on the essentialized notion of personal preferences, to contribute to use value production. Individuals may choose to supply one or more of the given factors and thereby obtain incomes. Neoclassical theory explains that the demand for such factors of production rests ultimately upon consumer preferences, governing the value of outputs produced by such factors, and the enterprise's production function, governing the marginal product of such factors. The supply of these given factors rests ultimately upon human willingness to supply them. Taking the demand for and supply of factors of production together, the income received by individuals in society are determined logically by what lies behind such schedules of human behavior, human preferences on both the supply and demand sides, human know-how on the demand and human endowments on the supply sides, respectively. So the wage income of an individual in a capitalist society is based upon his/her taste for labor rather than leisure and the marginal productivity of that labor. The profit income is based on an individual's taste for savings in the form of capital supplied to the production process and the marginal productivity of that capital. Neoclassical theory then draws a remarkably radical conclusion: the source of profits is to be found in an individual's choice to be thrifty and in the given marginal productivity of that capital, one of the possible results of thrift. This choice is by assumption independent of any other individual's choice to supply labor. It follows that the profit incomes of individuals in society are not received at the expense of wage incomes. Rather, profit and wage incomes are determined by each individual's actions in determining whether he/she will be a supplier of savings or labor. We have then our conclusion: personal preferences regarding final goods and regarding the supply of the given endowments of different factors and marginal productivity of those factors determine different incomes and their distribution in society. Neoclassical theory conceives of capitalist social development as the struggle of human beings to construct social institutions, free and competitive markets, private property, profit-seeking enterprises, which will both allow and induce each person to realize his/her inherent capacity to express preferences and to transform nature. The object of such realization of this given human potential is the production and consumption of wealth, measured in terms of numbers of use values. A truly radical notion of income distribution results. It is radical in the sense that rewards of wealth to different individuals rest largely on the autonomous wills of these same individuals. They receive their shares of wealth, use values, according to what they as individuals have freely chosen to provide as inputs to produce that wealth and taking into account the technologically inherent, marginal, productivity of that contributed input. In contrast, a Marxian theory of income and its distribution, as we understand it, proceeds very differently. Marxian theory's entry point is neither human preferences nor marginal productivities nor given resource endowments. Rather, we think that Marxian theory begins with the notion of the production/appropriation of surplus labor, what we have elsewhere called the fundamental class process. This process has literally no existence in neoclassical theory, in the reality which that theory sees and seeks to comprehend. By its focus on this class process, Marxian theory proceeds to produce radically different concepts of income and its distribution than those contained in neoclassical theory. Moreover, these Marxist concepts cannot be reduced to or made derivative from its entry point concept of the fundamental class process. Unlike the reductive and derivational method deployed in and by neoclassical theory, Marxist theory embraces a very different relational method, what the French philosopher Louis Althusser has labeled overdetermination, a term taken from Freud and Lukács, for the particularly Marxist notion of dialectics. 4 This amounts to a radically different way to think about causality than that employed in neoclassical theory. It is an anti-essentialist concept of causality. Marxist theory conceives of the existence of each and every process of life, including this fundamental class process, as the result of, caused by, the combined determinations emanating from all other distinct processes. Conceived in this way, each distinct process cannot be reduced to, derived from, the effects of one or a subset of them, since the combined effects of all cause or, quite literally, produce its existence. There is then no essential cause, s, for none is, are, permitted by this Marxist notion of causation and existence. Consequently, the neoclassical and Marxist notions of income differ in very fundamental ways. Neoclassical theory lies within the broadly conceived tradition of an essentialist humanism because of the governing role played by its unique entry point concepts of human preferences, know-how, and endowments. In sharp contrast, our Marxian approach involves a new anti-essentialist class theory built upon Marx's formulations of this class, exploitation, process, his unique entry point concept, and of his new relational concept of dialectics, now known as overdetermination. Neoclassical and Marxian theories, two radically different entry points and internal logics, produce very different conceptual objects, which, in turn, have very different social consequences. For the neoclassical believer, the elimination of the relative poverty of the individuals in a capitalist society, measured by, say, their relatively low wages, including, in the case of unemployment, zero wages, can be achieved by their choosing to supply more labor and or more thrift. Work hard and be thrifty is the motto of the neoclassical view of capitalist society. Social institutions that inhibit or prevent such behavior should be eliminated. These include, on one hand, monopolies, non-smoothly working markets, sexism and racism that one way or another produce what are often referred to as market imperfections, and, on the other hand, irrational state interventions and political parties that interfere with the private, rational, acts of individuals. The neoclassical argument is the same no matter which social institution is being discussed. Less wealth, in use value terms, is produced, distributed, and consumed than if such market imperfections and irrational and tyrannical behaviors did not exist. This view is perfectly consistent with the neoclassical notion that the established institutions of capitalism must reward the just, the rational decision maker, the hard-working and thrifty individual, and punish the unjust, the irrational, the lazy, and the spendthrift individual. Indeed, if such created institutions permit each individual to freely choose what is best for him/herself, that is, if each acts to maximize his/her own self-interest, there will result an efficient allocation of all individuals' privately owned factors of production. For the Marxist, the elimination of poverty in a capitalist society requires eliminating the capitalist fundamental class process, one of its major sources. However, to eliminate this process is radically to alter the capitalist society, for the extraction of surplus labor in value form is that single process which gives its label to the society. A central goal for the Marxist is strikingly different than revolution over the capitalist fundamental class process, or, in the historic language of the Marxist tradition, class struggle. This advocacy of revolution to fundamentally change the distribution of income in a capitalist society is hardly surprising, although invariably unsettling to many. It is not surprising, for profit and wage income are in an intimate and mutually dependent relation with one another in Marxian theory. Indeed, as Marx repeatedly argues in the first volume of Capital, the source of capitalist profits is unpaid wages. And as he repeats throughout volumes 2 and 3 of Capital, these profits must be utilized to create the conditions of wage labor in the first place. In the dialectical language of Marxism, profits and wages condition each other's existence. They do so because without productive labor there can be no surplus value, a key lesson of Volume 1, but without surplus value the conditions necessary for productive labor to exist will not be secured, a key lesson of Volumes 2 and 3. Relative poverty means something then very different to the Marxist. For such a believer, the relative poverty of productive workers is caused by their laboring for the benefit of others for some hours for absolutely no pay whatsoever. The receivers of this gift of unpaid labor have the ingenuity if not genius to attribute it to their own management labor, to their personal sacrifice of present consumption so that they may offer capital resources for the benefit of all, and to the inherent, marginal, productivity of that capital. That is the power of neoclassical theory. But for the Marxist, the receivers of surplus value, or to give them their proper name, the industrial capitalists, obtain this sum of value without doing anything whatsoever. That is precisely why what Marx saw in society is so unsettling to so many and so dangerous to so few. This Marxist view is really impossible for the neoclassical economist on both theoretical and moral ground. Theoretically, it denies the basic underlying tenet, conceptual point of entry, of neoclassical theory. Wages and profits of individuals are determined independently of each other based in the last instance upon individual preferences to supply particular amounts of the initially given endowments of factors weighted by the marginal contribution of such factors. Morally, it implies changes which would deny the freedom for such choices and thus produce less wealth than if this were not the case. For the neoclassical economist, then, the Marxist explanation becomes an irrational if not dangerous approach to understanding income and its distribution. It denies what neoclassical theory takes as the essential determinants of income and then replaces this conceptual entry point with its own, the fundamental class process, an economic process which, according to neoclassical theory, does not currently, if it ever did historically, exist. Individuals who claim to see that which did and does not exist are either very irrational or dangerously devious in their intentions. For the Marxist, neoclassical theory and its policy proposals cannot eliminate relative poverty. They do not understand or eliminate its source, class exploitation. Indeed, the successful elimination of market imperfections and the creation of a fully employed society in which each and every citizen, irrespective of his/her race, creed, or gender, has an equal opportunity to be rich or poor, depending on their given personal preferences and the given technical productivity of their privately owned resource, would not change the source of profits as unpaid labor time. There are times in society, such as these, when this statement is worth underscoring. No matter how much a Marxist may struggle for the elimination of racist and sexist barriers in capitalist society, such struggles cannot be confused with, although they may well be conditions of, struggle over the fundamental class process. In the language of this paper, such reforms in society could possibly improve the income distribution as understood and measured in neoclassical terms while it worsens in Marxist terms. It does not follow that such reforms, and others, should not be advocated and struggled for. Rather, it suggests that a careful theoretical distinction be made between class, the economic process of surplus labor extraction, and non-class processes, e.g. racial and sexual discrimination and income distribution, so that a change in one is not presumed to be or become the automatic determinant of a change in the other. As noted, such a conceptual distinction is a key part of our argument and, we think, Marx's as well. There is one additional but important remark to make. We think that most individuals in a capitalist society accept some version, however vague, of the neoclassical understanding of the determination of income as presented here. For us, such acceptance secures an important cultural condition allowing capitalist exploitation to exist and continue. Hence, this paper aims to challenge and alter this one condition of existence of the capitalist fundamental class process. If successful, the effect will be to displace the neoclassical notion of income with what we construct here, a Marxist view. Such a view, we hope, will move the society in a particular direction, to recognize explicitly the existence and social effectivity of that which neoclassical theory denies, the capitalist fundamental class process. Such a recognition puts on the political agenda the ending of a process by which some individuals receive the surplus labor of others while giving absolutely nothing in return. Capitalist income is based on that which Marxism is committed to end, exploitation. A Marxian concept of income and its distribution. 5. It has been the tradition of Marxian theory to specify and explain changing relationships among human beings in a society. Such relationships among individuals are here understood, defined, to comprise particular subsets of social and natural processes. Relationships differ from one another according to which particular social processes constitute them. Incomes are understood to arise in and from such relationships and not from the given, marginal, productivity of things, called factors of production in neoclassical theory. Indeed, Marx, in Capital, 3, ridicules such a notion and such an approach to income distribution exemplified in the writings of Smith, Ricardo, and other classical political economists. 6 Marxian class analysis of income begins with the recognition that different kinds of relationships and thus different subsets of processes produce different forms of income. Such incomes received flows of value can be differentiated broadly into class and non-class components. Some relationships among human beings give rise therefore to class and some to non-class incomes. Still other relationships generate neither or both types of income at once. Our focus here is upon class and non-class incomes. Fundamental and subsumed class incomes. Relationships among individuals in a capitalist society which include, among other processes, the particular process of production/appropriation of surplus value, the capitalist fundamental class process, generate income flows to the participants in such a class process. Such participants, we argue, occupy capitalist fundamental class positions and thus receive capitalist fundamental class incomes. In other words, the capitalist fundamental class process produces income flows to both productive laborers and appropriating capitalists, V+S. Their relationship with one another, no matter what other social, economic, political, or cultural, or natural processes it may include, involves by definition this fundamental class process. Their consequent receipt of flows of value are then fundamental class incomes. As Marx stresses repeatedly, there is a crucial difference between the two fundamental class incomes. The income flow to the productive laborer, V, involves an exchange of equivalents. The commodity labor power is sold in exchange for the fundamental class income flow. In contrast, the income flow to the capitalist, S, involves no exchange, the capitalist receives the surplus value for nothing. Other relationships among individuals which exclude the capitalist fundamental class process but do include the process of distributing the already appropriated surplus value also give rise to income flows of value but of a different kind. We call such a distribution process the subsumed class process. Individuals who participate in it occupy capitalist subsumed class positions and thereby receive flows of value designated as capitalist subsumed class incomes. Our specification of the capitalist subsumed class process and its personification in subsumed classes begins from and extends Marx's discussion of such classes in Capital, 3. Marx discusses there a number of different groupings of individuals including merchants, money lenders, owners of means of production, landlords, and managers. Each of these participates in the subsumed class process and thereby obtains a distributed share of appropriated surplus value in the form of fees, interest, dividends, rents, and salaries. They receive such income flows of value because they secure different conditions of existence of the capitalist appropriation of surplus value. For so doing, merchants receive a fee which, as Marx clearly demonstrates, is a claim on the industrial capitalists already existing and received surplus value. 7 In parallel fashion, capitalist landlords, money lenders, and owners receive their respective shares of surplus value in the form of rents, interest, and dividends for the process of providing the capitalist with access to privately owned land, money, and means of production. Marx devotes some analysis to each of these subsumed classes, emphasizing that their respective incomes are but distributed shares of the already existing fundamental class income of the capitalist. 8 Somewhat less attention and analysis are devoted to managers and state functionaries. 9 Nonetheless, the point of Marx's overall theoretical argument is clear: these subsumed classes also receive, respectively, distributed flows of value in the form of salary or wage income and tax revenues for providing the appropriating capitalist with a variety of different non-class processes, e.g. disciplining workers, expanding military protection, etc. We shall designate these value flows as subsumed class incomes, denoted as SC. Furthermore, we may note that subsumed class incomes may, but certainly need not, occur together with an exchange of equivalents. Thus, for example, the distribution of appropriated surplus value to managerial personnel produces subsumed class income for them, and in exchange they provide an equivalent value of unproductive labor power to the capitalist who distributes the surplus value. 10 On the other hand, the interest paid by such a capitalist to a bank for a loan produces a subsumed class income to the bank for which no equivalent value is exchanged. The same absence of equivalent value exchanges holds for the subsumed class incomes obtained by merchants, common stockholders, landowners, and state functionaries who provide their respective conditions of existence for the capitalist fundamental class process. Non-class incomes. There are numerous relationships among individuals in society which do not include either the fundamental or subsumed class process, but do give rise to incomes. Because of this, we call such received incomes non-class incomes and designate them as in. Such flows of value are received by occupants of positions within certain non-class processes. To receive an income in a capitalist society then does not require one to occupy either a fundamental or a subsumed class position. The specific non-class processes that generate non-class incomes may, but certainly need not, be commodity exchanges, here presumed for simplicity to be exchanges of equivalent values. Thus, for example, the sale of labor power to anyone other than a surplus value appropriating capitalist produces an equivalent value receipt of non-class income. It is non-class income because this recipient occupies neither a fundamental nor a subsumed class position in obtaining this value flow. We have in this case Marx's example of unproductive labor power being exchanged for non-class income. Relations between, say, bankers and their employees include this non-class economic process of exchange of unproductive labor power for an equivalent wage payment. As this example suggests, there are numerous groups in capitalist society who receive such non-class incomes in the form of wages. Employees hired by merchants, landlords, moneylenders, and state functionaries are examples of individuals selling unproductive labor power to subsumed classes. Such employees receive non-class incomes because they do not produce, appropriate, distribute or receive a distribution of surplus value. Their relation is with different subsumed classes who, by Marx's definition, are not involved with the production of value or surplus value. It follows that neither the fundamental nor the subsumed class process and a fortiori neither kind of class income exists in their relationship with subsumed classes. In other words, the subsumed class process is a first distribution of appropriated surplus value. Possible subsequent redistributions of such value flows are designated as non-class incomes, as are redistributions of workers' wages when, for example, they take the form of interest payments on those workers' consumer debt. Such payments amount then to non-class incomes to the lenders. There are numerous non-class incomes that need not occur within an exchange process. For example, a loan to anyone other than a surplus value appropriating capitalist produces an interest flow to the lender which is a non-class income to that lender. The same holds for the holder of common stock in enterprises that do not appropriate surplus value from their employees, for the landlord who rents to other than industrial capitalists, and for the state that taxes other than industrial capitalists. Their respective dividends, rents, and taxes constitute non-class incomes which accrue without an exchange of equivalents. Marxist theory, as we understand it, seeks analytically to distinguish the production and distribution of surplus value, class incomes, from all the other value flows, non-class incomes, in society. The purpose of the distinction is to prepare the ground for a specifically class analysis of the interaction between both kinds of flows and the analysis of their interaction with all the other processes of the society. Class and non-class incomes. 9.1. Combining fundamental, subsumed and non-class incomes, we can propose a general formulation of the class analysis of income distribution. Any recipient's income can be expressed as equation 9.1, where 6 plus SI represents fundamental class income generated by the fundamental class process, SG represents subsumed class income generated by the subsumed class process, in C represents non-class income generated by non-class processes. Depending on the particular class and non-class positions occupied by each recipient, particular terms on the right-hand side of equation 9.1 may be 0. What the equation permits is the class analytic breakdown of any recipient's total income into its fundamental, subsumed and non-class components. According to this equation, to say that an individual's income is relatively low or high is to say nothing about the class composition of that income. Indeed, to focus exclusively on income and its changes over time is to abstract from the right-hand side of equation 9.1 the class and non-class determination of that income. This approach may be applied with interesting results whether the particular recipient is an individual person or an enterprise, deploying productive or unproductive capital, a household, a state, or a church, etc. In all cases, what is produced is a Marxian class analysis of the recipient's income, literally the class distribution of the recipient's income. We shall illustrate this with a few examples in the next two sections. As shown there, the typical income categories of wages and profits turn out to be complex Marxist categories which include a number of different class, fundamental and subsumed, and non-class components. The concept of income distribution produced so far is not only different from that of the neoclassical approach, but also different from the one produced by Marx in his rendition of the Trinity formula in Capital 3. We have argued so far that the neoclassical approach deduces income flows from relations between human beings and use values, the preference ordering, from the use values themselves, the production factors, and from presuming some initial distribution of use values, the endowment of factors. Thus profits earned by an individual are determined in the last instance by a relation between that person and a machine in which the use value, the machine, has a given productivity over which the individual has a claim because he/she owns it. Profits are reduced to the productivity of the machine, to endowments, and to preferences which result in both supplies of saving, in the form of a privately owned claim to that machine, and supplies of labor, as individual choices are made between more earning and leisure. This approach is not basically altered by the extensive literature in neoclassical theory which seeks to clarify just what are these factors of production. Whether the contribution of the factor is entrepreneurship or information gathering or uncertainty management, the idea remains the same: income is a share of use value output received as a reward for the contribution of the factor in question. In contrast, the Marxist approach to flows of income developed here begins by specifying the different income-generating class and non-class processes comprising relations among human beings. To participate in such processes is to occupy income-producing positions. For the Marxist, then, the productivity of a machine affects surplus value only insofar as that productivity can be shown to be in some relationship with the fundamental class process. In other words, the income issue for the Marxist approach is the specification of the interconnection between use values, whether they be inputs or outputs, and the class process, e.s. This is a very particular concern with use value that follows logically from the Marxist overdetermined entry point of class. In quite parallel fashion, the total lack of such concern in neoclassical theory follows every bit as logically from its unique essentialized entry point concepts of human preferences, know-how, and predetermined endowments. Each theory claims its truth about the reality it seeks to understand. Each produced truth becomes one of the conditions of existence of different political and economic policies. For the neoclassical economist, The right-hand side of equation 9.1 quite literally does not exist. It is replaced by the well-known neoclassical income determination equation, in which equilibrium amounts of factors supplied weighted by their respective marginal productivities determine incomes. Consequently, the same word, income, has completely different meanings in the two different theories. And, as just noted, these very different meanings, in part, have produced historically and will likely continue to produce very different social consequences. Our conception of income also differs from what Marx specifically produced in Volume 3. Marx's object there was to show that the already appropriated surplus value was distributed in the form of income shares to different occupants of subsumed class positions: a profit share, profit of enterprise plus interest, to capital, and a rental share, ground rent, to landed property. Point 11. His point was not to explain the class analytics of an individual's class and non-class incomes, as in this paper, but rather to show that productive labor, and not the independent factors, land and capital, created income for his landlords and capitalists. The incomes of the merchants, owners, managers, and money lenders, together with the income of the landlord, equaled the surplus value already appropriated by the industrial capitalist. In this regard, new value added, in Marx's words, the value of the annual product produced by productive labor, must be equal to either the sum of surplus value and the value of labor power, or the sum of subsumed class receipts and the value of labor power. Point 12. If the latter, then Marx's rendition of the Trinity formula follows: the value of the net annual product equals the sum of the three components, the value of labor power, labor wages, plus the profits of enterprise and interest, together designated capital profits, plus ground rent, land ground rent. Point 13. A class approach to a recipient's income is the object of this paper. Thus, for any recipient we count in equation 9.1, both the receipt of surplus value and of subsumed class payments as different class incomes, despite Marx's Volume 3 demonstration that total distributed income shares to occupants of subsumed class positions equal the already appropriated surplus value income of the industrial capitalist. This form of double counting of income followed in this chapter poses absolutely no problem whatsoever. Indeed, it is required if we are to calculate correctly multiple class incomes. To recognize both fundamental and subsumed class incomes is to recognize the different class sources of such incomes precisely because of the different societal relations entered into by individuals. Non-class analytic approaches, such as those developed by classical and neoclassical economists, allow one to abstract from these different class processes because of the different conceptual foci developed there: production of use values in the case of the classicals and the preferences for and production of use values in the case of the neoclassicals. Thus what appears as a problem of double counting of income in the terms of both classical and neoclassicals theories becomes rather a part of the solution determining income in Marxian theory. Marx's different approach and object in Volume 3 required him, therefore, to argue a very different point. Since surplus value equals subsumed class revenues, only one of these income categories could be added to the value of labor power to derive the value-added income total for the society. In this way he was able to ridicule the classical economist's notion, and we might add the current neoclassical one as well, that land and capital were independent, i.e. independent of productive labor, sources of rent and profit income. Some class analytics of income. Equation 9.1 suggests that any individual may occupy a number of different capitalist class and non-class income producing positions. For example, during a lifetime or even at different parts of the same workday, an individual may sell productive labor power to a surplus value appropriating capitalist, thereby earning a fundamental class income of V. He/she may also sell unproductive labor power to other than an industrial capitalist, thereby earning a non-class income of NC, and the individual may purchase privately or through a pension plan the stock of an industrial enterprise, thus earning a subsumed class income of SC. In the form of dividends. Point 14. The recipient of these different class and non-class incomes must also utilize the received revenues to reproduce the conditions of existence of each of them. Otherwise the revenues may not continue. In other words, each of these revenue-producing positions requires expenditures to secure its existence. To secure the fundamental class wage income of V, the individual purchases at their value means of subsistence necessary to reproduce his/her position as a performer of productive labor. To secure the particular subsumed class dividend income of SSC, the individual buys industrial stocks and pays whatever expenses are involved with such security investments. And finally, to secure the specific non-class wage income of NC, the individual must also purchase at their value whatever basket of commodities are deemed socially necessary to reproduce his/her position as a performer of unproductive labor. We may summarize each of these expenditures in the following equation. 9.2. Where the subscript E variable denotes, respectively, those expenditures necessary to secure the individual's fundamental, subsumed, and non-class positions generating income. Consider the multiple positions occupied by a very different individual. This person may be a board member of an industrial enterprise, thereby receiving a fundamental class income of S.15. He/she may also occupy a subsumed class management position by selling unproductive labor power to the same enterprise. The unproductive labor power commodity is then actually sold to the enterprise's board of directors in their capacity as industrial capitalists. This same individual is thus a recipient of S in one class capacity within the enterprise and the recipient of SC in another class capacity. It is also likely that this same individual is a stock owner of the enterprise. If so, the dividends that he/she received would be added as an additional subsumed class income. Finally, such an individual may purchase stock in a non-industrial enterprise such as a bank or merchant house. He/she may also purchase bonds issued by the state. The dividends and interest earned from those holdings would count as non-class incomes. Parallel to the previously discussed individual, this one too must utilize the class and non-class revenues received to secure the conditions of existence of each of them. Otherwise, the continued receipt of such revenues would be jeopardized. For example, the individual in his/her industrial capitalist position distributes the received surplus value to those occupying subsumed class positions. This is done to secure their provision of various non-class processes, e.g. economic processes including merchanting and purchasing of commodities and the making available of privately owned money and means of production to the industrial capitalist, political processes including supervision of productive labor and electoral procedures such as voting the individual to the board of directors, and cultural processes including the production and circulation of meanings whose effect is to explain and justify the receipt of surplus value. The combined effect of these non-class processes is the establishment of the individual's fundamental class position. Since this same individual also occupies two different subsumed class positions, expenditures must be made to secure each. First, the individual must purchase whatever subset of commodities are deemed socially necessary to reproduce his/her subsumed class managerial position as a performer of unproductive labor power within the enterprise. Second, to secure the different subsumed class ownership position, expenditures must be made on industrial stocks and on any other associated investment expenses. Finally, to secure the non-class dividend and income interest from the portfolio holdings of non-industrial stock and bond-issuing enterprises, their securities must be purchased and various portfolio maintenance expenses must be covered as well. These different expenditures may also be summarized in a manner similar to that of equation 9.2, above. However, we may note that the precise expenditure pattern for each of these two individuals will differ depending upon the particular class and non-class positions occupied by each of them. Thus, although both individuals occupy fundamental class positions and thus expend E1, one performs surplus value and thus expends V income on commodities to secure that position while the other receives surplus value and thus distributes S income to subsumed classes to secure that very different but still fundamental class position. What these two examples first suggest is the problematization of the category of an individual's income as it is typically understood and used within neoclassical theories and also some other Marxian arguments. These two individuals are obviously alike in that both are recipients of income. They are not alike in their different jobs, different sources, and probably different levels of income. Although both are stockholders, one is a member of the enterprise's board and helps to manage it while the other produces the capitalist commodities it sells. However, we understand these and other differences in a particular way. Our approach focuses not chiefly upon the individual's higher or lower incomes or the particular kinds of work that they perform. Rather, we stress individuals' similar or different relations to the class, fundamental and subsumed, and non-class processes participated in by each of them. We are interested in producing a class knowledge of their different jobs and sources and levels of income. We quite literally want to deconstruct an individual's income and replace it with a whole new Marxist construction, the class and non-class composition of income. To ignore or de-emphasize individuals' different participation in such class and non-class processes in favor of foci upon income levels and job performance is, we believe, to displace a Marxist class analysis of their income differences. The consequence is to open the door to non-Marxist approaches generally and, given its dominant position, to the neoclassical approach in particular. This discussion suggests the problematization of the categories of proletariat and bourgeoisie as they typically are used within the broadly conceived Marxist tradition. In our examples, both individuals occupied class positions that would likely place them in both categories. In the case of the first individual, is he/she to be considered only a member of the proletariat despite the fact that he/she occupies a capitalist subsumed class position and receives a distributed share of appropriated surplus value? And if so, then what of his/her non-class income resulting from the sale of unproductive labor power? Should the category of proletariat include without differentiation the sellers of both productive and unproductive labor power? Is the second individual to be considered simply a member of the bourgeoisie despite his/her receipt of wage or salary income as a seller of unproductive labor power? We think the categories of proletariat and bourgeoisie are usually as vague and possibly misleading as is the category of an individual's income. Because such notions are often constructed without any reference to the category of class, they cannot be used to draw conclusions about the existing and changing class nature of individuals and their incomes in a society. The use of such terms tends to conceal what Marxist analysis reveals to be the very different class and non-class components of each. It treats an individual who participates in the capitalist fundamental class process in the same way as one, perhaps, in our example, the same individual, who participates in the subsumed class process. Yet it is precisely such differences which Marxist analysis seeks to specify. What we seek, therefore, is a class knowledge of each of these categories, the important class and non-class differences within each of them. An example can develop this point further. Assume initially that productive workers only occupy the capitalist fundamental class position and thus earn V. Their total income is, Y equals V. Now, suppose there is a dramatic social change in the society resulting in a state-ordered nationalization of industrial enterprises and a shift in each of them to what may be called a democratic worker management organization. All workers gain collective ownership of the means of production. Some workers are also elected by all of them to occupy the various management positions within the now nationalized enterprises, and still others are elected to occupy all the fundamental class positions on the boards of directors of such enterprises. Let us further assume that as a result of such changes, the incomes of these workers rise by the same amount as the income of the former industrial capitalists, managers, and owners fall. Are we now to conclude that a significant change in these two non-class processes, property ownership, nationalization of the means of production, and power, worker-controlled enterprises, have produced a disappearance of the bourgeois class and an emergence of socialism? If there were no other information supplied as to changes in any other social processes, we do not think one could draw such a conclusion. There is no question but that these are dramatic and radical changes in the social processes of property ownership and power. They do indeed alter individuals' occupation of class positions and thus how incomes are distributed among them. Nonetheless, it does not necessarily follow that the bourgeoisie and their sources of income have vanished. In one possible outcome, a class analysis shows that workers have added various new capitalist fundamental and subsumed class positions and incomes, S and SSC, to the ones already occupied and received, V. What has altered is different individuals' participation in different class processes within this still existing bourgeois category. Under these new conditions, the new capitalist incomes of workers can be. So instead of a transition from capitalism to socialism, there has been an addition of various possible new sources of capitalist income, SN/or SC, for such workers but within a still existing capitalist class society. We may have then a radical change in income distribution in a capitalist society as a result of a transition from one form of capitalism to another. If, however, the concepts of proletariat, bourgeoisie, and of their respective incomes were constructed with no regard to class notions, then the same observed changes in income distribution could easily produce the very different conclusion that the proletariat had displaced and thereby effected the elimination of the bourgeoisie. Such approaches within the Marxist tradition tend to conflate changes in property ownership, power, and income distribution with changes in class structure. They thus produce very different knowledges of social changes from those produced by the class analysis we seek to present. This discussion has focused so far on the analytics of only capitalist income. However, when questions of transition are introduced, it is necessary to extend this analysis to the level of a social formation which includes the possible existence of different non-capitalist class positions occupied and incomes generated therein. Modifying equation 9.1 allows for this possibility by adding to its right-hand side the different non-capitalist incomes that an individual may receive, in addition to capitalist class incomes and non-class incomes. Y equals V plus S plus SC, plus, in L plus ESL plus SC, plus, in, point 16. 9.3. The new, primed categories refer to non-capitalist sources of fundamental class incomes, in L plus ESL, and of subsumed class incomes, ESC. As is well known, Marx identified different forms of surplus labor extraction, feudal, ancient, slave, communist, and still others. Individuals who participate in these different non-capitalist fundamental class processes occupy different fundamental class positions and receive different fundamental class incomes, NL or SL. We may add to this the existence of different non-capitalist subsumed class processes and therefore individuals who occupy different non-capitalist subsumed class positions. Feudal subsumed classes secure the conditions of existence for the feudal fundamental class process. Ancient subsumed classes provide the conditions for the ancient fundamental class process to exist, and so forth. For securing such conditions, each subsumed class grouping receives its distributed share of appropriated surplus labor, SC. Summing across all feudal, ancient, etc. subsumed class incomes, we have, SC. The specification of equation, 9.3, is quite consistent with the Marxist understanding that all societies comprise different fundamental and subsumed classes. Indeed, the term social formation is typically used in place of society so as to better capture the notion that it is the formation, or location, of all these different and coexisting class structures. A social formation is also understood to exist in transition, for that is how Marxism conceives of the existence of any object of inquiry. Since each process of life is overdetermined by the combined effects exerted by all the others, each is propelled in different directions by these different determinations. As the totality of all processes, a social formation thus exists in change, in transition, because of its overdetermined nature. This concept of a social formation comprising different class structures and a necessarily transitional nature is central to Marxist analysis. Yet, this is precisely what is abstracted from if social analysis focuses on income levels of a society at a point in or over time. Questions of transition between different social formations, from, say, a capitalist to a communist social formation, concern the emergence for individuals within the capitalist social formation of new communist class positions and incomes. 17 Equation, 9.3, permits such a class analytical specification and determination. In contrast, approaches that focus only on Y in this equation miss the perhaps significant transitional changes occurring on its right-hand side. In fact, changes in Y do not permit any particular conclusion to be drawn regarding the relative expansion or decline of capitalism and whatever non-capitalist class structures with which it may coexist. So, for example, a so-called socialist strategy may have according to its own standard the best of socialist objectives in mind in its aim to fundamentally change the income distribution in the social formation. If, however, it ignores the right-hand side of this equation, it quite possibly could produce results which negate its own socialist aim. A socialist policy may accomplish the raising of aggregate incomes for the majority of citizens without lowering incomes for the minority. In neoclassical terms, this may be considered an optimal result. Nonetheless, in Marxist terms, the opposite conclusion may hold. This observed change in income could be accomplished by a strategy which unwittingly produces favorable conditions for capitalist expansion, and thus the capitalist income categories rise in equation 9.3, for the majority of citizens, while it at best is neutral with regard to communist social conditions and incomes. Such a strategy and result could hardly be considered optimal from the perspective of a socialist objective, which is to foster communism and remove the conditions of existence of capitalism. 18. The specification of equation 9.3 also permits us to examine critically two categories prominent in the Marxist and non-Marxist literature on social change and transition within so-called developing societies. Parallel to our critique of notions of proletariat and bourgeoisie, we often find the use of such categories as the peasantry and the landlord class to be every bit as vague and misleading. A so-called peasantry may include individuals occupying a number of different non-capitalist and capitalist class positions and receiving associated sources of income. For example, during the off-crop season, individuals in rural areas may sell productive labor power, thereby earning a capitalist fundamental class income of V, while at other times they may be engaged as tenant farmers performing, say, feudal necessary and surplus labor. In this latter non-capitalist class position, they earn a feudal fundamental class income of NL. When the category of the peasantry abstracts from such important class distinctions, it can itself emerge as the central class category of analysis. This amounts to ignoring completely the class-theoretic approach and contribution of Marx. Instead of dividing individuals and their incomes according to the different, fundamental and subsumed, class and non-class processes in which they participate, we have this otherwise theorized class of the peasantry, generally meaning individuals in rural areas who are both relatively poor and engaged in some form of farming. Of course, some differences among the peasantry are often recognized, and perhaps even new class divisions, peasant classes, may be theorized out of these differences. The peasantry is displaced by new class categories which place individuals in them according to the amount of land they may cultivate, lease or own, or according to the number and value of farm animals or tools they may own, or according to a number of other subsets of observed differences. After all, individuals do not lack for differences which can be used in different combinations to place them into different groupings, which may be labeled classes. The income of the peasantry as a totality or of class divisions within it are calculated, and changes in such measured incomes are taken as indices of social change and transition between social formations. Such approaches conceal possibly important movements within and between non-capitalist and capitalist class structures in, say, rural areas. Transitions within each and between them may be occurring that have little to do with a Marxist class analysis, and may even act to undermine it if they are taken to be consistent with or extensions of Marx's work. The category of landlord class invites a similar set of criticisms. It too abstracts from the different capitalist and non-capitalist class positions occupied by the individuals it aggregates according to criteria other than class processes. For example, individuals within such a category may receive feudal surplus labor of SL in the form of feudal rents, from their feudal tenants, and thus occupy a feudal fundamental class position. They may also receive a distributed share of capitalist surplus labor in the form of capitalist rents. They occupy then a capitalist subsumed class position. We may note here that the meaning of rental income is completely different in these two cases. Its meaning depends on the specification of particular class processes. In one case, rental income means a feudal fundamental class receipt, and in another it means a capitalist subsumed class receipt. To treat such rental incomes as the same is, as Marx explicitly emphasized, to obscure such class distinctions. Point 19. Changes in so-called landlord class income do not permit inferring any particular conclusions regarding changes that may be occurring between and within different class groupings. For example, a decline in this aggregate income could be quite consistent with a rise in feudal exploitation and thus income. Consider simply the possibility that a decline in capitalist subsumed class rental income outweighs a rise in feudal rents. Theories of economic development that equate a powerful landlord class measuring power by income with barriers to capitalist development might predict capitalist growth based on the observed landlord income decline. In contrast, a class analysis of the specified circumstances, as sketched here, would reveal a growing feudal fundamental class income and quite probably a consequent strengthening of barriers to capitalist growth. A Marxian critique of wages and profits. Changes in the ratio of profits to wages in a capitalist social formation are used frequently by Marxists and non-Marxists alike to support their arguments attacking or defending such a social system. What our formulation suggests is the problematization of the categories of wages and profits as they are usually articulated within both neoclassical and also other Marxian arguments. We may begin to demonstrate this problematization by focusing upon wages. Whether wages are understood as receipts for the sale of labor services, as in neoclassical economics, or the sale of labor power, as in the Marxist tradition, the term as such is critically incomplete and hence imprecise for purposes of Marxian class analysis. Any individual's wages and a fortiori any aggregate measure of wages in a society may include fundamental and/or subsumed and/or non-class incomes. The sale of labor power may produce any or all of these different in class terms incomes in a great variety of combinations. For example, some individuals may sell productive labor power to industrial capitalists, thus earning a capitalist fundamental class income of V. Others may sell unproductive labor power to subsumed classes earning a non-class income of NC, and still others may sell unproductive labor power to industrial capitalists earning a subsumed class income of SSC. An aggregate wage variable includes all such incomes. It collapses the differences in class terms of these wage incomes. It abstracts from the class differences of these components of wage income. Consider then the aggregate measures of wages available from existing compilations in the United States. Because they are constructed without any reference to the class differentiations within the concept of wage, they cannot be the basis for conclusions about the class processes of the society. For example, a change in such aggregate wages does not permit any particular conclusion regarding either the rate of exploitation, S/V, or the value rate of profit, S/C plus V. Nor does the absence of a change in aggregate wages, since such an absence could mean simply that an increase in the fundamental class income component of wages was offset by decreases in the subsumed class or non-class components, etc. A parallel sort of problematization of the category of profits follows from a class analysis of income distribution. Enterprises have incomes, in our formulation, comprising fundamental, subsumed and non-class components. For example, an enterprise in which the capitalist fundamental class process occurs earns surplus value. It may also own stock of other industrial enterprises, sell commodities to other industrial enterprises at prices above their exchange value, rent land or a franchise, and even loan money to other industrial capitalists. In such cases, the enterprise earns subsumed class incomes. Finally, the enterprise may earn non-class revenues by, for example, purchasing input commodities at prices below their exchange value, by selling commodities to buyers other than industrial enterprises at prices above their exchange value, and by renting land, lending money, etc. to persons other than industrial capitalists. All of these diverse class and non-class revenue sources comprise an enterprise's total flow of income. Typically, in both neoclassical and Marxian discussions, the income flows to enterprises have certain deductions made from them to arrive at some notion of net profits to the enterprise. Setting aside the theoretical rationales offered for such deductions, it is the gross income flows, and hence the net also, that are problematized in our approach. An enterprise's income may rise, then, together with the rise or fall or no other change in the surplus value it may be appropriating from its productive laborers. No inference from changes in profits to changes in the class distribution of its income can be drawn in analyzing enterprises, unless the precise class breakdown of its income is available. Yet such breakdowns are unavailable since they have been utilized neither in constructing the data on individual firms' profits nor in constructing aggregate measures of profits. Finally, such categories of income as interest, rent, or taxes display similar complexities. Each of these may comprise both subsumed class and non-class components. Without precise measures which distinguish these components, there exists no way to connect such categories of income to the class processes of the capitalist social formation. We may state the conclusions of this critique of wages and profits as follows. 9.4. 9.5. Where W is a variable for wages and P is a variable for profits, the variable X denotes the deductions from enterprise incomes made to arrive at the net notion of profits, P. Equations, 9.4, and 9.5, are, of course, simply special cases of the basic Marxian class analysis of income summarized in equation, 9.1. Using equations, 9.4, and 9.5, we can draw critical attention to a widely used concept of income distribution which underlies statistical compilations and their interpretations both inside and outside the Marxian tradition. 9.6. Our class analysis draws attention to the fact that this measure aggregates and thus misses the important fundamental/subsumed/non-class distinctions. Thus, for example, this measure of income distribution may fall while the rate of exploitation, S/V, rises. So a rise in the rate of exploitation can be entirely consistent with a change in the distribution of income against capital and in favor of workers. Conclusions. Discussions of the distribution of income couched in the usual terms of wages, profits, interest, rent, taxes, etc. cannot be directly applied to or integrated within Marxian class analysis. Nor will minor calculational adjustments solve the problem of such terms. What is at stake are different concepts of economic processes and structure, different meanings of the terms themselves. Empirical elaborations of Marxian class analysis that use existing statistical sources of data on individuals' incomes, wages, profits, etc. must begin by radically transforming those data into the sorts of class analytical income components specified above. Otherwise, the attempts to draw Marxian analytical conclusions from movements in those data are logically unwarranted and unacceptable. Yet the dominant practice within Marxist economics is unacceptable in just this regard, notwithstanding occasional lip service paid to the conceptual difficulties of adapting the usual income distributional data to Marxian value categories. Most Marxists have not even begun to specify what all those difficulties are, let alone propose solutions to them. 20 This paper is an initial effort to at least theorize the specific Marxian class analysis of income and its distribution and indicate its difference from neoclassical categories and data. We seek to construct a Marxist response to Sweezy's important observation that the field of income distribution is beset with serious conceptual and statistical problems. 21. Some implications of our formulation may further suggest the importance of a Marxian specification of income and its distribution. The capital, 3, discussion of a tendency for profit rates to decline concerns the value profit rate, S/C+V. Without a radical transformation of existing data on aggregate profit rates, whether or not broken down by sector, industry, or firm, according to the class/non-class categories developed above, it is not possible to infer either the existence or absence of this tendency from movements in those data. Without a specification of the particular pattern of class and non-class incomes flowing to American workers, it is not possible to specify the consequences of changes in wage rates upon such workers' total incomes. Constancy of measures such as the relative income shares of labor and capital may well mask important offsetting shifts between class and non-class incomes which would be crucial for the purposes of Marxian social analysis. Neither the theoretical exploration of basic concepts nor the empirical construction of usable data for a consistent Marxian class analysis of income and its distribution in capitalist social formations is in an adequate state. The theoretical elaboration barely begun here is intended to enable and stimulate the remedies required by this analytical situation. At the very least, we hope to inhibit the continued abuse of non-Marxian concepts and data constructions by Marxists and shift the terrain of our work onto the surer footing of class analytical formulations of income and its distribution. 10. Class and monopoly. Introduction. Monopoly refers to a power or political process, whereas class refers to economic processes. This chapter offers a systematic examination of the diverse possible relationships between monopoly power and class structure. The conceptual differentiation of power from class is central to the logic of our argument. Resnick and Wolff 1987, especially ch. 3.1 Power, for us, is a process of wielding authority over or directing the behavior of individuals. These behaviors may be economic, cultural, political, and so on. Class is a different process. It entails producing, appropriating, and distributing surplus labor. There are different kinds of class processes: communist, capitalist, feudal, and so on, which vary according to who produces, appropriates, and distributes the social surplus and how that process is organized. No doubt, the distribution of power in society participates in the overdetermination of what kinds of class processes occur in that society and their particular qualities. Similarly, a society's particular class process overdetermines its power processes. However, the interaction of power and class processes is no warrant for collapsing them, reducing either to an effect of the other, or ignoring how both also are overdetermined by the natural, cultural, and indeed all the other processes that comprise any society. Monopoly designates a particular distribution of power in and over a particular institution, namely a market. By market we mean a social institution that accomplishes in the sense of quid pro quo exchanges the passages of products and resources among producers and consumers. Point 2. Monopolists, by definition, have the power directly and purposefully to influence prices in the markets where they sell commodities. Monopolies presuppose markets. By contrast, class processes can exist and historically often have existed without markets. Wolff 1995. Surplus labor was often performed, appropriated, and distributed in past societies without the presence of markets and thus without the presence of monopolies. The same is true today at sites in many societies. See the analysis of surplus labor inside U.S. households in Fradd et al. 1994. The possible relationships between monopoly, power, and class are highly variable and conjunctural. This provides further support for keeping class and monopoly separate as analytical categories. In our view, a Marxist theory of monopoly aims systematically to expose and explore the linkages that may connect class processes to monopolistic power processes in those societies in which markets exist. Non-Marxist theories of monopoly view these matters quite differently, since they typically abstract from considerations of class or deny its existence altogether. Among Marxists, too, disagreement yields several theories of monopoly, and of class as well. We will therefore specify our particular Marxist argument and its differences from alternative approaches, both Marxist and non-Marxist. Our conclusions suggest what analytical and political stakes attach to the different approaches. A brief history of monopoly theories. Strictly speaking, monopoly refers to a market in which one seller confronts many buyers. However, in this chapter, we will use the term more loosely to refer to both monopoly, one seller, and oligopoly, few sellers. Thus monopoly will mean a market situation in which the sellers are few enough, one or several, to be able to wield direct influence over the price of commodities in that market. The opposite of such a monopoly, long called competition, entails a market situation in which a sufficient number of sellers confronts the many buyers such that no one or a subset of several sellers can influence market prices. Before the generalization of specifically capitalist class structures of production in Europe, various non-capitalist class structures characterized production in that part of the world. These included the slave, feudal, primitive communist, and individual self-employed, what Marx termed the ancient, class structures. Sometimes their non-capitalist products were distributed via market exchanges and thereby became feudal, slave, communist, or ancient commodities. In such non-capitalist markets, monopolistic distributions of market power often arose. Geographic isolation, unique technological advantages, state power, especially military, church dictates, guild rules, and other mechanisms could secure monopoly power for short or long periods and across small or large regions depending on historical conditions. Markets have always been contested institutions. Plato and Aristotle debated their social costs and benefits, the medieval church divided over market practices, Roll 1946:15, 48, and socialists continue a long dispute over markets versus planning. Where and when markets existed, monopoly power within them never ceased to be highly controversial. Opponents have denounced monopolies as obstacles to the economic and social benefits asserted to flow from competitive markets. Supporters of monopolies have countered with demonstrations of how, where, when, and why monopolies can procure greater economic or social benefits, especially via economies of scale, than competition could achieve. In the 16th century, the debates turned on whether monopolies, rather than competition, could achieve more economic growth, national security, employment, and other social benefits. Adam Smith asserted the natural superiority of competitive markets in optimally allocating resources, but he allowed for the benefits of temporary monopolies, 1937:594, 95, 712. In the 1840s, John Stuart Mill's Principles of Political Economy agreed with Smith and added that natural monopolies should be nationalized, Book I, ch. 8. On the other hand, Friedrich List's Das Nationalsystem der politischen Ökonomie, 1841, demonstrated how state-protected monopolies for infant industries would outperform what could be accomplished via competitive markets. Subsequent debates only refined and mathematically formalized the basic alternative positions on whether greater efficiency, static or dynamic, would result from monopoly or competition, Marshall 1891:512, 27. Europe's uneven transition from mercantilism to capitalism had foregrounded the issue of monopoly versus competition for economists such as those we have considered. They disputed competition versus monopoly in terms of maximizing outputs in relation to costs and to consumers' demands. They did not pose, answer, or debate questions about monopolies' effects on class processes in the sense of producing, appropriating, and distributing surplus labor or surplus value. Even after Marx's work had demonstrated the existence and social effects of these class processes within modern capitalism, neither Marx nor any of his contemporaries analyzed the relation of class processes to monopoly, Howard and King 1989:13, 91. This happened partly because the capitalist class structures of the later 18th and 19th centuries coexisted with relatively competitive markets. Monopoly, associated with a fading mercantilism, had likewise faded from center stage. Toward the end of the 19th century, however, European capitalism changed in ways that reignited interest in and debates over monopolies. Trusts and cartels then seemed to be growing quickly at the expense of competition, Clapham 1951, ch. 4. Broad social movements arose that opposed monopoly as the cause of many social problems. In the United States, the Sherman and Clayton Acts reflected the popularity of anti-monopoly feelings. The actuality of monopoly provoked significant segments of the emerging neoclassical tradition to think about the economics of monopoly. By the 1920s, Major works applied neoclassical economic theory to monopoly or monopolistic competition, Chamberlain 1933, Robinson 1933. Sraffa, 1926:542, stated bluntly that it is necessary, therefore, to abandon the path of free competition and turn in the opposite direction, namely, towards monopoly. Serious theoretical engagement with monopoly by some neoclassical economists provoked other neoclassical economists to react. The most conservative did this by extending classical arguments about the superior efficiency of competition. Such superiority, they argued, would undermine monopolies if and when they arose. Monopolies were therefore secondary phenomena unworthy of much analytical attention. Moreover, it was mostly state intervention, if not corruption, that produced them in the first place, Friedman 1962:119, 36. The less conservative revived the older, more balanced neoclassical perspective that favored competition but acknowledged some scope for monopoly, because it could realize economies of scale and innovation, if properly regulated, Shepard 1985:145, 60. Neoclassical economists again debated monopoly exclusively in terms of its impacts, relative to competition, on output quantities and prices. As Schumpeter, 1954:305, 6, had once noted, a tedious repetitiveness characterizes the last 3 centuries of such debates. The emerging socialist tradition also responded to the late 19th century populist upsurge against monopolies. Levy, 1911, Hilferding's Finance Capital, 1910-1980, and Lenin's Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, 1926, provoked an intense and lasting engagement of socialists with issues of monopoly and monopolistic capitalism. Lenin's became the most influential because of the Soviet Revolution's global impact. For Lenin, monopoly not only was the latest stage of capitalism's evolution and hence worthy of Marxists' attention. Monopoly capitalism also generated imperialism, imperialist conflicts, and wars. Socialists could ally their anti-capitalism to the mass movements against war, imperialism, and monopoly if they could persuade them that capitalism was the root cause of all 3 social evils. Socialist and especially Marxist economists have remained interested in monopoly and its relationship which most deem central to capitalism and capitalist imperialism, Steindl 1952, Sweezy 1956:239, 328, Silos Labani 1962, Baron and Sweezy 1968, Mondell 1975:310, 76, Cowling 1982, Sherman 1985. Their basic presumption became that competitive capitalism necessarily evolved into monopolistic or oligopolistic capitalism, Sherman 1991:295, 316. While basing their work on Lenin and Hilferding, they nonetheless shifted the focus in important ways. Marx and even Lenin had stressed those contradictions of capitalism located inside its production apparatus at the point where surplus labor is produced and appropriated. In contrast, many subsequent Marxists refocused analysis on how monopoly market conditions, that is, the monopolies or giant enterprises typical in late capitalism, produced stagnation, state interventions, and imperialism. Class analyses once focused on exploitation and surplus value gave way to analyses of monopolistic markets and their impacts on the macroeconomy. The very term class analysis came to refer to the mass of workers, also consumers, confronting monopoly capitalist enterprises who mostly controlled the state within each nation. The Marxist theoretical goal became one of showing how this class structure increasingly indistinguishable from a monopoly market structure imposed on the workers, consumers, unemployment, relative poverty, war, and so on. A few Marxists maintained Marx's theoretical distinction between markets and class structures as distinctly separate objects of socialist criticism. For example, Howard Sherman, 1985, argued that the emergence of monopoly power was merely one of many conjunctural changes in capitalism that helped to shape its class structure. In several contributions, he stressed in particular how monopoly power not only increased the instability of capitalism, 1968:214, 1991:315, but also enhanced its class exploitation, 1985:367. Interestingly enough, for this chapter, Sherman also argued implicitly for a changed Marxian value theory that would recognize the impact of monopoly power on capitalism's class structure, 1985:361, 64 and 374-76. We too share this view and argue here in particular for a new form of the Marxian value equation under conditions of monopoly. Most other Marxists conflated monopoly and class within composites such as monopoly capitalism. Thus, Marxist politicians increasingly formulated strategies of anti-monopoly alliances. As obstacles to social progress, monopolized markets and capitalist class structures converged into one enemy. As monopolies extended their power to control the state, the composite enemy became state monopoly capitalism. This enemy was conceived much more in terms of the diverse powers it wielded than in terms of the surplus labor, that is, class, structures it contained. The two adjectives state and monopoly exemplify the refocusing of Marxist social criticism from class to power. The Marxist project came to redefine socialism as chiefly the political movement whereby workers would seize the state monopoly complex and use that power to serve social, collective people's ends rather than private profitability. Point 3. This brief survey of theories of monopoly enables some conclusions that pave the way for our alternative Marxist theory. Both Marxist and non-Marxist theories stress the overwhelmingly, if not totally, negative consequences of monopolized markets. Point 4. For most of the non-Marxists, when monopolies displaced competition, the results sooner or later, directly or indirectly, were absolutely less economic efficiency. They define the latter in the classic sense of how well inputs were converted into outputs, maximum product for minimum effort. For the Marxists and the more leftist of the non-Marxists, monopoly also meant greater inequalities of income and wealth, and especially of political and cultural power. If class was mentioned at all, it was class defined in terms of income and wealth, poor versus rich, or in terms of power, rulers versus oppressed. No Marxist theories of monopoly yet exist that relate it systematically to class defined as the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor. Our Marxist approach differs from other theories of monopoly by foregrounding the differences and relations between a society's class structures in the surplus labor sense and its market structures. We do not presume that monopoly is either the inevitable product of competitive markets or necessarily marginal to them. Indeed, we will show that, a. competitive and monopolistic markets continually transform into one another, and, b. capitalist class structures interact in contradictory ways with both competitive and monopolistic market structures. The social context determines in each particular conjuncture how class, competition, and monopoly interact and transform one another. If a socialist politics keeps its critiques of capitalist class structures distinct from its critiques of particular market structures, it can avoid losing a class revolutionary perspective within an anti-monopoly movement. Then Marxists can contribute their own special class revolutionary objectives, insights, and energies to any anti-monopoly alliance. The class analysis of monopoly developed below enables a further set of theoretical and political arguments that will comprise the conclusion of the chapter. The simple class analytics of monopoly. Suppose that some industrial enterprises enjoy sufficient market power to set the price for the commodity they produce and sell. For our purposes here, it does not matter whether one or a few oligopolist sellers wield such power. Suppose also that this monopoly/oligopoly uses its market power to raise the price above the commodity's value. This excess accrues to such enterprises as monopoly revenue additional to whatever surplus they appropriate from their productive laborers. Selling commodities for more than their values is an unequal exchange at the buyer's expense. The monopoly revenues gained can be designated either as subsumed or non-class revenues depending on the buyers, Resnick and Wolff 1987, ch. 3. If the buyers were, for example, other industrial capitalists, who used a portion of the surpluses they appropriated from their productive laborers to pay the monopoly premium, the latter would be subsumed class revenue. Such industrial capitalist buyers would then have so much less surplus to use to secure all the other conditions of their continued ability to appropriate surplus. Their different possible reactions to this situation would have correspondingly different effects on the economy and society. If the buyers were not surplus appropriators, for example, wage workers, then the monopoly prices they paid would be non-class revenues for the enterprises. This is because they are not distributions of any appropriated surplus. How such wage workers respond will have economic and social effects different from the various possible responses of industrial capitalists. Monopolies/oligopolies, understood as political processes of wielding market power, will thus impact upon class structures, understood as processes of producing, appropriating, and distributing surpluses, in multiple, complex ways, as we show below. Consider enterprises in a wage good, Marx's Department 2, or capital good, Department I, industry that are able to set a market price greater than the value of their produced commodities. Utilizing the Marxian value equation, we can write for these enterprises. Here SV represents the surplus value yielded in production and realized by the industrial capitalist if the output commodity is sold at its value, W. Hereafter this value, W, will be defined to be equal to the total exchange value, EV, of the commodity. The Mr. term denotes the additional value inflow that monopoly achieves. It is the difference between the commodity's monopoly price, P, and its exchange value per unit of use value, EV/UV, multiplied by the number of use values sold, UVMR equals, P, EV/UV, UV.5. If such monopoly-priced goods are sold to productive laborers, they must pay for them out of the value received by selling their labor power. Such laborers lose in unequal exchange what the sellers gain as monopoly revenues. The latter are non-class revenues, NCR, that is, they have no direct connection to the class processes because they comprise neither a surplus appropriated in production nor a distribution of a surplus appropriated in production. Matters are quite different if the monopoly-priced commodities are means of production sold to other industrial capitalists. The latter must divert a portion of their appropriated surplus values, make a subsumed class payment, received as a subsumed class revenue, SSCR, by the seller, to cover the excess of monopoly prices over values. In this case, monopoly does have a direct impact on class processes, it alters the distribution of appropriated surplus. We can now write new value equations for industrial capitalist enterprises wielding monopoly power. Monopoly power's gains from unequal exchange yield either a SSCR or a NCR, thereby raising profit rates to R equals, SV plus SSCR, slash, C plus V, and R equals, SV plus NCR, slash, C plus V, respectively. Differentiating the two industries' class exploitative revenues, SV, from their subsumed or non-class monopoly revenues, SSCR or NCR, implies a parallel difference in how industries distribute these revenues. On the one hand, capitalist boards of directors distribute their appropriated surplus values, SV, as subsumed class payments, SSCP, to reproduce their conditions of existence as surplus appropriators. SSCP includes expenditures on managers, capital accumulation, research and development, dividends, taxes, and so forth. On the other hand, these same boards also distribute the subsumed class or non-class monopoly revenues they may receive. Such distributions aim to reproduce the condition of existence of those monopoly revenues, namely monopoly power in their markets. If we let X and Y represent the distributions, respectively, of SSCR and NCR, then X and Y comprise expenditures to secure market power such as advertising, legal services, lobbying costs associated with securing favorable legislation, and so on. Taking these different revenues and expenditures into account, we can adjust our equation for Department I enterprises that both exploit productive laborers and engage in unequal exchanges with other class exploiters as follows. The parallel, adjusted equation for Department II enterprises that both exploit and engage in an unequal exchange with laborers, i.e. persons who do not appropriate surplus, can be written as: for any given enterprise, the SV term may be larger or smaller than either the SSCR or NCR term. Relative size will depend on all the conditions, presumably changing continuously, that govern both the processes of appropriating surplus from employees and the different processes of market exchange. If industrial capitalist enterprises seek maximum revenue and if they see better prospects for the growth of monopoly revenues than for growth in the rate of exploitation in production, they will shift expenditures from the SSCP category to the X and Y categories. Under such circumstances, rising monopoly revenues can actually lessen capitalist production. Under other circumstances, relatively poorer prospects for monopoly revenues might persuade capitalist enterprises boards of directors to reduce their X and Y expenditures in favor of expanding production. Our argument, unlike many of the other theories of monopoly reviewed above, posits no necessary linear or tendential relation between monopoly and capitalist production. Whether monopoly expands and further secures capitalist production or has the opposite effect will depend on the ever-shifting social context. The equalities in the equations above, SV equals SSCP, SSCR equals X, and NCR equals Y, are not logical or empirical necessities. Our exposition simply begins with them. For example, if we assume for simplicity that SV equals SSCP, the board of directors distributes all the surplus it appropriates, it is possible that X expenditures on, say, advertising or maintaining a trademark may give rise to a monopoly revenue, SSCR, exceeding that expenditure. Then the total flow of revenues, SV plus SSCR, exceeds the total expenditures made, SSCP plus X. The difference between SSCR and X then represents an added inflow of value for boards of directors. They could use it to expand SSCP, including capital accumulation, and thereby enhance their industrial class position as surplus appropriators. The same logic applies when NCRY. In these ways, monopoly revenues may enable the deepening and widening of capitalist class structures in production. Enterprises would probably not devote such additional SSCP to capital accumulation and output expansion within already monopolized markets. Instead, they might expand dividends to owners or salaries to managers. They also could create new sources of surplus value by using the additional SSCP to produce other commodities. Monopoly revenues gained in one market would then serve the enterprise to expand class exploitation and enter other markets. If, in these newly entered markets, other firms had held monopoly positions, such entry might eliminate those monopoly positions. There can be no presumption, then, that monopoly simply displaces competition. We thus part company with the many economists reviewed above who associate capitalism with a unidirectional tendency for monopoly to replace competition. Monopolies may colonize hitherto competitive markets, but they may likewise undermine hitherto monopolized markets. Only the specific economic and social context, itself ceaselessly changing, will determine which tendency prevails, where, and for how long. Monopoly revenues that exceed the costs of maintaining them, SSCRX or NCRY, might also enable enterprise boards of directors, not to strengthen their class positions in production, but rather to expand or newly develop subsumed and non-class revenue positions. For example, they might purchase common stock, X, of other industrial capitalist enterprises, whether in their own or a different industry, to gain dividends and capital gains. Wage-good enterprises especially may be interested in using such monopoly revenues to lend them to consumers to enable them to purchase monopoly-priced wage-good commodities. Utilized in this way, monopoly revenues expand consumer sales, even while monopoly prices constrain those same sales. Such monopoly wage-good enterprises benefit in two ways: they receive one non-class revenue, NCR, through unequal exchanges with consumers, and another NCR in the form of interest on their loans to those consumers. Monopoly power arises and disappears in wage or capital good markets for many, varied reasons. Industrial capitalists seek revenues not only from appropriating surpluses in production but also from monopoly as well as stock ownership, renting, lending, and still other positions. No intrinsic greater or lesser importance attaches to any one of these positions or its associated expenditures. Corporate boards adapt to, even as they create, ever-changing revenue conditions by continually shifting expenditures among SSCP, X, and Y. In so doing, they necessarily alter the very nature of the corporation. Point 6. In our monopoly example, X or Y expenditures may arise at any moment to enable the establishment of a monopoly position for an enterprise. Expenditures on advertising and product design, for example, likely start even before an industrial capitalist produces a commodity. Creating buyers' loyalty to a differentiated commodity may enable sellers to charge a price greater than the commodity's value. Likewise, X or Y expenditures on acquiring patents, trademarks, tariff legislation, cartel arrangements, and so on will, if successful, become conditions of existence of monopoly revenues. However, as is well known, monopoly power and revenues can arise without any initial X or Y expenditures. For example, the competitive search for super profit within capital or wage good industries may eliminate less efficient firms, leaving ever fewer enterprises. Eventually, the few survivors may gain sufficient market power to set the price above value, thereby securing monopoly revenues, SSCR and/or NCR. On the other hand, once monopoly revenue positions accrue to the remaining enterprises, X or Y expenditures typically follow in the form of, say, advertising to help secure those new, monopoly revenue flows. Equally likely are scenarios of continual research and development expenditures, still another part of SSCP, creating new kinds of capital and wage good commodities, literally new industries that earn innovating firms not only new sources of SV in production, but new monopoly revenue flows of SSCR or NCR in the market. The latter tend to survive only until other enterprises, whether in the industry or not, figure out ways to make these new commodities or to transform, via design and/or advertising, their old commodities into competitive alternatives for buyers. This discussion shows that monopoly power and monopoly revenues are not unusual, special, or permanent phenomena in capitalism. Industrial capitalists who seek more revenues devise strategies to gain monopoly revenues where possible and profitable. This can and often does work to undermine other capitalists' monopoly power. The resulting rises and falls of monopoly revenues across industries are thus distinct from, although interactive with, the rises and falls of surplus appropriation. The consequences of monopoly power. No inevitable set of consequences flows from the emergence of monopoly power in wage or capital good industries. In contrast to much of the literature, for example, the premises of writers such as Hilferding, Lenin, and Baron and Sweezy, no new laws of monopoly capitalism displace the laws of competitive capitalism. The existence of monopolies unevenly developing from one market to the next is not in question, nor is their possible impact on capitalist enterprises. The question is whether the uneven development and oscillations of monopoly and competition entails some basic, tendential change of capitalism requiring a corresponding change in Marxist theory. We believe that no such tendential change in capitalism exists, nor does it require a sea change in Marxist theory. Instead, what Marxist theory does need is to keep carefully distinct the class analytics of capitalist production from the power analysis of market structures, and so prepare the ground for analyzing the ever-shifting, conjunctural interactions between the two. To explore this thesis, we consider at one extreme the impact of generalized monopoly prices on all wage goods purchased by productive laborers. We shall then turn to the impact on capitalist enterprises generally of monopoly power in the capital goods industry. Initially, assume that workers receive a value of their labor power, V, equal to the value of the goods purchased from Department 2 capitalists, V equals F/UV UV, where F/UV is the value per unit of wage goods and UV is the quantity of such goods purchased. Now assume that the prices of these goods rise due to monopoly power. If the value of labor power remains unchanged, then VPUV, where P represents the higher monopoly prices. By paying more for these commodities than their values, workers transfer a non-class revenue, NCR, to the monopoly capitalists selling them. With no other assumptions, productive laborers suffer a decline in their real wages, a decline in their UVs purchased. Industrial capitalists, as noted, may well use this NCR to increase their SSCP, e.g. dividends, managers' salaries, research and development on new commodities, their Y, e.g. advertising and new product design, loans to consumers, and or their X, purchase of shares of common stock or bonds of other industrial enterprises. In this case, while consumption demand in the economy is increased by monopoly power's expansion of subsumed and non-class revenues, it is decreased by monopoly power's reduction of real wages. Consumer demand thus exists in contradiction, overdetermined by the multiple, different, and ever-shifting determinations that constitute it. Workers' possible reactions to reduced real incomes and consumption expenditures complicates the analysis further. Suppose, for example, that labor unions could raise money wages, W, above the value of labor power, V, and thereby maintain real wages in the face of higher, that is, monopolized wage good prices. In that case, workers compel their industrial capitalist employers to use a portion of their surplus to make a subsumed class payment, SSCP, equal to W minus V. Such capitalists must distribute a portion of the workers' surplus back to them in order to secure access to the labor power they must buy. In effect, the union's monopoly power in the labor power confronts the monopoly power of Department 2 capitalists. The outcome depends upon the relative power each monopolist wields in the two different markets. If what workers lose, NCR, in the wage goods market equals what they gain, SSCR, in the monopolized market for labor power, their real income and demand for wage goods remain unchanged. However, that equality depends entirely on circumstance. In any case, whether capitalists pay more or less for monopolized labor power than they recoup in monopolized wage goods markets, what transpires in both markets is different from and has no necessary particular impact upon exploitation, that is, the class processes of producing and appropriating surplus labor. To underscore this difference between class exploitation and the power wielded by corporations and unions, let us return to our previous assumptions in which the coexistence of NCRY and SV equals SSCP provided Department 2 enterprises with a favorable revenue inequality, SV plus NCR SSCP plus Y. Suppose unions' reactions succeeded in raising money wages and thereby compelled a subsumed class payment, SSCP, from the capitalists to pay for the excess of wages over the value of labor power. Suppose, finally, that this SSCP exceeded the excess of monopoly revenue, NCR, over the cost of securing that monopoly, Y. This would represent a critical problem for these Department 2 enterprises. In response, these enterprises could try to intensify exploitation, to appropriate more surplus value, SV, from their productive laborers. Indeed, it might be possible to raise the rate of exploitation partly because workers had gained a SSCP through their union's actions. While this example indicates how monopoly could result in a higher rate of class exploitation in the economy, such an effect of monopoly on class is only one of many possible alternative effects. Enterprises might not be able to increase the rate of exploitation. Instead, they might then try to raise their output prices once more, thereby trying to gain more from unequal exchanges as commodity sellers, NCR, than they lose as buyers, SSCP. Union. Point 7. If unions react by raising their wage demands, the wage price spiral, its impact, if any, on exploitation would depend on the social context. Point 8. To take this example one more step, if the social situation precluded Department 2 enterprises from both increasing the rate of exploitation and raising their output prices, they might then have to focus more on the right-hand side of their class equation, reducing other kinds of SSCP, i.e. other than SSCP unions, and/or X and/or Y expenditures. In summary, the implications of monopoly power in Department 2 enterprises are contradictory. Monopoly prices may reduce workers' real wages, even as they expand enterprises' revenues. Yet these are merely the initial set of contradictory consequences. In turn, they provoke further consequences ramifying ceaselessly. Workers might react passively to higher monopoly prices and suffer reduced real wages and consumption. They might strike for higher market wages, go into debt, or otherwise obtain still other revenue flows. 9 Then, 2. Workers might turn their frustrations in the face of this situation against the state by demanding lower personal and/or property taxes. 10. In parallel fashion, higher monopoly revenues for enterprises may or may not set in motion new expenditures and/or new corporate growth strategies. And, of course, monopolies' effects on labor and capital provoke further reactions by each to the other and so on. Monopolies' effects are always overdetermined by a myriad of social processes. No necessary, inevitable, essentialist, or determinist linkage runs from monopoly as cause to any particular class or non-class effects. This conclusion clashes with the bulk of Marxist and non-Marxist literature on monopoly, which has presumed or argued for just such necessary/determinist effects. Likewise, socialist and Marxist political movements have premised many of their strategic visions on notions of intrinsic, necessary tendencies of monopoly and its impacts on class structure and on capitalist society generally. When it is Department I enterprises that wield monopoly power, the consequences are different from, but nonetheless as contradictory as, those that follow from Department 2 monopolies. Whereas Department 2 monopoly prices directly affect wage workers, Department I monopoly prices first affect other industrial capitalists. The latter need to allocate a portion of their appropriated surplus, make subsumed class payments to pay for the difference between the monopoly price and the value of constant capital. When Department 2 capitalists pay for Department I's output at monopoly prices, then Department 2 enterprises SSCPman a new demand and burden on their surplus equals the SSCRman received by Department I capitalists. If we assume a further simplicity that Department I enterprises enjoy this monopoly without having to make any outlay, X, to secure it, then the reallocation of value from Department 2 to Department I enterprises occurs without any direct or necessary impact on the surplus value appropriated in either department. This reallocation of value can lead the affected enterprises to react in a variety of ways. They can adjust the left or right-hand side or both sides of their equations. Raising surplus value, particularly by the adversely affected capitalists in Department 2, is only one possible reaction. Further, each reaction creates still further adjustments on the part of others in a never-ending process of actions and reactions. Consider, finally, the economic consequences if generalized monopoly power characterizes both Departments I and II, and if workers either remain passive when faced with higher monopoly prices or else raise their wages to pay for them. To simplify, we shall further assume that monopoly prices in both departments rise proportionately, that demands for both goods are equally inelastic, and that neither department needs to make expenditures to secure their respective monopolies. When workers remain passive, the development of monopoly provokes uneven development between the two departments. Monopoly enterprises in Department I initially gain a value inflow at the expense of their counterparts in Department 2. To see this result more clearly, consider these equations for the two departments. Enterprises in Department I newly wielding monopoly power gain a value inflow of SSCRman via an unequal market exchange with enterprises in Department 2. Department 2 enterprises fare differently. On the one hand, their monopolies gain a value inflow of NCRman via unequal exchange with, and at the expense of, the passive workers. On the other hand, given our simplifying assumptions, their value gain from workers, NCRman, equals and hence is offset by their value loss to Department I monopoly capitalists, SSCPman. The rising profitability of monopoly capitalists in Department I relative to Department 2 might well provoke capital flows, unemployment, and a ramifying host of economic shifts and counter-shifts. The outcomes are different when workers can increase money wages in step with higher, monopolized, consumer good prices. Department I enterprises enjoy monopoly gains, SS Searman, in their unequal exchanges with industrial capitalists in Department II, but only to lose them in the unequal exchange with workers who have raised their money wages. Department II enterprises are in deeper trouble. Their loss of SS Searman to Department I monopoly capitalists is not offset by any monopoly gain, NCR, from their exchanges with workers because the latter have raised their money wages. Department II capitalists thus face a crisis while Department I capitalists achieve no net gain from their monopolies. While other assumptions and reactions would, of course, yield other outcomes of monopoly positions achieved by capitalists in either or both departments, our examples suffice to show the utterly contingent effects of monopolies when they do occur. Merchants, banks, and foreign exploitation. We may extend our analysis of monopoly to non-industrial capitalists, that is, enterprises that do not produce commodities and hence do not appropriate surplus labor. For example, pure merchants and banks enterprises exclusively engaged in buying and reselling commodities or in lending money at interest can achieve a kind of monopoly power. In such enterprises, monopoly power does not occur together with exploitation, although it indirectly affects exploitation elsewhere in the economy. Our analysis also can be extended to both industrial and non-industrial enterprises that enjoy monopoly power in international transactions. These analyses too will highlight the important political implications of distinguishing between class exploitation and monopoly power. Consider a merchant who establishes a monopoly position, reselling a purchased commodity at a price that exceeds its unit value. This merchant thereby effectively charges a fee to buyers, a monopoly revenue, to enable them to purchase that commodity at its value, price equals value plus the monopoly revenue fee. If the buyer is an industrial capitalist who uses the commodity as a productive input, the merchant's fee, monopoly revenue, imposes a subsumed class payment on the industrial capitalist out of his appropriated surplus. When the buyer facing the monopolizing merchant is anyone else, such as a worker, the merchant's monopoly revenue represents a non-class payment and unequal exchange imposed on that buyer. Suppose that this merchant also establishes a monopoly position in the purchase of commodities from industrial capitalists. As such a monopsonist, the merchant buys the commodities at a market price below what normally would be paid to industrial capitalists by competing merchants. This merchant would actually receive two subsumed class payments from industrial capitalists. The first would be the normal competitive fee industrialists pay to merchants for buying their commodity outputs. In Capital, Volume 3, Marx locates this fee, which secures the rapid turnover of industrial capitalists' capital, as the discount below value at which industrial capitalists nominally sell their products to merchants. Merchants who wield monopsony power obtain a second, additional discount, which industrial capitalists must pay to secure the rapid turnover offered by the monopsony merchants. Merchants wielding such monopoly and monopsony powers in commodity markets can affect the class structure in diverse ways. As sellers of monopolized inputs to industrial capitalists, merchants force industrial capitalists to distribute more of the surplus to them, leaving less to distribute to other subsumed classes who provided important conditions of existence for industrial capital, such as bankers, shareholders, managers, research and development staffs, and so on. For example, OPEC's monopoly power in the 1970s raised oil prices to buying industrial capitalists, thereby helping to produce a capitalist crisis in that decade. Likewise, OPEC's monopoly prices charged to workers and other consumers effectively reduced the latter's real incomes. Where workers could successfully react by achieving wage increases, the crisis for industrial capitalists worsened. Such an example suggests why sometimes industrial capitalists, unions, managers, bankers, and so forth may form political alliances to fight the monopoly power wielded by merchants. The examples also suggest why such alliances, when successful in reducing or eliminating merchant monopoly power, may thereby strengthen exploitation inside industrial capitalist enterprises. Consider, as a second example, the pure money lender who achieves monopoly power in lending, which permits an interest rate that exceeds the normal, competitive rate. Loans made at this monopoly rate to an industrial capitalist impose a second subsumed class payment in addition to that entailed in the industrial capitalist's normal interest payment. Again, this second subsumed class payment leaves that much less surplus value for the industrial capitalist to use to secure all other conditions of existence. Likewise, if money lenders charge monopoly interest rates to borrowers other than industrial capitalists, the non-class payments thereby imposed on such borrowers will negatively impact their financial positions, provoking all sorts of possible reactions. This suggests why debtors, despite occupying quite different class positions such as, say, workers and exploiting capitalists, will sometimes form alliances against monopoly interest rates. And once again, when such an alliance is successful, capitalist exploitation inside industrial enterprises may well be strengthened. Needing to devote less surplus to interest rates, industrial capitalists can instead deploy it to secure other conditions of existence, such as increased supervisory pressures on productive workers. Consider now flows of value between nations. Such flows may or may not entail class exploitation. A flow in money form may simply be the equivalent of a reverse flow in commodity form, as in commodity exchange across national boundaries. A flow of value may also be surplus value produced by workers in one country and appropriated by the industrial capitalists of another country, namely the Marxian concept of foreign exploitation. Finally, a flow of value may be a distribution of already appropriated surplus value, a subsumed class payment from the capitalists of one country to citizens of another. The latter provide those capitalists conditions of existence and thereby secure subsumed class payments such as monopoly input prices, merchants' fees, and interest charges, as well as normal merchants' fees, interest payments, rental payments, patent fees, and so forth. There are significant political stakes in keeping distinct whether these international value flows represent the appropriation of surplus or the distribution of already appropriated surplus. When a U.S. industrial enterprise hires Panamanian labor power to produce commodities in Panama for sale globally, a case of foreign exploitation exists. U.S. capital exploits Panamanian labor. In contrast, no foreign exploitation would exist if U.S. enterprises operated a monopoly in the sale of U.S.-produced commodities to Panamanians. In this case, Panamanian industrial capitalists who purchased such outputs would have to divert a subsumed class payment to the U.S. seller, to cover the monopoly price premium. This monopoly claim on the Panamanian industrial capitalists' appropriated surplus would diminish the surplus available to secure all its other conditions of existence. If this U.S. enterprise also sold its U.S. products directly to Panamanian citizens at monopoly prices, it would reap the gains from such unequal exchanges at the expense of those citizens' real standard of living. When a U.S. bank establishes a monopoly position in Panama and lends to Panamanian industrial capitalists, it too receives a subsumed class payment, to cover the monopoly interest premium, above and beyond the normal interest payment for such a loan. And when the U.S. bank establishes and uses its monopoly power to charge a monopoly rate on loans to all other Panamanian citizens, it gains additional non-class revenues at the expense of those citizens. Consider, then, the politics of a social movement that might arise in Panama in opposition to the exploitation of Panama by foreign monopolies. For Panamanian citizens, the appeal of such a movement would focus on how their standards of living might be enhanced if the import prices charged by foreign merchants and the interest rates by foreign lenders could be reduced by breaking their monopolies. In contrast, for Panamanian capitalists, the appeal of such a movement would focus on how their industrial capitalist position vis-a-vis the Panamanian laborers they exploit would be strengthened, if they no longer had to pay monopoly prices for needed industrial inputs, monopoly fees to foreign merchants, or monopoly interest charges to foreign lenders. Breaking the foreign monopoly would free a portion of surplus that could then be used, say, to hire more supervisors to pressure workers to generate greater surpluses, and so on. In short, an anti-monopoly or anti-foreign monopoly politics can inform a social movement which strengthens capitalist exploitation or improves the standard of living of workers or combinations of both. An anti-monopoly or anti-foreign monopoly strategy advanced by a political movement will not necessarily have anti as opposed to pro-capitalist economic consequences. This is one implication of the analytical separation of class from monopoly argued in this paper. Conclusions. One way to summarize our results so far is to differentiate them from the widely influential, alternative monopoly capitalism school, Barron and Sweezy 1968, and defenses of that school, Sherman 1985. First of all, by drawing a distinction between the economic process of class and the political process of power, we highlight the different concepts of surplus deployed in each approach. The monopoly capital school aggregates and conflates the surplus appropriated in production, SV, with the gains from unequal monopolized exchanges, SSCR and NCR. It simply speaks of these aggregates as surplus. In its famous tendency for the surplus to rise, it cannot and does not distinguish surplus appropriation from unequal exchange. Not only was Marx keenly focused on precisely that distinction, but our approach likewise shows how monopoly changes in markets have no necessary, particular effects on the class process of exploitation. Thus we showed how monopoly price increases in wage goods might or might not raise the rate of exploitation depending on the social context. Our approach to monopoly theoretically separates class from exchange processes. This enables correspondingly differentiated political strategies in ways disabled by the alternative monopoly capital school. Second, our class analysis underscores the complexity and flexibility of monopoly capitalists' expenditures in 1. Eliminating old, 2. Securing existing, and 3. Creating new revenue positions. These positions include surplus appropriator, receiver of distributions from other appropriators, and receiver of gains from unequal exchanges such as those in monopolized markets. The monopoly capital school proceeds very differently. First, it reduces monopoly capitalists' expenditures to basically three kinds: capital accumulation, capitalists' luxury consumption, and the wasteful sales effort, advertising, and so on. Second, it finds that these outlays will simply not suffice to use up all the surplus achieved by monopoly capitalist corporations. Thus an insufficient aggregate demand chronically threatens the economy as a whole. The reasoning holds that there are limits on monopoly capitalists' accumulation, given their already monopolized markets, on their already high levels of luxury consumption, and on their sales efforts. Even the possibilities of exports and military procurement, both driven by state-managed imperialism, will not, they argue, solve the problem. Hence stagnation always threatens and sooner or later depresses the economy. This analysis misses the economic roles and importance of corporate distributions of their appropriated surplus to those, subsumed classes, within and without the corporate enterprises whose activities secure that surplus appropriation. By focusing only on capital accumulation, capitalists' consumption, and the sales effort, the monopoly capital school marginalizes or altogether ignores the many other corporate subsumed class expenditures, including those on research and development, managers' salaries, dividends, loans to other capitalists and individuals, patents, and so forth. Norton 1983. Those expenditures' intended and unintended effects are ignored in creating new fundamental, surplus appropriating, subsumed, and non-class revenue positions for monopoly capitalist corporations. For example, such corporations use portions of their appropriated surplus value to invent new commodities that enable new surplus value to be appropriated. Along the way, they can and often do invent new technologies which they then lease to other industrial or non-industrial enterprises, thereby earning new subsumed and non-class revenues, respectively. Such developments have not been well understood in the monopoly capital school. Likewise, it is not surprising that the monopoly capital school has not appreciated the economic importance of monopoly capitalists purchasing each other's stock and extending massive credits to all sorts of borrowers. Monopoly power can instead be understood, in our view, as merely one of the many ways corporations seek added revenues. Monopoly power, when achieved, does not necessarily contribute to an expanding economy, nor to a stagnating one. Our value examples show the many ways that monopolies can and do contribute to a variety of different economic conditions: more competition and less competition, more and less technical innovation, inflationary spirals, depressed real wages and consumption spending, unevenly developing departments, simultaneously falling real wage and rising subsumed class incomes, and so on. Our point in these examples was to argue for the open-ended, socially contingent contradictions created in the economy when monopoly power occurs. It is an argument against conceiving of monopoly in necessarily tendential terms. However political movements, governments, and theoretical schools respond to monopolies' rises and falls, we see the distinctively Marxian contribution as keeping separate the class dimensions of production, exploitation, from the power dimension of markets, monopoly/competition. This avoids conflating them into some fixed, necessary relation. It enables a political strategy that can take a position on monopoly without thereby losing its unique capacity to identify, expose, and so place on the social agenda the transformation of class relations, the elimination of exploitation. 11. Class, contradiction, and the capitalist economy. Introduction. Two major contributions differentiate Marx's explanation for how a capitalist economy works. One involves theorizing its functioning from the perspective of class, namely the processes of producing, appropriating and distributing surplus labor. Adding Marx's concept of class to economic explanation provides a potential threat to capitalism, for the stark implication is that the value received by industrial capitalists exactly equals what they exploit from their workers. In direct contrast to the claims of non-Marxian economic theory, class exploitation, and not the latter's marginal productivity, determines the economic rewards of industrial capitalists as well as of the managers, merchants, state officials, landlords, and bankers who live off the surplus distributed to them by those capitalists. That class exploitation supports the incomes received by such an otherwise venerated group of individuals in society tarnishes, if not makes ridiculous, non-Marxian claims of capitalism's underlying fairness and efficiency. Placing class exploitation into the economy provides a new logic connecting how a society organizes its production and distribution of wealth, its non-class economic structure, to its production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor, its class structure. In drawing this relation between class and non-class, Marx provides an economic explanation for what Adam Smith had missed. Capitalism, as Smith theorized and advocated, could well provide the conditions for a vast accumulation of wealth for the benefit of its citizens, but Marx added, at the cost of exploiting an entire class of those same citizens. Forevermore, this relationship between class and non-class economic structures became simultaneously a central theme within Marx's work and its political target. Marx's other contribution involves adding the dialectic as the means, the Marxian method or logic, to connect class and non-class together to produce a completely new way to conceive of how this economy exists and develops. It becomes an ever-changing site of diverse and interacting determinations emanating from these different class and non-class structures. These conflicting determinations produce its contradictory path. What is true for the economy also holds for the processes constituting each structure. The same logic conceives the existence of each to be an overdetermined site of combined determinations emanating from all the others. At one level, this means that no one of these economic processes within this ever-changing economy, whether it is one of non-class or class, can exist independently of any other. All of these determinations constitute each in the sense that their coming together is the existence of that process. Hence, as the site of them all, the economy takes on its existence, its very being, in relationship to these combined effectivities emanating from a vast array of codetermining class and non-class economic processes, as well as non-economic processes situated elsewhere in society. At another level, conceived in this way, the economy must exhibit a profoundly uneven if not chaotic character. In adding their unique determinations, these different processes propel each other and necessarily the economy, as the site of them all, into contradictory directions. In the first example below, a rise in productivity simultaneously pushes the value profit rate and economy into expansion and decline. Further, this profit rate change necessarily affects markets, thereby setting in motion still new expansionary and contractionary consequences. In the other examples, credit and financial investment act, respectively, to enhance the capitalist class structure, even as they undermine it. Constituted in this way, the economy becomes an ever-moving field of swirling, interacting and changing class and non-class economic processes whose effectivities push it here and there, continually changing its nature and motion. In these two ways, Marx provided a frightening idea of what our lives are like under capitalism. That modern society which we depend upon and endow with mystical abilities suffers from a deep sickness. Class exploitation haunts it and a deep instability describes its functioning. Similar kinds of behavior for any individual exploiting others and swinging from moods of euphoria to those of depression would suggest a needy candidate for judicial and psychological help. This chapter is written in this Marxian tradition and spirit. Focusing on one aspect of the non-class structure, namely its markets, it shows the complex and ever-changing interaction between market operations of modern industrial corporations and their class structure. No order, law of motion, or telos emerges out of this relationship between markets and class, other than contradiction itself. In this regard, chaos and instability characterize the operation of corporate enterprises and that of the capitalist economy in general. Class, competition, and chaos. Consider any representative enterprise operating either in a capital goods, Department I, or consumer goods, Department II, industry. The enterprise's class structure is represented, on the one hand, by the corporate board's appropriation of surplus labor produced by workers and, on the other hand, by its distribution of the surplus to various subsumed classes: managers, merchants, owners, lenders, landlords, and so forth, who provide the non-class processes enabling that surplus to be appropriated. Resnick and Wolff, 1987, Chapter 4. For simplicity, divide these distributions into two forms: the value flow to subsumed class managers to secure the non-class process of capital accumulation, SSCPC plus V, and the flow to a variety of other subsumed classes within and without the enterprise to secure non-class processes of research and development, advertising, merchanting, lending, renting, access to means of production, and so forth. SSCP, SV equals SSCPC plus V plus SSCP. Divide both sides of the equation by the total value of productive capital, C plus V, to obtain a simplified expenditure equation, RE equals plus IJ, where the subscript I stands for the ith enterprise, J for either one of the two departments, R for the value profit rate, and K asterisk N for the ratios, respectively, of SSCPC plus V2, C plus V, and SSCP2, C plus V. In words, an enterprise's value rate of profit equals the sum of two different kinds of flows: surplus directed to secure the rate of growth of capital accumulation, and to acquire supervision, product design, innovation, loans, land, and so forth, IJ. While different, both distributive strategies can serve to raise the productivity of labor. Suppose in distributing the surplus in these ways, the ith enterprise raises its labor productivity more than do competing firms. The enterprise's private alteration of its subsumed class expenditures, a form of class strategy, creates a new and unintended social result: all enterprises face a lower market exchange value per unit. The market makes its presence felt. Upon selling their commodities, more efficient firms realize more revenues than were expected in production, and less efficient firms less. Higher productivity earns the more efficient firm a new non-class revenue, NCRSP, flow, namely a so-called super profit, at the direct expense of lower revenues for other firms. Point 1. In this way, the market has intervened to redistribute the existing and unchanged surplus value from less to more efficient enterprises. A new set of equations illustrates this result. For the JTH department, I and K stand, respectively, for a more and less efficient enterprise, and the sum of super profits across all enterprises equals 0, E, NCRKJSP, plus, NCRESP, equals 0. A market profit rate, RMKT, that combines together class exploitative and non-class revenues rises for the more efficient enterprise, RMKT equals, SV plus NCRSP, slash, C plus V, while it falls for all the others, RMKT equals, SV, NCRSP, slash, C plus V. This differential impact on the market profit rates of different enterprises operating within the industry serves as the first illustration of how the market acts to destabilize their respective flows of revenues. It also unbalances their respective expenditures in that a higher, lower, market profit rate can generate a higher, lower, growth of expenditures. These inequality signs index, then, what the market has accomplished. The favorable revenue situation for the enterprise creates a revenue crisis for all other enterprises. They also signal the new social conditions for the next set of private actions to take place. Marx focuses on one of several possible distributive strategies. Reacting to their crisis, less efficient firms alter their production methods to become more efficient. Emphasizing a strategy of raising the organic composition of capital, OCC, to increase their labor productivity, Marx draws his well-known conclusion: the value profit rate for all firms within the industry falls. In other words, the rate of expansion of the capitalist class structure in each department becomes undermined because capital becomes so efficient there. It follows that the economy's overall value profit rate becomes thrust downward. Recalling our expenditure equation, falling value profit rates translate into falling productive, K*, and unproductive, capital accumulation. On the other hand, that same economy-wide efficiency necessarily cheapens the unit values of both departments' commodities. Consequently, as buyers of now cheapened, in value terms, commodities, the value profit rate for each department's enterprise is propelled upward, even as the within-department competitive search for super profit pushes that same rate downward. In a word, the economy's value profit rate and the health of the capitalist class structure it measures exist in contradiction. That rate is the site of conflicting determinations emanating from market interactions operating at two levels in the economy, within each department and between it and the next. Here, then, is one of many ways class and markets overdetermine one another. The resulting change in enterprises' revenues, the positive and negative NCRSP and the enhanced SV flows via the effect of a cheapening of commodities, enable and motivate differently impacted enterprises to take new expenditure actions, all of which impact markets and class structures in a variety of still new and unexpected ways. Initial capitalist distributions of the appropriated surpluses have set in motion an unintended, unforeseen, and radical unevenness in the economy. Moreover, it is not as if any capitalist board could minimize or avoid such distributions. Distributions are required, if the conditions of existence of the appropriated surplus are to occur and be reproduced. Capitalist surplus appropriators must try to acquire access to labor power, means of production, supervision, credit, research and development, security, ideology, rights to own things and command individuals, merchanting, and so forth, if they are to be in the class position to consume labor power. These conditions represent the non-class processes secured by their K*+ expenditures that together overdetermine class. Yet, the very success of each capitalist board to secure its required conditions helps to produce, via the market for the produced commodity, the described disaster for them all: the value profit rate falls. Those same market forces, however, set loose in the economy forces of hope and expansion. Cheaper means of production and labor power become new, non-class conditions enabling that same rate and the class structure to expand and prosper. The conclusion is stark: interactions between economic processes of class, appropriation and distribution of the surplus, and non-class, the market structure, continually send the economy into the two radically different directions of contraction and expansion at one and the same time. The point is not that interdepartmental market interactions may or may not countervail the recessionary pressures set in motion by intradepartmental market processes. Rather, it is how one understands the existence of the economy as the site of all such effects. Capitalists necessarily spend their appropriated surplus on K*+, thereby setting in motion unforeseen and contradictory changes in the economy for them, and everyone else too. And that is all one can say about this point. It is not an issue of taking into account omitted demand factors, the role money may play, institutional and technological change, or the 100 other social variables theorists have attempted to incorporate into their models to show how and why that new consideration now produces, in the supposedly improved and/or more concrete analysis, a net expansion, decline, or even stability in the economy. It is not, because each and every one of these and other introduced changes merely adds its own unique contradictory impact to an already chaotic mix of contradictory movements. That is why for any analysis of an economy, Marx's dialectical contribution is as radical in its way as is his class theorization. Contradictions of market prices. Yet attention lingers. Can one not say anything more definitive about the path of the economy other than what was just concluded? Can one not identify, no matter how fleeting they may be, certain tendencies following some intended private action? The answer is no, and the reason once more is the dialectical process itself. Nothing arrests that process. Newly introduced determinations merely beget still new determinations in a never-ending swirl of mutually interacting determinations. Point 2. Let us examine this key point again by extending the example to include the interaction between class and, this time, market prices. Consider the value-profit rate's conflicting impact on the three different markets of labor power, means of production and wage goods. On the one hand, a fall in that rate, because of an assumed rise in the OCC due to intradepartmental competition, reduces the expansion of subsumed class K*+ expenditures, and therefore puts downward pressure on the market price of productive and unproductive labor power. In turn, that depressed price of labor power reduces the demand for wage goods, and hence pushes downward market prices there. Similarly, enterprises' reduced demand for means of production acts to reduce market prices in capital goods markets. A generalized sales crisis results for enterprises in each department. Lower sales prices imply enterprises cannot realize the surplus value embodied in their produced commodities. Hence the initial rise in productivity has produced economic decline, and if firms react to their crisis by cutting back on productive and unproductive labor and capital, reduce supply and wealth production as well. On the other hand, because this same process of intradepartmental competition cheapens the unit value of commodities, it enhances enterprises' value-profit rate and expands their subsumed class K*+ expenditures. The resulting rising demands for inputs put upward pressure on the respective prices of labor power, means of subsistence and means of production. In this case, Department I and II enterprises may react to their rising sales revenues by increasing supply conditions. Here then are the different operating forces of economic expansion. This initial analysis of markets and market prices underscores the previous conclusion: the economy, its value-profit rate and demand for and supply of wealth is driven in contradictory directions by these different and mutually interacting class, value-profit rate, and non-class, market, forces. The previous value equations can and should be modified to show these contradictory market consequences for capitalist enterprises' revenues and expenditures. Because these market price effects differ by department, each needs to be specified separately. Department I. Department II. As before, the first bracketed category of SV stands for class exploitation. The differently subscript categories in the second set of brackets stand for how different market changes shape the revenue flows of capitalist enterprises in each department. NCRISP and NCRKSP represent, respectively, positive and negative super-profit flows resulting from enterprises utilizing their SV revenues to enhance the productivity of labor. Competitive winners receive positive flows whereas losers suffer negative ones. The latter set in motion a new set of market value effects, the value cheapening of commodities that raise enterprises' rate of class exploitation and, hence, the very utilization of SV that initiated those market effects in the first place. The second category, NCRLP, stands for a positive non-class revenue flow received by enterprises when and if they purchase labor power at a market price, money wage, that is lower than its value. 3 This unequal exchange, to the advantage of capitalists, appears in the equations because capitalists, following Marx's assumption, react to their own unevenly generated NCRSP flows in a particular and common way. They all increase their OCC such that the value rate of profit, and therefore K*+ subsumed class expenditures, fall for all. This fall produces, in turn, an excess supply of workers in the labor market which gives rise to this price or value advantage of NCRLP in favor of enterprises. On the other hand, because workers no longer can afford to purchase the same bundle of use values as they did before, this very labor cost advantage to Department 2 capitalists is counteracted by falling sales of their wage goods. 4 In this way, the assumed fall in the price of labor power leads to a sales crisis for all Department 2 capitalists, indicated by the negative sign on the last non-class revenue category of NCRVLS in their value equations. In summary, what Department 2 capitalists gain on the unequal exchange of labor power, NCRLP, is offset by what they lose in the unequal exchange on the sale of their commodities, NCRVLS. Without specific further assumptions, it can't be determined which of these different non-class flows is the greater. A similar result holds for the market sale and purchase of means of production. The assumed fall in subsumed class expenditures reduces the market demand and hence prices of means of production. The third of the non-class revenue flows of NCRC stands for the resulting unequal exchange of means of production commodities arising between differing capitalists located in the two different departments. Department I capitalists suffer from falling prices of their commodities, indicated by the negative sign on their NCRCLS term, while Department 2 capitalists gain this exact value inflow, indicated by the positive NCRCGN term in their equation. Without further specific assumptions, it is impossible to determine how and in what ways these relative gains and losses in revenues produced in these different labor power, wage good, and means of production markets impact these enterprises and hence the entire economy. This same process of intradepartmental competition helps to raise the rate of class exploitation in the economy, thereby setting in motion forces of expansion and increased demands for inputs. Nonetheless, a similar set of uncertainties confronts the economy. An excess demand for workers in the labor market gives rise to a price or value advantage in favor of workers. Consequently, the term SSCPLP on the right-hand side of the equations shows that all enterprises in the economy distribute a portion of their surplus value to workers in the form of higher wages to gain access to more expensive labor power. 5 On the one hand, this induced rise in money wages feeds back to benefit Department 2 capitalists. Workers use their higher incomes to expand purchases of wage goods. Department 2 capitalists gain increased non-class revenue flows of NCRVGN, resulting from higher market prices on goods they sell to workers. On the other hand, it nonetheless remains unclear what will be the net impact of these market changes. For capitalists, higher sales revenues in the output market are offset by their higher labor costs, SSCPLP, in the input market. 6. In contrast, an excess demand for means of production impacts enterprises in the two departments differently. Department I capitalists gain a price or value advantage at the direct expense of Department 2 capitalists. The loss to the latter is measured by the category of SSCPC that appears on the right-hand side of the equations for Department 2 capitalists. They distribute a greater share of their subsumed class expenditures to Department I capitalists to gain market access to more expensive raw materials and machines. Department I capitalists receive subsumed class revenues, indicated by SSCRCGN, which equal the higher subsumed class payments made to them on the part of Department 2 capitalists. It remains unclear how these different market consequences set in motion by an assumed demand expansion impact one another and hence the economy. Department I capitalists' subsumed class revenues expand, because of their receipt of higher market prices for capital goods. Their costs rise, however, because of the higher price of labor power faced. Department 2 capitalists' non-class revenues rise, because of their receipt of higher prices for wage goods. Their costs rise too, however, because of higher prices paid for labor power and, in their case, for means of production as well. The differently posed, inequality and equality, signs on the equation summarize the impossibility of figuring out without making very specific assumptions for any subset of enterprises in any department, or a fortiori for the economy in general how these interacting revenue and expenditure flows add up to produce a definitive index of net expansion, balance, or decline. It follows that any calculated profit rate, see below, for any enterprise or the economy in general based upon these various forms of value, SV, SSCR, and NCR, in its numerator would be measuring an ever-changing and, hence, very uncertain sum of value flows. Further, changes in revenue flows beget expenditure changes which produce still new positive and negative revenue flows, and so on and on. Perhaps the point is now clear enough. There is no way to calculate an infinity of complex effects set in motion by any one change, whether it be the one assumed here of a rise in productivity or anything else. In other words, the economy is overdetermined. Ever-changing revenues and expenditures. Complex as it may be, the story told so far deals only with the production and circulation of commodities. Capitalists, however, seek the highest possible flow of revenues, whether or not they derive from the class process. Responding to ever-changing market conditions, signaled by the creation of and continual change in SV and various NCR and SSCR flows in the above set of equations, they alter corporate expenditures attempting to modify existing and create new revenue positions. Depending on expected profit returns, they thus shift from one revenue position to another, moving back and forth between commodity and non-commodity production. Such corporate behavior suggests that very little if anything is irreversible or stable in the behavior of firms. In fact, if it were, firms would likely disappear from existence because of their inability to adapt to and modify their changing economic environment. Consider two of many possible examples. The ones chosen especially reflect the ability of capitalists to shift the boundaries of their business operations. Suppose a relatively less efficient capitalist enterprise reacts to its market-induced negative NCR/KSP by reallocating a portion of its expenditures from K*+ to the creation of one of these new revenue positions. Unlike Marx's assumption, it decides, at least initially, not to defend directly its surplus value position, but rather to reallocate funds from, say, capital accumulation to the establishment of a loan department. At this conjuncture, the enterprise expects the return on creating unproductive capital, loans to potential commodity buyers, to be higher and even less risky than the expected return on its competitively threatened surplus value position. The capitalist enterprise establishes for itself a new SSCR position, if the interest received is paid by surplus appropriating capitalists, and an NCR position, if it is paid by other kinds of borrowers. 7 Becoming a financial capitalist in these ways may well enable an otherwise inefficient commodity-producing enterprise to prosper and perhaps expand. It is unclear, however, in which direction lies its future prosperity. Less relative risk and higher relative returns on its newly created subsumed and/or non-class lending positions might induce a full transition out of commodity production and into full-time banking. Alternatively, continuing to occupy its class exploitative position, it may bide its time, waiting for the right moment to reallocate funds from its relatively profitable banking business to improve its competitiveness in commodity production. Such a strategy suggests how less efficient enterprises can work to become more efficient, not immediately responding to market competition by raising their OCC to improve productivity, but rather by this kind of circuitous route, by securing new forms of revenues to help secure a threatened surplus value position. Yet, the emergence of consumer and producer debt only adds to the contradictions and uncertainty in the economy. Not only is this strategy open to all enterprises in the economy, whatever their level of efficiency or line of business, but once any firm, industrial or financial, creates or adopts a successful credit operation, that success draws the attention of potential competitors within or without its industry. Their entry serves to reduce the SSCR and NCR returns to lending. Even if the substitution of unproductive for productive capital has no net effect on employment, so that the demands for wage and means of production commodities remains unaffected from this change alone, it nonetheless remains unclear what will happen to the economy and its capitalist class structure. On the one hand, that structure is threatened, the more industrial firms in each department decide for competitive or whatever other reason to move out of productive and into unproductive capital. On the other hand, it also is strengthened. Consumer and producer credit facilitate the purchase of wage and means of production commodities, thereby countering both departments' potential sales crises. Additionally, credit-fed demands help enterprises expand the capitalist class structure. The mass of surplus rises as more of both kinds of commodities are produced and sold. Yet, such an expansion is always problematic, for credit undermines borrowers' ability to sustain their purchases. Unless they receive higher revenue flows to finance interest charges, their demands for commodities must fall. 8 At that point, the resulting sales crisis for enterprises in departments I and II would produce the respective value losses, the negative NCRVLS and NCRCLS already analyzed. In the second example, an enterprise, irrespective of its efficiency ranking within a department, purchases the common stock of a different enterprise in its own or another department. To finance that purchase, it issues bonds. A variety of reasons may motivate its behavior, including using its new ownership position to acquire an existing or potential competitor, gaining access to new technologies, product lines, or selling regions, or purchasing needed inputs at lower costs. If the investing enterprise receives dividends, the stock purchase creates a new subsumed class revenue position for itself. 92 New items appear on the expenditure side of its value equation, the purchase of common stock and the annual interest paid on the new debt. The new equation becomes, where SSCR stands for the dividends received, NCR debt the corporate debt issued, X the purchase of the common stock, equal to NCR debt, and I the interest rate on that debt. Because NCR debt and X represent flows for one period only, the final value equation becomes. The different possible signs on the equations index once more the uncertainty in regard to how this financial transaction affects this or any enterprise. If an investing enterprise looks only at the new dividends received, and if that return is less than the required interest cost, then the financial investment clearly was not successful. Investing in another company produces a contraction, measured by the need to reduce subsumed class K*+ expenditures, unless the affected enterprise can raise class exploitation sufficiently to offset the difference between these added interest charges and the smaller dividends received. However, comparing the dividend return only to the interest costs of acquiring it is hardly the sole calculation made by investing enterprises. It scarcely explains why such financial investments are so pervasive in the economy today. Nor are they easily explained by the possible capital gain earned by selling the stock at some future date. In fact, firms undertake such financial investments despite facing much higher interest costs than their revenues of SV and SSCR can tolerate. They seem purposefully to place their class exploitative position in jeopardy. Visions of the future motivate such risky behavior. Acquiring an ownership position is expected in one way or another to create a future stream of added revenues that more than compensates for the added interest costs on the initial debt. In Marxian terms, what drives such financial investments is the expectation of earning a higher value and/or market rate of profit, because of favorable access to cheaper means of production, gaining new super profits via acquiring new production technologies, or obtaining new masses of surplus value via acquiring other companies' commodities, popular product lines.
To the degree capitalists realize such expectations, the left-hand side of this equation exceeds the right, enabling subsumed class K*+ expenditures to expand. Corporate institutional arrangements also adjust to such investments. At any point, the acquiring enterprise may eliminate the distinction between the two corporations, merging them into one combined enterprise. Mergers impact the enterprise's revenues and expenditures. The subsumed class ownership position is eliminated, while the acquired company's surplus value, and corresponding SSCP, is added to the acquiring company's existing surplus value, and SSCP. Additionally, such investments also can lead to partial sales of newly acquired assets. At any point, the investing enterprise may decide to keep what it conceives to be the most profitable part of the acquired business, or that portion with which it is most comfortable, and sell the rest. It even could sell its existing business in order to specialize fully in the newly acquired one. Whatever is the choice, sales of such assets earn capitalists non-class revenues, the availability of which makes feasible the development of still new corporate strategies. Conclusions. Because all capitalist enterprises are linked together by commodity and money markets, no one of them can be immune from the private actions taken by another irrespective of its location. Such actions both threaten and strengthen affected enterprises. Their ever-impacted categories of SV, SSCR, and NCR confirm this susceptibility to market influences. Changes in the latter make every enterprise vulnerable, put at risk of disappearing from the economy, even as they improve that enterprise's financial health. Markets always have presented this kind of contradiction to capitalists and their economist supporters. The history of non-Marxian economic thought reflects this tension. It oscillates between the fear of markets, and hence controls over them, and their celebration, and hence unfettered operation. Each of the well-known capitalist developments examined so far, from enterprises' attempts to increase the productivity of labor to their expansion into finance capital to their more recent frenzy in the purchase of each other's common stocks, illustrates the dynamic and instability of capitalism. A common theme is a truly dizzying and seemingly never-ending change in each and every capitalist enterprise's class, SV and SSCR, and non-class, NCR, revenues. Caught in this swirl of effectivities, capitalists continually alter their expenditures, aiming to modify their class and non-class revenue positions, moving to eliminate some and expand others, even while seeking ever new ones. Their private actions add yet again to those effectivities. Capitalists create both subsumed and non-class revenue positions by loaning money to, respectively, other industrial capitalists and workers, managers, bankers, merchants, landlords, nation-states, and so forth. Still other subsumed and non-class positions of ownership arise as they purchase corporate stock of, respectively, productive and unproductive capitalists. Capitalists continually seek to secure their sales revenues via advertising and product design, hoping thereby to establish subsumed and/or non-class monopoly positions for themselves. Point 10. They aim for this kind of market security even as they destabilize markets by entering new ones seeking non-class super-profit revenues there. Capitalist subsumed class expenditures on research, development, and design give rise to ever new kinds of commodities that serve to strengthen and expand the capitalist class structure. Newly invented commodities signify new sources of surplus value and, therefore, still new subsumed class expenditures in the economy. Capitalists engage in and expand commodity production in this way even while they take on other subsumed and non-class positions, some of which seem hardly connected or ostensibly threatening to their commodity operation. For example, they may move into retail trade, earning new subsumed class market fees from other capitalists by selling their commodities to final buyers. Point 11. They also may lease owned patents, trademarks and new technologies to other industrial capitalists. It is not merely the returns on such subsumed class positions that attract them. Rather, it is also the opportunities such positions provide to expand their commodity sales and hence class structure. Such is the case when their commodities serve as complements to others. These multiple forms of revenues identify the multiple personalities taken on by capitalists.
They exploit labor, while lending money to that exploited labor, ruthlessly fight one another for market shares, even while providing one another with new technologies, finance and merchanting, seek to expand productive capital, even as they seek ways to expand unproductive capital. Their diverse activities make it literally impossible to figure out what exactly is or will become the business of a capitalist enterprise or by extension of the entire economy. Should it not follow, then, that any measure of profitability and hence movement needs to reflect or capture this complexity and instability of revenues and expenditures? Consider the following profit measure. Constructed as a side of class and non-class net revenues, it measures the combined net profitability of a many-faceted capitalist enterprise, Resnick and Wolff 1987:207, 13. Adding together the multiple revenues of such an enterprise yields its gross profits, equals SV plus SSCR plus NCR. To discover its net profits N, subtract specific expenditures, costs, aimed at producing these different gross profits. Where SSCP represent the subsumed class expenditures accounting practice and tax laws of the day designate as necessary costs, and X and Y stand for similarly designated costs to generate, respectively, subsumed and non-class gross revenues. Point 12. To derive the enterprise's net profit rate Rn, first divide each equation's component by capital expenditures, C plus V, and then multiply and divide subsumed and non-class revenues only by the corporate expenditures, X and Y, that respectively produce each. Rewriting this equation in terms of rates of return yields. Where RSV stands for the enterprise's net value profit rate, SV, SSCP, /C plus V, RSC for its net subsumed class profit rate, SSCR, X, /X, weighted by ASC, its ratio of unproductive, X, to productive, C plus V, capital expenditures, and RNC for its net non-class profit rate, NCR, Y/Y, weighted by ANC, its ratio of unproductive, Y, to productive, C plus V, capital expenditures. No one of these differently specified profit rates RSV, RSC, RNC is more central than are the others in determining the success, failure, of this enterprise and by extension the economy of enterprises. Hence the overall net profit rate cannot be reduced merely to the partial profitability of one of its interacting, constituent parts. To do so would give only a partial and perhaps quite misleading view of its complex operation. Measuring only one or another of its profitable directions, that singular rate might well miss the emergence or development of entirely new directions. A number of examples were provided showing why a rise, fall, in any one need not necessarily imply a rise, fall, in the others, starting with how intradepartmental competition may drive RSV down, even as it unleashes value consequences that drive up that same rate, and changes in market forces that propel RSC and RNC in contradictory directions as well. In other words, a change in any rate affects both itself and the others in contradictory ways. Because the weighted sum, the complex net profit rate Rn, is the site of such conflicting determinations, it too exists in contradiction. From this perspective, no inherent tendency possibly can exist for it and the economy to rise, fall or stay in equilibrium, Cullenberg 1994. Finally, consider one of several possible new expenditure equations derived from this kind of analysis. It especially demonstrates the risk of essentializing only one form of capitalist expenditures to deduce developmental tendencies in the capitalist economy. Suppose all SSCP, X, and Y expenditures are considered to be costs save those on capital accumulation, research on and development of new products, and new loans and financial investments. With these assumptions and after some simple manipulation, the above equation yields. Whereas before K** stands for capital accumulation, RD for the ratio of research on and development of new products to capital expenditures, C plus V, and ASC and ANC for the ratios of new loans and financial investments, establishing, respectively, subsumed and non-class financial positions, to capital expenditures, C plus V. This new equation underscores the importance of expected net returns from very particular kinds of capitalist expenditures, and how problematic is a focus solely on K** as the essential sign of what will happen to the economy. Norton 1992. Capitalists' reduction of K** need not necessarily portend a recession. Besides the expansionary forces set in motion by that very decrease, the reallocation of revenues from capital accumulation to increase one or both of these other kinds of expenditures may unleash expansionary forces in the economy. Such research, development, and financial expenditures may well create environments in which K** can then take off. Indeed, many a financial pundit today looks more to some combination of RD plus ASC plus ANC than solely to K** as a sign of what will happen to any enterprise or to the economy in general. The argument presented of enterprises, their different profit rates and expenditures, and the economy all constituted in contradiction, sent into diverse directions by any considered force, implies a very fragile existence for any one of them and hence for class exploitation. No epoch-making event is required for their possible elimination. Rather, any change herein analyzed undermines them and that class structure, and by that same dialectical logic, strengthens them as well. For Marxism, the trick is to see their ever-present vulnerability as an opportunity to intervene with the aim of enhancing it, while at the same time being ever conscious of the profound uncertainty associated with that intervention. Part 4. Criticisms and Comparisons of Economic Theories. 12. Division and Difference in the Discipline of Economics. With J. Ameriglio. The existence and unity of a discipline called economics reside in the eye and mind of the beholder. The perception of economics' unity and disciplinarity itself arises in some, but not all, of the different schools of thought that we would loosely categorize as economic. Indeed, as we hope to show, the presumption of unity and disciplinarity, the idea that there is a center or core of propositions, procedures, and conclusions or a shared historical object of theory and practice is suggested in the concepts and methods of some schools of economic thought, but is opposed by others. Further, we argue that the portrayal of economics as a discipline with distinct boundaries is often a discursive strategy by one school or another to hegemonize the field of economic discourse. In this way, the issue of the existence of an economics discipline and its principles of unity or dispersion is in part a political question. Its effects are felt in the hiring and firing of economics professors and practitioners, the determination of what comprises an economics curriculum, the determination of what is a legitimate economic argument and what is not, the dispensation of public and private grant monies, and the differential entry into or exclusion from ideological, political, and economic centers of power and decision-making. Our view is that no discipline of economics exists. Or, rather, no unified discipline exists. The discipline of economics is actually an agonistic and shifting field of fundamentally different and often conflicting discourses. The dispersion and divisions that exist between the schools of thought we discuss here as economic may have some regularities. But we do not see closer contiguity of these economic schools when placed on a horizontal scale than, to take just one example, among all of the many different disciplinary forms of Marxian thought. That is, in our view, Marxian economic thought shares more concepts, approaches, and methods may have more discursive regularity with Marxian literary theory than do Marxian economic thought and neoclassical economic theory. The comparison of Marxian economic thought and literary theory is instructive. While we cannot develop all of the many points of commonality between these discursive forms, we call attention to a few that may help readers in comprehending our claim that the disciplinary bounds of a singular economics, those that mark its distance from non-economic disciplines, can be drawn only uneasily. Some of the key concepts and methods that may be shared, sometimes, we note, as objects of criticism, by the various traditions and discursive forms within Marxism include a commitment to historical analysis, the notions of dialectics and contradiction, a focus on the conditions of existence or mode of production of discursive and non-discursive events, a close concern with the relation of these events to socio-economic class, and an explicit recognition and engagement with the political determinations and effects of theoretical practice. We should state that since Marxism itself is comprised of diverse and often contradictory discourses, these concepts enter into the various traditions to different degrees and with different understandings. Yet a quick glimpse at Marxian literary theory over the past 20 years, for example, in the work of Frederick Jameson, Terry Eagleton, Pierre Macquarrie, Raymond Williams, and Michel Péchier demonstrates a shared discursive terrain with various kinds of Marxian economic thought. Point 1 for Jameson, for example, the determination of the meanings and effects of literary narratives, their specific, concrete historicities, is combined with an effort to locate such narratives within the context of the forms of historical production of the non-discursive as well. Indeed, this context provides a necessary grid through which narratives must be read. Hence, in his critique of postmodernism, Jameson presents this latest cultural form as such a narrative, or set of narratives, whose meanings and effects must be placed within the broader historical conditions of late capitalism, where it resides, is nourished, and for which it provides important cultural underpinnings. Point 2 following Macquarrie and Louis Althusser, Eagleton calls attention to the concrete modes of production of particular literary forms, but also he reminds the reader that the means of literary production within any such mode cannot be limited to discursive elements alone. Point 3 thus, an understanding of the historical conditions of literary production is a crucial ingredient in reading texts, since the meanings of these texts change in response to changes in their production and, in some readings, may be shown to represent, reflect, or, at least, to narrativize the historical conditions of their production. In Marxian economics, the emphasis is on the historical conditions that complexly determine production and expanded reproduction, distribution, and consumption, and especially on the conditions that give rise to a multiplicity of class processes and positions. The idea that any concept or event, from the accumulation of capital to market transactions, must be read discursively as historically produced and conditioned provides a necessary background for most Marxist economic positions. That is, over and against the neoclassical tendency to treat particular key concepts as given, such as the rational individual who enters trade, theoretically, with his or her intentions fully formed. Many Marxist economists deconstruct all such givens in order to problematize the historical conditions of existence of all concepts, methods, events, and so forth. It is not that Marxist economists focus exclusively on the realm of the production of material goods and services, rather, many Marxist economists treat every economic activity and agent, the processes and agents of distribution and consumption as well as of production, as produced and worthy of an analysis of its historical conditions of existence, that is, of its location in an intricate network of concrete determinations. Likewise, for Jameson, Eagleton, and others, the analysis of the historical determinations and resonances of narratives, texts, and so forth proceeds according to concepts of change and transformation derived, more properly, from Marxian categories of dialectics and contradiction. Whether in its sophisticated Hegelian form, as with George Lukács and Jameson, or in its Althusserian form, as with Macquarrie and Péchier, the notion that cognition, meaning, and literary production are bound up with some idea of contradiction and dialectical determination distinguishes most Marxist forays into literary theory. In Lukács, for example, the possibility for the emergence of European realism in the works of Balzac, Tolstoy, and so on can only be understood in terms of its historical conditions of existence, discursive and non-discursive, and the contradictions within and between realism, prior literary genres, such as Romanticism and Naturalism, and these historical conditions. Indeed, for Lukács, the progressivity, fullness, and use of realism or of any literary form had to be measured in terms of its potential to overcome fragmentation and contradiction, to produce a complex totality, between the many sides of its discursive and non-discursive objects. Point 4 though in a different way from Lukács, Eagleton, at least in criticism and ideology, and Macquarrie also employ a conception of contradiction, one that implies the overdetermination of literary elements in which the contradictions and unevennesses within and between these elements and their conditions of production give rise to their distinct meanings and effects. Many Marxist economists, too, produce their work with the aid of concepts of contradiction and dialectical movement. From the contradictions between the use and exchange values of commodities to the conflicts and struggles between classes, most versions of Marxian economics are constructed with and through a framework that stresses opposition, unevenness, and change. In contrast, neoclassicals and most Keynesians have little place for such a framework. Not only do they follow modern positivists in rejecting as meaningless the Hegelian concept of dialectical contradiction, that something could be A and not A simultaneously, but they also reject all ensuing dialectical logic as incompatible with positive notions of causal determination and with non-tautological discursive presentations. Likewise, the overriding importance of equilibrium, rationality, and harmony for much neoclassical theory precludes a discourse structured according to contradiction and change. As one small sign of these preclusive measures, neoclassical economists have no use for concepts of class and class division since, in their view, only individuals exist and, as they show, when given the maximum of freedom, these individuals can produce market situations in which harmony and self-satisfaction, not conflict and exploitation, result. Contradiction and uneven development are not discursive means of production in neoclassical thought. Marxian economists and literary theorists are closest, we would argue, in their inclusion and investigation of political concerns as one of the prime means of discursive production. To be clear, it is not that neoclassical and Keynesian thought are non-political, it is rather that much energy is spent to efface and ignore the political constitution of such thought. Of course, much of this effacement takes place in the name of science, but in any event, most mainstream economic thought considers itself to be politically and ideologically disinterested. Again, in the cases of Jameson, Eagleton, Macquarie, Lukács, Peschier, Williams, and others, the political meanings and effects of literary texts and of the criticism of such texts are emphasized and explicitly theorized. From Jameson's revelation of the political unconscious constituting both narrative forms and their analysis to Eagleton's imperative that to do literary theory and read literature one must start from a politically implicated point of view or critical counterspace, Marxist literary theorists most often seem to accept Althusser's claim that to be a Marxist means to practice a form of political struggle in the realm of theory. Needless to say, most Marxist economists regard their discourse as interwoven throughout with concepts and objects of analysis that call attention to oppositional political positions. Here history, dialectics, class, and so forth combine to produce, in different versions no doubt, a ruthless criticism of everything existing, the oppositional political stance that Marx himself believed undergirded his own theoretical endeavors. While there are vast differences between different schools of Marxist thought, much of the disagreement takes place over the purport of the aforementioned concepts and methods and, thus, is situated on a common terrain. In contrast, the discursive differences between Marxian and neoclassical thought, for example, are rarely over the particular meanings and application of these concepts, because Marxists and neoclassicals most often do not recognize each other's discursive elements to be their own. For the sake of completeness, however, we note that close complementarity between types of economic theory and other disciplinary formations is not unique to Marxism. For example, we believe that neoclassical economic thought may be more contiguous as a discipline with contemporary behavioral psychology and Parsonian sociology than with Marxian economic thought. Our view of the connections and divisions between economic schools rejects the organizing premise of most mainstream history of economic thought, which sees all of the modern economic discourses, to the extent that it recognizes their independent existence, as having a common parentage, and in this way, establishing the historical meaning of the term discipline, in Adam Smith and classical political economy. Since we are skeptical of presentations of the history of any discipline that stress its historical continuity through the incessant growth of knowledge, we prefer to think of the history of economics as a series of breaks and revolutions, a history, for example, in which Marx's theoretical accomplishments are seen as a decisive rupture from classical political economy rather than, as John Maynard Keynes implied and Paul Samuelson stated, the work of a minor post-Ricardian. 5 In this discontinuist historical approach, we can imagine an argument that Keynes, likewise, represents a decisive break, though we note that except for the post-Keynesian group, Keynes's revolution has been treated as more a modification of neoclassical theory, and, hence, mostly compatible with this theory, than a new way of doing economics. 6. Our understanding of the history of our discipline and of its present status thus leads us to stress the incommensurability that often shapes conversation, or lack thereof, among and between the schools that are presumed to comprise it. It is important for readers to recognize, however, that the view we have just presented is itself consistent with the premises of the school of thought from which we draw our paramount inspiration. In keeping with our general outlook, we affirm that our view of the unity and formation of an economics discipline is linked to a particular discursive practice and a primary intellectual and political commitment to one school of thought, Marxism. As Marxists, we view the American economics discipline and its dominant neoclassical and Keynesian discourses through the lens of the central concepts of Marxian thought, such as contradiction, struggle, overdetermination, and class, and through our life experiences as Marxist economists in the midst of an often hostile profession. From our Marxian perspective, the acceptance by the media, universities, libraries, and various state bureaucracies and their branches, among other institutions and agents, of the existence of an economics discipline has served partly to silence minority positions, like those of, but not exclusively, Marxists. Although some forms of excluding and silencing minority positions in economic discourse are blatant and transparent, the more subtle, effective, and perhaps insidious forms may be attached to the concepts of difference and the realm of their application that are part of the dominant neoclassical and Keynesian research programs. In this paper we will first discuss the divergent concepts of difference and discipline that comprise the central ideas regarding the epistemological status and methodological procedures of neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian schools of economic thought. Next, we will compare and contrast, from our perspective, these different schools' discursive entry points and the effects of these entry points on structuring the theoretical frameworks of each school and on conceptualizing differences between these frameworks. 7 In focusing on epistemology, method, entry point, and the structure of discourse, we hope to show that the notions of difference that arise within each framework give rise to different summary judgments regarding the existence of an economics discipline, its unity, and the cultural and political effects of these judgments. Difference and epistemology in economics. Economists have yet to rejoice in the coming of postmodernism, as their sisters and brothers in other fields have done. 8 At least for the moment, modernism and its many manifestations still have pride of place in the hearts and minds of most economists. Within the different schools of thought we discuss here, the modernist premise of the discursive primacy of a scientific epistemology and method is widely espoused and is one of the main ways in which the very differences between schools are conceived. The scientism characteristic of most contemporary economists is derived largely from the adoption in the past 40 years of positivist epistemology and its prescriptions for a scientific discipline. 9 Although neoclassicals, Keynesians, Marxists, and others may understand positivism in different ways and may even attempt to wed positivism to other positions in epistemology and methodology, the main premises of positivism constitute the norm in defenses of the scientism of this or that theoretical view. Economists of all stripes regularly recite the strengths of positivism, particularly its blend of empiricism in the justification of testable hypotheses and of rationalism in the discovery and deductive formulation of hypotheses and laws. The positivist notion of science that results is instrumental in marking the boundaries between the different schools of economic thought. Usually, the differences that this emphasis on scientism promotes revolve around the question of the verifiability of statements and propositions arising in each distinct school. Simply put, the positivist notion of science is used to differentiate between the knowledge that results from empirical testing and the non-knowledge, ideology, faith, that results from statements impervious to such tests. The standard of empirical veracity, as the determinant in the last instance of the scientificity of a statement, is both built on and constitutes the terms error, deviation, truth, falsity, and so on, all of which denote the differences between types of statements and also between the frameworks from which they arise. Although positivists have no monopoly on the use of the idea of science and of such terms of difference as error and truth, the particular use devotees of a positivist epistemology make of the idea of scientism structures to a very large degree the ways economists make sense of the boundaries that separate their frameworks from others. Point 10. Put baldly, positivism has been an extremely useful weapon in allowing one school of thought to characterize the differences between it and others as one of truth versus falsity, rigor versus error, modification versus deviation, and so forth. 3 examples must suffice for now. First, in the methodology of economics, the well-known philosopher and historian of economics Mark Blagg poses the following difference between most neoclassical thought and Marxism. Marx, and Marxists, like John Stuart Mill before him, promoted a view of the epistemological status of his propositions that resists empirical testing. Marx presented his most important theoretical laws in terms of tendencies. In so doing, Marx, like Mill, adduced that any empirical test of his propositions may fail to verify them, not because the evidence clearly contradicts them but, rather, because of counteracting tendencies understood to be occurring at the same time as the original tendency suggested by the law. Thus in Blagg's view, for example, Marx's law of the falling rate of profit can never be falsified because any Marxist might claim that the reason for the data not fitting the predictions of the law may be any one of several counteracting tendencies Marx enumerated in his discussion of the law. In Blagg's view, then, the Marxian idea of a tendency law can never give rise to truly scientific, read positivist, practice. In this way, although fascinated with the discursive structure of Marx's thought, Blagg ultimately refuses to treat Marxian economic thought, insofar as it reproduces tendency laws and does not employ Karl Popper's neopositivist standards for falsifiability, as producing economic science. Marxism is, therefore, beyond the pale of what could legitimately be called modern economic thought. In a historical sense, Marxism may be part of the economics discipline, since until this century all economic thought was epistemologically and methodologically shoddy, while all schools of thought did share common objects of analysis. But with the rise of positivism, only the neoclassical and Keynesian schools have shown themselves, with notable lapses, capable of embracing positivist norms of scientific practice. Marxists, by insisting on the Hegelian notion of dialectical contradiction and on tendency laws, thereby violating the all-important cateris paribus assumption, have been left behind in the shaping of the discipline. Indeed, Blagg's depiction of the fortunes of Marxism since the rise of positivism in economics suggests that its adherents have strayed far from the true course of science and, instead, have retained their commitment to Marx's precepts as a matter of faith. Marxism is neither in the discipline nor is there any discipline in Marxism. As a second example, the Marxist economist John Roemer has advocated what he and others call analytical Marxism. 11. Analytical Marxism differs from other traditions partly by its insistence that good science requires the acceptance and use of primarily positivist epistemological and methodological norms. So Roemer, John Elster 12 and others reject as unscientific many of Marxian economics's traditional concepts and procedures, especially the ones that have been tainted by Hegelianism or, more recently, by structuralism. The labor theory of value, dialectics, and the law of the falling rate of profit, among other things, must all be discarded because in some way or other they have prevented or forestalled the use of scientific, read positivist, concepts and procedures in Marxian thought. In particular, analytical Marxists replace the concepts of collective action and the structural determination of agents' behavior by what they call methodological individualism. They undertake this shift from macro to micro foundations for Marxian thought primarily because of their view that a real science builds its conceptions of cause and effect between social entities from an atomistic base. Thus, if Marxism is to have any place within modern economic thought, it must be grounded, as neoclassical thought is, on the intentional behavior of individual agents. With the aid of methodological individualism, Marxian economic thought can be reconstituted, but only if Marxists carefully employ the scientific methods that already characterize neoclassical economic thought. That is, the key reason for adopting methodological individualism is its firm location as the starting point for any social science, as in neoclassical theory. Romer and the other analytical Marxists do not, like Blagg, use their notions of correct scientific epistemology to differentiate between good neoclassical thought and bad Marxian theory. Rather, the analytical Marxists are interested in bringing Marxism into the mainstream of the economics discipline. If an economics discipline exists, and Romer never seems to question this, then the necessary changes in Marxism are designed to make it epistemologically consistent with the prevailing positivist wisdom. As a Marxist, when Romer gets to his criticism of neoclassical and Keynesian thought, it is more a matter of pointing out the contradictions or oversights, e.g. property and its role in preference formation, in their internal concepts, or noting their occasional abandoning of the correct scientific procedures they have previously embraced. For Romer and the analytical Marxists, differences between the discipline of economics and non-analytical Marxism are to be understood as a matter of the non-scientific concepts and procedures of the latter, while the differences between analytical Marxism and the mainstream economic views, while politically important, are differences that rarely, if ever, threaten the existence and unity of the economics discipline. Third, and on a different terrain, many post-Keynesians challenge neoclassicals on the grounds that the unreality of the initial assumptions of neoclassical propositions and the tendency of neoclassical economists to present these propositions through a highly abstract, mathematical, but not statistical, axiomatic system contradict the neoclassical claim that it produces scientific knowledge. The essays in Why Economics is Not Yet a Science represent the post-Keynesians' attack on neoclassical economists, as well as on their bastard Keynesian siblings, for having abandoned empirical testing and realistic assumptions as the basis for scientific procedure. Point 13. While some post-Keynesians are aware that their view of science marks a departure from positivist dogma, they nonetheless retain positivism's faith that the ultimate test of a proposition lies in its empirical verification or falsification. And indeed, more like the early positivists, but unlike Popper, the post-Keynesians renew the search for an objective language, one somehow mirroring reality, as the scientifically correct medium for stating potentially testable propositions and their founding assumptions. Point 14. So, the post-Keynesian anger at the positivist view, first put forward by Milton Friedman, 15, that the assumptions of economic theory need not be realistic, Friedman goes so far as to advocate the clear unreality of assumptions, leads them to chastise neoclassical theory and to show, in an ironic twist, that the neoclassical school is built on its own ideology and faith, in the beneficence of competitive capitalism, and not on science. For many post-Keynesians, the discipline of economics, insofar as it is a scientific discipline, should not include neoclassical thought. Once again, difference here is understood in terms of science versus ideology and becomes a matter for excommunication. These examples and many others we could conjure up imply that where the epistemological distinction between scientific and non-scientific knowledge shapes a discipline, as it has in economics, the types of differences permitted within the bounds of science are controlled such that the discipline will not be fragmented. Instead, these differences are articulated in relation to an accepted core of the discipline. However, wherever differences cannot be articulated in relation to this core, they run the risk of being read as non-scientific and, therefore, outside the bounds of the discipline. A case in point is the understanding economists of most schools have of the positive/normative distinction, introduced into economics in the late 19th century by John Neville Keynes but elaborated thoroughly in positivist philosophical terms by Friedman in 1953. According to this distinction, positive economics is comprised of all assumptions, statements, propositions, and laws whose internal linkages make up the body of testable hypotheses and their predictions. Positive economics is distinguished from normative economics in that the latter body of assumptions, statements, and so on are not testable. In normative economics we find all forms of values, opinions, ideologies, judgments, and so forth. This neat distinction then illuminates one source of irresolvable difference between schools of economic thought. Since all differences between positive hypotheses can be adjudicated through scientific practice, they cannot be long-lasting, nor can their temporary existence and proliferation destroy the unity of the discipline. Indeed, the unity of the discipline is confirmed by the addition to knowledge that each non-falsified, or verified, hypothesis contributes. So, if differences do persist and either are not resolved through empirical testing or are resistant to testing itself, then these differences are of the order of normative disagreements. Economic scientists are willing to acknowledge the existence of these disagreements as long as we do not think of these different statements as belonging to the core of the discipline. The source of these disagreements can be adherence to divergent ideological or political positions, individual and non-transferable experiences, religious and ethical stances, or even cynical self-interest. Normative economics is, thus, the proper realm for politics, power, ideology, culture, and interest. But the intrusion of normative formulations into the realm of positive economics disrupts the presumably disinterested scientific practice of the discipline. The pluralism hailed by neoclassicals and Keynesians, and others, as a hallmark of respectful conversation and of tolerated differences about policy matters in a democratic society has no place in the constitution and reproduction of economic science. Rather, pluralism's proper location is in the realm of norms, values, and so forth. 100 flowers may bloom, but not in the economic scientist's laboratory. Flowers, it seems, are relegated to the gardens of normativeness outside the laboratory window. Hence, when we encounter the continued insistence of practitioners from one school of thought to uphold a discredited or improperly formulated hypothesis or theory, this can be traced purely to the influence of the values and norms not of a scientific sort that comprise normative judgments. Keynesians will jeer at neoclassical theories of savings and investments partly because of their belief that the neoclassical view is based less on empirical tests and data accumulation than on the neoclassical's presumption and ideological commitment to the efficacy of competitive markets. Likewise, Keynesians and neoclassicals will often join forces to label as religion the persistence of Marxism in the face of the presumed failure of all of Marx's testable historical propositions, for example, the tendency for the rate of profit to fall and for long-term economic crisis to result. When all else fails, the dominant explanation of persistent and irreconcilable difference is the operation of power, values, and interests. In this way, the terms of disinterested, neutral science make clear which schools of thought are really in the economics discipline and which ones are really better suited for sociology, political science, theology, and philosophy. At the moment, minority positions in economics are most often characterized as outside of the discipline by the dominant schools, whose advocacy of positivism is a potent weapon in retaining their dominance. This characterization, by the way, in our view explains the restrained reception by die-hard neoclassicals and Keynesians accorded to Donald McCloskey's attack in the Rhetoric of Economics on modernism and positivism in economics in favor of a rhetoric of economics. Although we wish it were otherwise, since we see our work as making a similar point, not a few of his colleagues have shown themselves reluctant to give up the notion of science as a means of discriminating between what they, as neoclassical and Keynesian economists, do and say and what Marxists, institutionalists, radicals, Austrians, and others do and say. Though we cannot detail them here, there have been strong movements against the reign of positivism and economic modernism in some of the schools. Both McCloskey and R. Joe Klamer have written extensively in opposition to the scientism of modernist economics and to the epistemological privilege that one group or another has claimed for its formulations. 16 Their work, on the terrain of neoclassical and Keynesian theory respectively, is indebted to the criticisms of positivism promulgated by Richard Rorty, Thomas Kuhn, and others, particularly certain cultural and literary theorists and rhetoricians, such as Wayne Booth. Our own work on the terrain of Marxism likewise promotes an epistemological position derived from Marx that rejects empiricism and rationalism in all of their forms, including positivism. 17 It is no accident, in our view, that we share with McCloskey and Klamer an interest in understanding the reasons for differences between economists without being tempted into proclaiming, on epistemological grounds alone, one or another discourse as outside the discipline. The Marxist epistemology we advocate and have discussed elsewhere has no pretension to hegemonize economic science on the criterion of its closer approximation to the correct way of understanding economic phenomena. In this way, our position is anti-essentialist on the question of knowledge. That is, since we believe both rationalism and empiricism, and their variants, proceed from the premise of interdiscursive truth, the essence of which is to be discovered by the subject of knowledge, the scientist, we call our position, which rejects the presumption of interdiscursive truth, as well as the subject-object distinction on which such theories of knowledge are built, anti-essentialist. However, among other differences with Klamer and McCloskey, our anti-essentialist epistemological views are reinforced by our rejection of causal essentialism, such as reductionism, in economic theory, a rejection at which we think McCloskey and even Klamer may balk. We discuss below what a thoroughly non-essentialist Marxism means and how it refuses to minimize differences between economic schools, whose vain hopes are to define a unified discipline. Entry points, discursive structures, and concepts of difference. In addition to using epistemological standards to differentiate themselves and to theorize the core of their discipline, schools of economic thought also employ other substantive, and not methodological, concepts to mark the boundaries of the discipline. We will focus on the entry points of these schools as well as on some central concepts that comprise the structure of these diverse economic discourses. A few words of explanation are in order. First, we mean by entry point the concept or concepts a theorist uses to enter into, to begin, discourse about some object of analysis. This entry point can be, but need not be, in essence the primary truth or the primary determinant cause in the discourse that results. What all entry points do have in common, nevertheless, is that they are the primary concepts through which a particular analysis of some social activity is undertaken. An entry point is a concept that will distinctively shape the asking of all questions and that will condition, and be conditioned by, all other concepts within a discourse. For example, we argue that the entry point of neoclassical economics, that concept to which all other concepts are linked or from which they derive, is the combined notion of individual preferences, resource endowments, and technology. In contrast, Marxian economics, we believe, is a discourse whose entry point is most often class point 18. Again, the idea of an entry point, such as class, does not mean that in the elaboration of the social theory constructed by use of such a concept it is necessarily the primary truth or ultimately determinant cause of all other concepts and activities designated by these concepts. To clarify matters, we note that in much economic and social analysis there is a long history linking the essentialism characteristic of empiricist and rationalist epistemologies with the essentialism in which a particular entry point is conceived as the determinant cause or historical origin for social behavior and institutions. Although epistemological essentialism and causal essentialism, or reductionism, can be distinct, there is no necessary connection between the two in neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian discourses. They have often served to condition and reinforce one another. To take one example, in certain versions of Marxian thought, borrowing substantially from Hegel, a distinction is made between appearance and essence. Marx, in his early works, makes frequent reference to a method of analysis that would permit the discovery of the essences of history and socio-economic existence beneath those appearances that had, for example, preoccupied and led astray Smith, David Ricardo, and other classical political economists. Indeed, the early Marx connected the epistemological issue of dissipating the chimera of mystifying appearances to uncover underlying truths, the epistemological essences, with a discussion of the proper discursive process that could allow a social theorist, intent on penetrating the world of veils, to proceed from abstract, one-sided, and apparent perceptions of the real to a concrete, many-sided analysis of the same. For this version of Marxism, the point of moving from the abstract to the concrete is, in fact, to discover the ultimate determinant or cause, the objective truth or essence of social life and history. In Marx's more economic determinist phases, this essence was identified alternatively with the mode of material production or classes. Marxists who have remained faithful to such determinism thus have argued that the foundationalist epistemological question, the discovery of interdiscursive truth, or the truth of things in themselves, cannot be separated from an identification of the essential cause, the cause in the last instance determining social life. In much traditional Marxism, then, the search for determining causes, reductionism, is identified with the discovery of essential, superdiscursive truths. While entry points may or may not be treated as fundamental truths or as ultimate causes in concrete explanations, they often serve as another means of discriminating between economic discourses that are part of the discipline and those that fall outside of that discipline. From the point of view of one school or another, the content and use of the entry point may construct the school's attempts to define the limits of its discipline. Note that an entry point may be more powerful than the object of analysis in determining for a school of thought what it has in common or in contrast with other schools. For example, while some economists may accept any statements regarding the production, distribution, and consumption of material goods and services as contained within the discipline of economics, others may feel that any approach to this object that does not look at it from the starting point of individual preferences cannot be a proper economic discourse. Thus, for example, neoclassicals who advocate seeing all economic activities as the consequences of intentional individual choice may regard a class analysis of market capitalism as founded on an entry point that is appropriate for sociology, perhaps, but not economics. Likewise, some Marxists state that since individual preference is a bourgeois illusion, then any discourse that proceeds from this notion is neither scientific nor, perhaps, economic. In what follows, we provide our own differentiation between three major schools of economic thought. Our discussion will highlight the different entry points of these schools. In relation to these entry points, however, we are interested in asking the additional question of whether these beginning concepts are treated as causal essences and/or interdiscursive truths. Our reason for asking this question is that when entry points are conceived as determinant cause and/or essential truth, this will affect the structure of the discourse and the possibility of using the entry point as a primary means to theorize the content and limits of the discipline. We are opposed to causal essentialism reductionism since we believe that among its effects is the reduction of the complexity of social analysis to a search for singular, and to our minds, partial, causes of all social reality. While causal essentialism deprives social theory of conceptual and descriptive richness, epistemological essentialism is likewise reductionist insofar as it reduces the differences between discourses to a dispute primarily over their respective claims to a superior truth. When linked together, these forms of essentialism lead to the idea that if the essence of social existence can be uncovered, then truth about social existence is transdiscursive, and the search for truth is a matter of the correct method. The political consequences of the insistence on employing a correct method to discover the essence, the Rosetta Stone of social existence, are equally disturbing, as such an insistence lends itself to doctrinal rigidity and dogmatism instead of constant critique. The two forms of causal essentialism we discuss below are humanism and structuralism. These two forms have been at the heart of most economic and social theory in this century and probably much longer. A discourse in which humanism is the predominant form of causal essentialism is one in which individual human nature is the underlying essence or truth of all consequent concepts and events postulated by the discourse. A discourse in which structuralism is the predominant form is one in which structural totalities, thought to precede all forms of agency, comprise the essential causes of all concepts and events. In economics and elsewhere, it is likely that any discourse contains aspects of both of these forms of causal essentialism to different degrees. However, some of the key debates between schools of economic thought have to do with the predominance of one form in opposition to another. So, for example, despite the fact that neoclassical and Keynesian economics may both be constituted by humanism and structuralism, some of their most heated encounters can be attributed to the different weights each school places on these forms.
Neoclassicals may dismiss Keynesians because the latter emphasize macro structures of mass psychology and market power and neglect to ground these structures in the micro decisions of individual households and consumers. Likewise, Keynesians may dismiss neoclassicals because the latter reduce all activities to individual preferences and therefore ignore the impact social institutions and collective rules of behavior have on economic outcomes and on individual preferences. Indeed, in times of great controversy and stress, neoclassicals and Keynesians may define each other as residing outside the bounds of reasonable economic discourse and therefore, outside the discipline. Entry points wielded as causal essences may thus prove to be a most effective means of hegemonizing the field of economic discourse. A word of warning before we proceed. We are aware of at least two objections readers may have to our following discussion. First, we have singled out for discussion only the neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian schools of thought. In so doing, we have neglected separate discussions of radicals, Austrians, institutionalists, and others. In painting with very broad strokes, we admit to much simplification and reduction in constituting our different schools. For our purposes, we have chosen not so much to ignore Austrians and others as to include them roughly under the heading of one school or another. So, we would place Austrians in with neoclassicals, just as we would include institutionalists either within the Keynesian or Marxist camps. We believe that our discussion of the entry points that characterize each of the schools we have chosen allows us provisionally to subsume most other groups under these three major schools. Second, we note that within any school there may be enormous differences between competing factions. Our general discussion is not meant to deny these differences, only to suggest that these differences are of another order than the contrast between distinct entry points and the forms of essentialism that often are associated with them. Neoclassical economics, the reductionism of physical and human nature. The neoclassical theory that arose in the 1860s and 1870s in Europe and, a bit later, in the United States is today the dominant economic school in the West. Neoclassical theory claims simply to have developed and formalized the essential contributions of Adam Smith on the structure and nature of economies that have as their point of origin the individual's pursuit of self-interest. Smith's view was that self-interest, among all other sentiments, was prominent in structuring an agent's activities, especially those that touched on the material satisfaction of the self-interest. Smith's view, in contrast to both Thomas Hobbes and mercantilist scholars and practitioners, was that the more or less unrestrained freedom to pursue self-interest, rather than the state, was constitutive of civil society and was the key to economic wealth and growth. Thus, in the absence of state intervention restricting individual freedom, society would prosper peacefully and harmoniously based on a network of free and competitive markets through which each individual could maximize utility, or satisfaction. In this way, competitive markets could produce a situation where the greatest good for the greatest number would be realized. Modern neoclassicals have not changed much in Smith's powerful story. Instead, throughout the past 100 years, the main effort has been to take each aspect of Smith's story apart for intense scrutiny and reformulation in order to put it back together within a refurbished and more mathematically sophisticated analytical framework. In our view, contemporary neoclassical economics retains the entry point suggested, but not rigorously presented, by Smith. In particular, neoclassical economics has as its entry point a combination of three primal causes of all economic activities and events. These causes are subjective preferences, resource endowments, and technology. Neoclassical economists create their picture of economic reality by entering discourse through positing these causes at the beginning of analyzing this or that specific economic problem. We can restate this entry point in the following way: neoclassical economics is a discourse that starts from a presumption about individual human nature and about physical nature. The presumption about human nature is that human beings are self-interested and use their reason to achieve their egoistic ends. The presumption about physical nature is that, at least relative to human needs, which are additionally presumed to be insatiable, resources are scarce. Thus,
Self-interested agents must use their reason. They must make choices between alternative uses about the disposition of their resources in order to realize their ends. The combination of these two presumptions leads to a third: scarce resources are distributed in such a way as to leave most resource owners desirous of exchange in order to realize greater levels of satisfaction than they could by consuming entirely the resources they hold. Finally, because of natural limits to human knowledge and abilities, and the resistance of physical nature in giving up its essential truths, the techniques through which resources are combined to produce the objects of satisfaction are limited at any moment in time. In the use of this composite entry point, however, neoclassical theory most often privileges subjective preferences, the choices of individuals that reflect their rationality in comparing the levels of satisfaction that would result from alternative uses of their resources or of those they trade for. This privilege is accorded because resource endowments and technology are most often treated as natural constraints on the individual's pursuit of self-interest. Whereas self-interest is the active element in the determination of economic activities, the initial distribution of resources and technology is viewed either as passive, but nonetheless as brute force of nature, or as changing in response to a different pattern of preferences. What is more interesting, from our point of view, is that neoclassical theorists overwhelmingly regard their entry point as the essence of all properly scientific economic thinking. Indeed, neoclassicals are ever intent on challenging opponents to come up with truths regarding economic activity that are more fundamental than the idea that production, distribution, and consumption originate from human intentions and scarcity. Neoclassical discourse claims to have discovered the basic truths about all economic events in their presumptions about human and physical nature, which it takes to be self-evident and beyond dispute. By privileging human nature in their entry point concept, neoclassicals construct a humanist discourse, one in which the rational, intentional, decision-making individual faced with physical constraints is the wellspring of all consequent events, comprising the thereby defined boundary of all economic content. One way this humanism is manifested is the insistence that all social institutions and collective acts can be reduced to the individual preferences of the agents who comprise such institutions and groups. Thus, neoclassicals are always deconstructing the Keynesian and Marxian structural determinants by showing that, in the last instance, the consumption function, the enterprise, classes, and so on, can be disaggregated to find the micro considerations that lead to the collective results we notice. For example, the so-called grand synthesis between neoclassical and Keynesian theory that Samuelson claimed to have achieved after World War II involves an attempt to show the harmonious coexistence between individual preferences, micro, and aggregate behavior, macro. Point 19. In fact, perhaps unwittingly, Samuelson's synthesis was a major factor in unleashing the recent fashion of providing micro-foundations for Keynesian aggregate categories. The rise of the new classical economics, with its attack on the irrational expectations found in Keynesian structuralist models of the labor and capital markets, is only the latest phase of the neoclassical attempt to replant Keynes's key ideas in a humanist soil. Point 20. Another, and related, manifestation of how the neoclassical entry point becomes an essentialism of the human subject is the supreme importance attached to the presumption of rationality in determining economic outcomes. Some economists, and not just neoclassicals, have feared that without this presumption, it would be impossible to theorize economic events because, in this case, no outcome could be linked to a determinant cause, a human intention. One arena in which this fear is expressed is in the debates over the meaning for economic analysis of uncertainty. For example, one interpretation of Keynes's views on investment behavior stresses the uncertainty entrepreneurs face in making portfolio choices between alternative investment programs. Point 21. For the most radical of the Keynesians, the complete randomness that uncertainty imposes on choice makes a mockery of the neoclassical presumption of rationality, but not necessarily choice. Point 22. Hence, uncertainty marks the bounds between the absence of rational knowledge and random outcomes on the one side, and rational intentions and knowable, or probable, outcomes on the other. Some economists, for example Alan Coddington, in reaction to what they regard as the potentially nihilistic implications of Keynes's formulation of uncertainty, have insisted that some notion of rational expectations and/or knowledge-governed decision-making based on a probabilistic calculus must be brought to bear on this problem. Point 23. Thus, if economic theory is to be possible, it requires the assumption that some form of rational choice take place despite or because of uncertainty. The humanist theoretical project has gone so far, we are sad to report, that a famous radical economist has recently informed his students that without a view of expectations as rational, there can be no economics. As this economist has stated, Keynes and those who hold on to his structural and irrational view of expectations in the face of uncertainty are not doing economics. The power of a humanist entry point should not be understated in any discussion of the ways in which neoclassicals, and others, maintain their discursive dominance in defining the modalities of the discipline. Neoclassical economists deduce prices, the distribution of income, the level of employment, the level of investment, and so forth from their entry point. It is not too much to say that the structure of neoclassical economics is, in fact, one of inexorable deduction or derivation from the initial premises. From initial assumptions about a pattern of preferences, an initial endowment of resources, and a given level of technology, one can build, under additional restrictive conditions, to a final and grand general equilibrium through which all prices and quantities are simultaneously determined. Since at least one of the three primal causes is always taken as exogenous to the model, the lines of causality are unmistakable, as these exogenous concepts are understood to be the determinants, in combination with other factors, of all other results. In neoclassical theory, the entry point is not an effect of other, endogenous causes, since if it were, it would cease to act as an essence. This produces a fascinating result: the causes affecting the entry point components, preferences, endowments, and technology, are treated as mostly non-economic and should be studied outside of the economics discipline. Those students who have had the bad fortune to ask their neoclassical professors how individual preferences arise have had the response, as we did, that such a question is not properly an economic question. In such cases, the student is quickly directed to the nearest psychology lab. Economists working within other frameworks who wish to make the study of the determinants of preferences, initial property ownership, or scarcity endogenous to the field of economics run into the frequent neoclassical retort that such work is not within the discipline. The structure of neoclassical discourse, thus affected by the causal essentialism of its entry point, gives rise to several important concepts whose effects on determining a notion of the economics discourse we now wish to mention. First, under the assumption that freedom to pursue self-interest is unconstrained, rational individuals are naturally assumed to seek to exchange in order to augment their satisfaction in consumption and their resource base. If markets are competitive, in the absence of an abuse of power, by the state or any individual, markets will function to bring about a result in which all trading partners are satisfied, insofar as each is able to maximize utility subject to income and technical constraints. When such a situation is attained, through fluctuations of the exchange rates or prices of goods and services, then the market and each individual is said to be in equilibrium. One of the main areas of neoclassical research is dedicated to establishing the precise conditions under which such equilibrium will occur, in one or all markets simultaneously, and to showing that such equilibrium implies the existence of a harmonious state, one that is optimal in bringing about the greatest good for the greatest number. The concepts of equilibrium and harmony as a result of market transactions are compelling ideas in the defense of free market capitalism. Point 24. In addition, these concepts, and their grounding in the humanism of preferences and the naturalism of scarcity, shape a neoclassical response to the idea of interdisciplinary difference. Radicals and other critics have long noted that equilibrium is a static concept, one that is resistant to notions of continual change and systematic disequilibrium. Additionally, radicals have pointed out that in this neoclassical world, all hostilities between people, and not classes, since for neoclassical discourse they do not exist, take the unthreatening form of civilized exchange. Since the outcome of free exchange is one of social harmony and the realization of self-satisfaction, hostilities are immediately diffused by the mechanism of the market. Thus, notions of persistent and irreconcilable hostilities between economic subjects are ruled out or, more likely, are thought to originate extra-economically in the realms of power and ideology. The neoclassical explanation for long-lasting contradictions is that they reflect market imperfections whose source is the distortion of market power, natural limits to certain knowledge, and the restriction of individual freedom, often by the state. What impact might such concepts have on the neoclassical articulation of the unity and content of the economics discipline? Here, our statements should be taken as suggestions rather than confirmations. We think that a discourse in which all disputes are presumed to be resolved peacefully and statically through markets may tend to view differences that arise between itself and others through this metaphorical lens. To take one example, we have often been told that serious conflicts between economic theories cannot continue if their defenders are willing to subject their views to the vicissitudes of the marketplace for ideas. Indeed, one notion of the appropriate content for the discipline is that it should be determined by seeing which ideas sell and which have no discernible market. Another example is that since so much emphasis is placed on rationality, then differences cannot persist if reason is brought to bear on economic problems. The insistence, for example, of Marxists on class analysis and value theory is irrational and originates in other, non-rational sources outside the discipline. Or, as another example, since harmonious outcomes are supposed to prevail when a free exchange, of goods or discourse, takes place, then where antagonism prevails, there must be some imperfection in that market arising from ignorance, lack of information, destructive interest, or plain ill will. But, if the discipline is to be organized along the lines of the free exchange of ideas, then persistent and strident, even violent, opposition cannot be tolerated since it implies that the exchange of ideas is not what such opponents are really after. Finally, the fact that neoclassicals treat their entry point as universal and transhistorical may make it easy for them to ignore schools of thought that historicize and, thus, particularize their concepts. Humanism and naturalism are equally influential in disarming potential combatants in the economics discipline. Hence, challengers to the neoclassical dominance should be advised that to accept the premises of the neoclassical entry point to accept the eternality and universality of rational intentions and scarcity will make it nearly impossible to articulate their alternative discourses. Keynesian economics, essentializing the structures of mass psychology and social institutions. Keynesian economics begins, of course, with the work of John Maynard Keynes, the British economist whose work in the 1920s and 1930s on the causes of and solutions for recessions in a capitalist economy disrupted the predominance of the neoclassical school in the economics discipline. Although there are many versions of Keynes's revolution, suffice it to say that, in our view, Keynes's greatest challenge to the neoclassicals was in his rejection of the neoclassical entry point, the idea that individual preference was the active determining cause of all economic results. Keynes, however, did not avoid causal essentialism, rather, he substituted a different essence. In opposition to the neoclassical contention that, in a market economy, the unemployment of resources and economic stagnation could not be a long-term situation, Keynes argued that the imperfections of the market that prohibited equilibrium at full employment were systematic and structural in nature and origin. The neoclassical models of labor, capital, and goods markets showed that if individuals are rational and free to make choices, then all markets will fluctuate in response to a temporary disequilibrium in order to reassert an equilibrium, once again, at full employment levels. In contrast, Keynes argued that many of the aggregate categories of economic analysis, such as the demand for goods and the supply of labor, cannot be disaggregated entirely to their micro-roots. Instead, he asserted the existence of certain structural totalities, primarily in the forms of mass psychology and social institutions, that determine for the most part the behaviors of economic agents and, thereby, create the distortions of the normal market behavior that would be predicted by neoclassicals. Keynes's entry point, then, involves a combination of mass psychology and social institutions. But, to understand them correctly, we must see them as structural totalities, not reducible to component parts but, instead, causally determining all other economic variables in a market economy. It must also be said that Keynes's structuralist entry point was articulated largely in reaction to what he considered to be a pervasive fact of human existence, uncertainty. Much of Keynes's emphasis on the structures of mass psychology and social institutions can be traced to his belief, expressed most forcefully in his 1937 article, The General Theory of Employment, that conventional and institutionally determined rules of behavior are the prime determinants even of so-called rational economic behavior in a world where rational behavior is constrained severely by the inability either to foresee with certainty or, in some cases, to forecast statistically probable outcomes of key economic actions. It could even be said that uncertainty is the prior cause of Keynes's structural totalities. But since uncertainty is, of course, unknowable, at least to Keynes, then within the Keynesian framework, one can discuss causality meaningfully only by reference to the main real manifestations of uncertainty's existence, the structures of mass psychology and social institutions. Yet, Keynes's structuralism was not complete, and in one important area he retained a humanism more characteristic of neoclassical theory than of the rest of his own formulations. As we discuss below, his insistence on the essential decision-making of the entrepreneur in determining his or her portfolio remains wedded to humanism. Keynes's structuralism can be seen in two areas. First, in his discussion of the determination of the level of employment, Keynes shows how the labor market can equilibrate supply and demand at less than full employment. At the equilibrium money-wage rate, more workers will be willing to work than may be demanded at that rate. The reason for this involuntary unemployment is that workers may not be willing to offer their labor below a certain level of the money wage. The reasons for this unwillingness, the key determinants for the supply of labor, could be custom and tradition, the existence of unions, institutions that arise to protect the collective interests of labor, or workers' collective perception that in the face of uncertainty and because they have money illusion, they would prefer not to allow the money wage to fall below some level. By not bargaining over the real wage, workers then exhibit what neoclassicals regard as irrational expectations in the face of uncertain knowledge about wage and price changes. However, for Keynes, workers' lack of foresight to perceive changes in their real wages when prices change, but their money wage doesn't, was a general and defensible characteristic of the mass psychology of workers of the collective will represented, perhaps, by their trade unions and is not reducible to each individual worker's preferences. Keynes also allowed that other rigidities in the money wage could result from the action of oligopolistic firms. In each case, and primarily in reaction to the presumed fact of uncertainty, the structure of mass consciousness or the existence of social, collective institutions and of the power these institutions wield in affecting market conditions determine the supply of labor and, thereby, make it possible for unemployment and recession to occur without any automatic tendency for self-correction. Second, Keynes perceived the aggregate behaviors of consumers and savers to be determined by mass psychology as well. In positing the aggregate demand for consumer goods and services, Keynes argued that consumers allocate some customary proportion of their income on such expenditures. Keynes argued that the determination of the aggregate level of demand for final, consumer goods depended on what he called a given propensity to consume. This propensity to consume is mostly exogenous to the analysis and has its origin primarily in the general cultural and mass psychological forces, once again, the collective will of a society. Turning to aggregate savings, which determines the supply of loanable funds, Keynes departed from the conventional neoclassical wisdom, which held that savings was a function solely of the rate of interest. In so departing, Keynes showed that, like consumption, savings, indeed as the opposite side of consumption, was a function of the level of income. Like consumption, the level of aggregate savings was determined by a given propensity to save. And, again, this propensity was a matter of mass psychology and social institutions and not reducible to the individual preferences of savers. In several other areas, Keynes showed his own preference for aggregate, structural determinants in explaining economic activity. However, Keynes's structuralism halted in one key area, the determination of the level of investment. When discussing the investment choices facing the entrepreneur, Keynes resorted to a form of humanism by allowing the lonely entrepreneur to make a real choice based on his or her animal spirits. Part of the reason for this departure can be traced to his different, for many Keynesians, mostly inexplicable, treatment of the effects of uncertainty on investment behavior as opposed to employment, consumption, and savings decisions. Though Keynes portrayed the regularity of aggregate decisions on consumption and savings as emerging from their conventional, structural, determination, he believed that when it came to the decision to invest, the uncertainty and risk attached to this activity made its determination anything but conventional. 25 Instead, in the face of uncertainty, the entrepreneur is faced with real choice, one that in the last instance must reflect his or her preferences for one form of interest-bearing asset over another. We can say, then, that the entry point of mass psychology and social institutions is modified and even undermined by the introduction of the neoclassical entry point of subjective preference. In the 1950s and 1960s, Keynesians were in the ascendance in the economics profession. Since that time, the different strands of Keynesianism have reacted in divergent ways to sharing the terrain with neoclassicals and others. Some, like Samuelson, portray the differences and divisions among diverse theoretical approaches as simply historical and, in the present, as minor disturbances for the grand modernist synthesis he and others had accomplished in bringing together and making consistent the central tenets of neoclassical micro-theory and of Keynesian macro-analysis. Samuelson and his bastard Keynesian colleagues resist the complete collapse of Keynes's structuralist analysis into the humanism of the neoclassicals. But, at the same time, he characterizes the neoclassical and Keynesian schools as fundamentally compatible on the grounds that they represent two ways, micro and macro, of thinking about the same problems. Samuelson, Robert Solow, James Tobin, and others reserved their harshest words for neoclassicals, like Friedman and members of the Chicago School, who insisted on subjecting to severe criticism and even ridicule Keynes's consumption function, his analysis of the demand for money, his discussion of the fixed propensities to save and consume, and his theory of rigidities in wages and prices. Yet, for the most part, these Keynesians define the discipline in such a way as to include even these staunch enemies. In response to Marxists and others, however, Samuelson and his colleagues were, and are, not tolerant. This intolerance can be understood partly as the reaction to the Marxist view, in their reading, that Keynes did not go far enough in finding the structural determinants of economic behavior under capitalism. The bastard Keynesians read Marx and Marxists as implying that the structure of capitalism is ultimately a class structure and that, therefore, private property, individuality, market exchange, and so forth can be reduced to effects of class position and class struggle, an implication to which their own political liberalism is in strong opposition. Many Keynesians regard economics to be primarily, but not exclusively, a matter of testing empirically the models suggested by Keynes's theory of income creation. When neoclassicals produce testable models of structural determination, then their achievements can be considered to be in the core of the discipline. But given the neoclassical proclivity for abstract, deductive arguments, much of neoclassical thought was and is perceived by Keynesians as tangential to and even destructive of the empirical core. Some Keynesians argue that since neoclassicals insist on formulating models that cannot be tested starting from subjective preferences, which can't actually be measured or observed in advance, the variables specified by these models defy empirical observation and quantification and gravitate toward the use of abstruse mathematical models. Neoclassicals cannot contribute to building this core. In pursuing the elaboration of these models, neoclassical economics runs the risk of collapsing into pure metaphysics and ideology. In contrast, many Keynesians view their propensities, and so on, as eminently calculable and, hence, capable of being measured and used to test the key Keynesian propositions. Here, the structuralism of Keynes joins forces with an empiricist epistemology to establish the legitimate content and bounds of the discipline. Unlike Samuelson and his colleagues, other Keynesians do not attempt to synthesize neoclassical and Keynesian propositions. This group, the Cambridge UK School, comprised of Joan Robinson, Nicholas Calder, and others, and the post-Keynesians, refused to submerge the structuralist implications of Keynes's initial work. These post-Keynesians, in fact, often turn to Marxists and radicals to add new structural determinants, such as class, to Keynes's original analysis. Further, they join some Marxists and radicals in seeing neoclassical theory as an apology for capitalism and, thus, would prefer to define the discipline so as not to include the dominant neoclassicals. The Keynesian insight into the many structural obstacles to neoclassical equilibrium solutions has been developed further by some Keynesians who have sought to reconceive Keynes's work on the basis of disequilibrium. This group sees the proper study of economics to focus on dynamic, disequilibrating processes and on conditions of imperfect knowledge and uncertainty in all aspects of economic behavior, including consumption. With this approach, they move far from the harmony and tendency toward stability of the neoclassical framework. Yet, interestingly, these Keynesian advocates have often embraced the humanism of Keynes's treatment of investment and have now extended it to other spheres. In this rather strange way, the humanist entry point of subjective preferences has been let back in so that, on these grounds, neoclassical and Keynesian approaches can coexist in constituting the main traditions of the discipline. Marxian economics, class, entry point, essence, and anti-essence. We conclude our discussion of different schools and their entry points with a brief presentation of some variants of Marxian thought. One distinguishing characteristic of current debates within Marxian thought is that essentialism, both causal and epistemological, itself is an object of dispute. In regard to causality, some variants of Marxian thought announce themselves as humanist, others proclaim the virtues of structuralism, while even others attempt combinations of the two. Most important, however, there is now a powerful variant of Marxian thought that explicitly rejects all forms of causal, and also epistemological, essentialism. Common to many of these Marxian variants is the use of class as the entry point for social and economic theory. The concept of class is by no means defined uniformly, however, and the different definitions often contribute to or partly prevent the essentializing of class as an entry point. For example, some Marxists define class in terms of the ownership of private productive property. In this definition, the structure of power that allocates property rights unequally is held to be the essence of all other economic arrangements. It is also possible to define class in terms of power over people, as creating a social differentiation between order givers and order takers, between oppressor and oppressed. In this view, power is often conceived as deriving from some innate desire of human beings to exercise authority over others. Thus, power stands as the root cause for all of the economic outcomes structured by class and class struggles. The structuralism and humanism of these formulations may stand in opposition to a concept of class defined as the process that produces, appropriates, and distributes what Marx called surplus labor. However, the definition of class does not by itself dictate whether class will be treated as the fundamental truth of economic and social theory. Just as important is the notion of causality Marxists employ. One advantage Marxism may have in avoiding reductionist forms of argument is the commitment to a notion of dialectics. Although, once again, there are many versions in Marxian theory, for us the key dimension of dialectics is the idea that no concept or event can ever be viewed simply as either cause or effect. Rather, dialectics implies for us the idea that all entities enter into the constitution of all other entities and, therefore, exist as simultaneously constituent causes and effects. Another way to put this involves using the term the Marxist philosopher Althusser and others borrowed from Freud, overdetermination. In our view, the multiple and contradictory interactions between social entities are those in which each entity serves as the partial condition for, or overdetermines, the existence and reproduction of another. But, at the same time, It, too, is overdetermined by all the elements it partially constitutes. This notion suggests that class or any other concept cannot designate a causal essence, an ultimately determinate cause for all other concepts and events, in the first, last, or any instance. In our view, Marx articulated such an overdetermined notion of class as an entry point. Class, the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor, is the concept through which Marx entered into his discussion of commodity production and circulation, the accumulation of capital, economic crisis, and much else about a capitalist economy in Capital. 26. But he avoided making class the essence these aspects express or to which they are to be causally reduced. Marx's dialectical and class analyses of feudalism, capitalism, and other socio-economic formations stand as strong attempts to avoid the forms of causal essentialism, the humanism and structuralism of other economic and historical approaches. We should note that some variants of Marxian theory do not use class as an entry point. But it is not necessarily the case that they avoid essentialism. For example, some Marxists prefer to see the structure and movement of a capitalist economy as stemming from the dynamic of capital accumulation. 27. Some believe this dynamic originates in innate human greed, while for others it is the product of the structure of the capitalist economy or of the accumulation process itself. When Marxist economists embrace reductionist forms of argument and treat their entry point as an essence, then they share a common terrain with their neoclassical and Keynesian peers. To repeat just one such case, the analytical Marxists derive class from the subjective preferences of individuals. As a result, despite their identification with the Marxian tradition, when it comes to defining economic analysis, they are prone to agree with neoclassicals and Keynesians that non-analytic Marxists are not doing economics. As another example, Marxists who make capital accumulation the fundamental truth of economic theory often regard neoclassical humanists as exterior to the classical political economic tradition of focusing on the structural determinants for the distribution of income and accumulation. Thus, these structuralist Marxists may view the economics discipline as a continuation of this tradition and hence may regard Keynesians, but not neoclassicals, as in the proper line of descent. 28. In our view, as long as causal and epistemological essentialism prevail, Marxists and others will define competing views as potentially outside of their concept of the discipline. What the concept of overdetermination makes possible is a way of understanding the differences between schools of thought that avoids those attempts to hegemonize the discipline that follow from claims of having discovered absolute truth, the essence of economic activity, the correct way to theorize economic entities, and so on. The non-essentialist Marxism we embrace denies the importance of establishing the shared content and discernible limits of the economics discipline. While this Marxism argues for the possibility of recognizing persistent differences between often incommensurable economic discourses, it likewise entertains no need to eliminate these differences in the name of disciplinarity. Non-essentialist Marxism promotes the view that there is no core of methods, concepts, truths, or objects of discourse shared by all of the economic schools, and their internal variants, we have discussed. In other words, there is no essence to the economics discipline, its unity is the projection of the self-consciousness of one or another school onto the entire field of discourse. This projection is designed to engulf or exclude others. Since non-essentialist Marxism refuses to recognize a center for economic discourse, it asserts instead the proliferation and continued controversy between all such schools. Abandoning the search for the essence of economic theory also leads to a deconstruction and reconstitution of the economics discipline, this time along the lines of accounting for difference rather than a hegemonic strategy of totalizing the field. At present, we believe that Marxists working on developing the non-essentialist tradition are taking the lead in breaking down the exclusionary notions of the unified discipline that most neoclassicals and Keynesian economists, and some of our Marxian brothers and sisters, are still at great pains to retain. 13. Radical economics. A tradition of theoretical differences. The tradition of radical economics is a long one, rich in insight, passion, and conflict. Motivated by different forms of a common opposition to capitalism and the economic theories which celebrate it, Radicals have offered a variety of analyses of economic and more broadly social interactions, problems, and trends. Our task in this paper is to make sense of the varieties of radical theory. We present a taxonomy, a catalogue of some of the major contemporary radical positions, locating both the shared principles which unite theorists within the various schools of thought and the issues of struggle and debate defining boundaries between them. Of course, there are probably as many ways to organize and classify radical economic theories as there are theories to classify. Any taxonomic scheme is also inherently an evaluation of the theories considered, and our own perspective is obviously at work in shaping the distinctions we draw. Because of this, we will also explicitly locate our own views in relation to other trends in the field, in the process clarifying the reasons for our allegiance to one particular radical approach. But before considering particular radical economic theories, we need to ask a prior question: how in general do we establish differences among theories? What exactly would we look for in these theories that would stamp them as uniquely different from one another? Any answer to these questions involves some discussion of epistemological issues. We will take up these issues first, explaining how we think about these theoretical differences, and then use our method to construct indexes of difference that can be used to distinguish different radical economic theories. As we shall see, there are two ways to distinguish theories: establishing their respective entry points into social analysis and identifying their logics. Distinguishing theories, entry points and logics. Let us begin with what seems to be a simple problem. Suppose we were asked to make some kind of sense of the relationship among individuals in a household. Now, to make sense of a household is to theorize what it is, and this theorizing invariably shapes a definition of its object. Thus the objects we think and talk about are always the results of theorizing. They always represent in part the knowledges in which they are defined. Past experience of living in a household suggests a first step in theorizing it. We might begin merely by listing the things we think go on there: cooking, cleaning, laughing, loving, educating, ordering, crying, arguing, caring, fighting, borrowing, gifting, repairing, and so forth. The diversity of the activities which any one person might list, as well as the likely differences between the lists of different people, suggest that even seemingly simple problems of definition and demarcation are actually quite complex. Moreover, each aspect catalogued on such a list not only exerts its influence on the household relationship, but each one shapes all the others as well. Aspects interact with one another. So, for example, the relationships we have in households are shaped in diverse ways by how we talk to, work with, exert authority over, and love one another there. But our work experience there is also shaped by the different ways we love, talk, and exert authority over one another. This story about theorizing household relationships can be extended to relationships among individuals in any location or site in society, factory, state, church, union, school, and to society as a whole. The latter becomes the totality of such relationships, including all aspects at all sites. As in our household example, each of these social sites, and their collection into a society, also is composed of an enormous list of interacting aspects. Taken together, the sheer number of aspects and their mutual interaction define the central task of social theory: to bring a kind of order, a systematic understanding, to this chaos of interacting aspects. The key question then becomes how theory does this. Or, more relevant for our purposes, how do different theories do this differently? In our view, every theorist picks one, or perhaps several, of the many aspects and uses them, as a focus, a means to bring a particular order or coherence to the initial chaos of mutually interacting social activities. In other words, this focus permits a particular understanding of all the aspects from the perspective of the chosen one. This choice assigns great importance to this particular aspect, for it now serves as a guide to the theorist, pointing the way to an orderly path out of initial disorder. In a sense, a door has been opened into the analysis of relationships, and thus we refer to this as the choice of an entry point concept. Choosing a particular concept as an entry point implies a commitment to a singular organizational principle or taxonomy in one's theorizing. It means that the theorist has adopted a unique way to approach and classify the complex of interacting aspects with which he or she is initially confronted. Dividing the world into entry point and non-entry point aspects is the necessary first step in making sense of the chaos of aspects, otherwise no sense is possible at all. However, different conceptual divisions produce different kinds of senses, theories with different entry points produce different taxonomies of aspects and ultimately different knowledges of the world. In the household, for example, a theorist could choose as the organizing idea the aspect of exerting authority, or more specifically, the power wielded by men over women in the relationships within households. That theorist would relate all the non-power aspects of those relationships to this power aspect. The result is a particular kind of theoretical taxonomy. Relationships in households, no matter what their complexity, now can be understood initially in terms of their power and related non-power aspects. Such an analysis produces a broadly political theory of the household. Alternatively, choosing as entry point the aspects connected to the production and dissemination of meanings, e.g. talking, arguing, storytelling, and dressing, results in a cultural theory. Choosing cooking, cleaning, repairing, or, in general, working to produce and distribute household goods and services generates an economic theory of that entity. The choice of any one of these alternatives is itself a complex act affected by events and relationships in society and in one's own personal experience. Whether one's entry point is socially conventional or, as happens at least occasionally, entirely novel, the choice need not be wholly or even largely a conscious decision. Thus, to understand any theory, it is always pertinent to ask why its entry point concept was chosen or invented at this time and place, a question particularly relevant to the history of thought, including in that history the psychological factors that may shape an individual's choice. For example, the choice of power as the discursive entry point may flow from an individual's personal and family participations, political practices in society's rule-making and enforcing institutions, and his or her experiences with the various theories that exist in society. Indeed, many Americans use power as their organizing idea in part because of the theoretical and political importance given to this concept in both the historic and current American experience. Concern with the idea of power, who wields it and for what purpose, has been a primary American focus from colonial days to the present. Whatever the complex reasons for our choices, different chosen entry points signal the different priorities we as theorists impose on our unique understandings of the relationships among human beings. We thus have one index of difference among theories, the different political, cultural, and economic entry points they use. Theories are different in part because of their different entry points. A second index involves the way in which theorists connect together their ideas about their objects. Different theories deploy different connections among ideas. They use different logics in the process of linking their chosen entry point aspect, S, to all the other aspects of society. One prevalent approach assigns the chosen entry point a dual role in the theory. It not only focuses the analysis, but it alone is presumed to create or cause the behavior of all other aspects. In a fundamental sense, the destiny of all other aspects can be traced back to the autonomous behavior of the entry point, which is immune from the effects of those other aspects. When an entry point additionally takes on this sort of causal priority, we call it the essence of the analysis, since it plays the role not only of a guide to analysis, its entry point role, but also a sovereign of analysis, its essentialist or determinist role. We will use the words essentialism and determinism as synonyms in our argument. The distinctive logic of determinism follows from its approach to the various aspects of economy or society as a field of potential causes and effects. For determinist logic, aspects are inherently distinguishable and separable, and the form of the question asked is, usually implicitly, here is X and there is Y. How are they related? Which is causally primary? Which is the independent variable and which is the dependent? The subsequent argument that X is the determining essence of Y thus relies on a prior premise that X and Y can be held up to study as independent entities potentially related, of course, but nonetheless at least isolable and definable independent of that relationship. A presumption of the discursive independence of aspects is implicit in the determinist effort to order them according to their causal dependence or independence. Such an ordering is a determinist theory's principal goal. Analysis becomes in practice the demonstration of how the theory's chosen essence actually causes and thus explains whatever object is selected for theoretical scrutiny. Determinist theories need not worry initially about mutual or two-way interactions. Once the entry point concept has been chosen, the structure of theoretical explanation is already defined, for the essential causal core has been discovered. All other aspects play a secondary role, still important to the story then told about relationships, but only in the sense that they provide a surface description of what is going on. Below this, on a deeper, more fundamental level, is the powerful determining role of the essence, creating surface appearances as a reflection of its governing, explanatory power. To discover the ultimate cause of behavior, one must discover the ultimate essence. At that point the truth will be known. An alternative logic rejects any essentialist priority for the entry point. Here, while the chosen entry point still guides the theorist and imposes a particular taxonomy on the object of study, it does not determine the behavior of any other aspect. Instead, the logic is one of mutual dependence in causation. The behavior of the entry point both is itself shaped by other non-entry point aspects and in turn acts to shape the behavior of the rest. Following others, we use the term overdetermination for this approach in which each aspect is simultaneously determining and determined by all the others. Point 1. In contrast to a determinist approach, the overdeterminist logic implies that no aspect of society can ever be approached or defined in isolation from its context. Its concrete existence is the product of the influences of all the other aspects which literally create its very being and thus form its conditions of existence. The separateness and distinctiveness of aspects which determinism presumes is here explicitly rejected with the premise that for any aspect to exist, its conditions must be present, and these by definition must be located in all the other aspects. It follows that an entry point concept, such as power, has no meaning, no social role to play at all, except through its relations to all the other non-power aspects. Power must be related to non-power for the former even to begin its assumed role as a guide to analysis. This overdeterminist logic precludes the very goal of a determinist analysis, an ordered hierarchy of causal importance. In our example of the household, if the concept of power is the chosen entry point, then a knowledge of the household requires the depiction of the mutually constitutive interaction of power and non-power aspects. But this is a task that can never be completed. Theory is forever open-ended and partial, since there is no end to the exploration of further dimensions of household behavior, each of which has its power and non-power aspects. Each successive addition to the range of household behaviors considered extends the story about the influence of power but also, because of the multiplication of interactions, changes the shape of the power aspect previously theorized. Every explanation is thus only a partial knowledge reflecting the particular mutual interaction of the power and non-power aspects recognized and examined up to that point. These alternative forms of causal methodology or logic provide us with our second index of theoretical difference. We may now compare and contrast different theories along two dimensions, their different points of entry and/or different logics. Moreover, these two indexes suggest radically different ways of conceiving of things and their interrelationships. Different entry points and logics produce, then, different conceptual objects, whether they be knowledges of the household, factory, state, or economy. Not surprisingly, people who deploy different points of entry and/or different logics have basic disagreements. They will argue and perhaps even struggle, with greater or lesser degrees of self-consciousness, over precisely these two dimensions of their theoretical differences. As we shall show, radical economists have been doing precisely that for almost 100 years. Distinguishing radical theories. One of the prominent concerns of radical economics has always been the interpretation of the relationship between capitalists and workers. That relationship, as well as the interactions between both groups and other social actors, landlords, money lenders, merchants, managers, state officials, etc., can be approached from a variety of different conceptual points of entry. In Figure 13.1 we illustrate the capitalist-worker relationship together with some of the most famous entry. Figure 13.1 Alternative radical entry points. Points used to organize radical analyses. The list is diverse, each of these different entry points, and sometimes complex combinations of them, provides an interpretive taxonomy which can be used to impose a distinctive order on initially chaotic social interactions. Some of the entry points direct our attention to aspects of society which are themselves basically economic, others alternatively stress political or cultural dimensions. The broad differences between economic and non-economic points of entry have played a crucial role in the evolution of radical thought at least since Marx's famous distinction between the economic base or mode of production, conceived as a combination of the relations and forces of production, and the non-economic superstructure, the combination of the remaining political and cultural aspects of society. Thus the entry points of class, technology, and accumulation are distinctively economic, whereas consciousness and authority over people's behavior are respectively cultural and political. Property ownership, though, can be conceived in different ways. We prefer to treat ownership as a political entry point, since it is the power that ownership confers which gives it significance. However, virtually all property theorists place their stress on the economic assets over which control is exercised, so we follow that tradition in classifying ownership as yet another economic entry point. Point 2. Since this distinction between economic and non-economic aspects, base and superstructure, is recognized, albeit in different ways, by all radical theorists, all must confront an obvious question: how are these different social aspects related? The answer is given by what we have termed the logic of each theory, and by and large throughout the history of radical economics the chosen logic has generally been that of determinism. Each of the various entry points has been presented by proponents as the essence of events and changes within society. Indeed, many of the pivotal debates within the radical tradition have been struggles between competing economic and non-economic determinisms, each embracing the same essentialist reasoning, the same ultimate sense of the form and meaning of causal interactions, yet posing different and incompatible essences. The prevalence of determinist explanations in radical economics is to us striking, but it is by no means inherent in the entry points radicals have stressed. A commitment to the alternative logic of overdetermination is possible, at least in principle, irrespective of one's entry point. Historically, though, the lure of determinism has proven difficult to avoid, even for theorists who have consciously stressed the complexity of the interactions of base and superstructure. For example, in a famous comment Engels argued that while the ultimately determining factor in history is the production and reproduction of real life, this economic factor is not the only determining one. The economic situation is the basis, but the various elements of the superstructure also exercise their influence, and in many cases determine the form. In particular, Engels 1975:394, 95. Despite the obvious effort to find a kind of middle ground in which the powerful influence of culture and politics is admitted, Engels still expresses a form of economic determinism in which the economic mode of production causes and explains in the last instance all other aspects of social relationships. Several recent theorists, Hindus and Hurst 1975, Cohen 1978, Romer 1988, strike a similar theme. Although in non-capitalist societies politics or culture may dominate over the influence of economic factors, it is ultimately the economic aspects of society, relations and/or forces of production, which determine whether it is politics, culture, or economics which assumes the dominant role. Point 3. While radicals who embrace this sort of argument avoid the obvious criticisms which can be directed at a coarser kind of economic determinism, they nonetheless affirm an ultimately essentialist logic which, at least by this criterion,
places them in the same camp as their theoretical opponents who defend the essential priority of some non-economic entry point. Point 4. There is yet another dimension of difference among determinist theories with their various alternative points of entry. Do the concepts definitive of the entry point designate human characteristics, properties, or capacities of some or all individual persons, or do they instead refer to structural characteristics of society, organizational features of the social environment encompassing all individuals? These two contrasting approaches, humanism and structuralism, have been in conflict throughout the modern history of social theory, and within the realm of radical economics the struggle has been particularly intense. Point 5. Radical structuralists give priority to some structural feature of social organization, one which, in principle, may be economic, political, or cultural, and when this premise is allied, as is typically the case, with determinist logic, that structure becomes the governing essence both of other structures and of the behavior of individuals in their various interactions. Individual choices and actions are viewed as ultimately reflecting the imperatives of a social structure which transcends the individual's role, within it. It is just this sense of the individual as role-bearer, obeying the dictates of an underlying all-determining structure, that motivates the humanist alternative. Radical humanists give center stage to the human subject and the traits seen as central to individual subjectivity, traits which again may in principle be economic, political, or cultural, and then typically employ determinist logic to reduce social structures and changes to the status of effects of human striving. Neither approach to the choice of entry point necessarily requires the use of determinist logic. 6. But the prevalence of determinist theories within the radical tradition leads us to reserve the terms humanism and structuralism for opposed varieties of essentialist thinking. The contentious relationship between humanism and structuralism has helped to shape radical debates between rival economic and non-economic determinisms. Within the radical tradition, economic determinism is most often a form of structuralism, while non-economic determinism is correlated with humanism. Point 7. Thus, while the language of base and superstructure remains part of contemporary radical discussions, disagreements over the relative importance of economic and non-economic aspects of society also simultaneously concern the relative stress to be placed on social structures versus individual agency. And of course, even within the rival traditions of structuralism and humanism, debate continues over which structures, class or technology or accumulation or property ownership, and which human characteristics, the capacity to wield power or to choose rationally or to communicate, are the most essential for theory to grasp. Why use the term radical? The stark differences between humanist and structuralist approaches, as well as the gulf separating both from the alternative logic of overdetermination, point up an obvious question: what do these theories have in common to make them part of a singular radical tradition? Given their differences in entry points and logics, the common thread uniting radical economic theorists seems to be their shared dislike for capitalism as an economic system and for those neoclassical and Keynesian theories which support and celebrate capitalism. Radicals are grouped together more by their common desire for radical alternatives in both the economic and theoretical status quo than by any particular common analytical feature. Thus agreement among radicals often quickly disappears when it comes to detailing the precise flaws in capitalism or the strategies needed to confront them, since the choice of a particular conceptual entry point gives those designated aspects of society an inherent priority in describing or prescribing for capitalism. Yet all radicals can join in castigating orthodox economics for denying an explanatory role to variables of radical concern, class, power, etc., or for celebrating as causes of wealth and happiness those institutional features which radicals associate with inequality and injustice, e.g. private property, market competition, see Resnick and Wolff 1987. We must be careful here though, for despite the real differences between radical and non-radical economic theories, they do have some surprising similarities. The theoretical humanism underlying the neoclassical premise of rational individuals similarly animates those radical theories that posit an autonomous human subject with an inherent capacity to wield power or transform nature, Elster 1985. Similarly, Keynesian macro models, with their structural interactions based on predetermined parameters summarizing aggregate behavior, consumption, money demand, etc., are remarkably similar in form if not entry point to radical theories specifying given structures of productive forces or property ownership or mode of production. And with humanist and structuralist camps within both radical and non-radical traditions, the evolution of theoretical debates has sometimes followed a distinctly parallel path. For example, Romer, 1986:192, argues, Marxian analysis requires micro-foundations. What Marxists must provide are explanations of mechanisms, at the micro level, for the phenomena they claim come about for teleological reasons. In a sense, the problem is parallel to the one bourgeois economics faces in providing micro-foundations for macroeconomics. Thus, the humanist reaction to structuralism clearly transcends the boundaries between traditions. Humanists of every stripe are partners in a common search for the essential, micro-level, role of the individual human being in determining the behavior of society and the structural relationships visible at its macro-level. Point 8. There is at least one further characteristic which all radicals, whatever their other differences, have in common: all owe an intellectual debt to Marx. Even those radicals who are avowedly non-Marxist represent positions shaped by a reaction to Marx's prominent place in the tradition of radical analysis and social criticism. Marx was preeminently a proponent of class analysis, and the vocabulary of class, surplus labor, exploitation, etc., has had a special place within radical economic theory for over 100 years. For many radicals and non-radicals alike, the category of class more than any other has established a conceptual boundary between radical and non-radical theories. Certainly most radical theorists have viewed the class dimensions of social life as one of those key aspects requiring fundamental change. Equally, that goal is not shared by non-radicals, whose entry point concepts devalue or deny the existence of this class aspect. But the common radical tendency to invoke Marx masks a world of difference in the interpretations offered. In the radical literature, frequently the structuralist Marx who posits the determining role of the economic base confronts the humanist Marx stressing the autonomously acting human subject. Each position finds ample support for its project in Marx's own writings and struggles with difficult questions, and thus different Marxes appear at different times as each part of the tradition uses its own interpretation of Marx to support its position. And since that interpretation of Marx and that position both derive from the same approach, it is not surprising that each variant of radical theory is enormously successful in showing the correspondence between the two. We too have our own interpretation of Marx and our own related radical theory. A review of Marx as we read him provides the final groundwork needed for our survey of prominent positions in contemporary radical economics. In our view, Marxism is distinctive in combining two commitments: the entry point of class and the logic of overdetermination. Marxism as a radical theory. For Marx, class designates the economic process through which surplus labor is performed and appropriated. Surplus labor in turn refers to the amount of labor time worked by individuals above and beyond that socially and historically normal and necessary for their survival and reproduction as workers. Marx's revolutionary idea was that appropriators receive the surplus without giving anything in return, thus exploiting the producers of surplus. A society takes on its defining class characteristics according to the different forms in which the surplus labor is performed and appropriated. The famous adjectives used to describe different societies, capitalist, feudal, slave, refer to the different ways appropriators can receive the produced surplus, through distinctively different forms of exploitation. Wolff and Resnick, 1987. To argue that capitalism is exploitative in this sense is clearly radically unconventional in a world dominated by orthodox economics, with its powerful and soothing claim that incomes are equated to productive contributions through the invisible hand of market allocation. But Marx's class entry point is radical in other ways as well, for it conveys one of the most important ethical and moral messages ever developed in social theory. To be an appropriator of surplus is to take from workers some of their labor, their surplus portion. For the worker, the result is no different than if a thief had stolen some of the workers' goods.
Irrespective of the intent of individual capitalists, the economic process through which they gain something for nothing is the equivalent of theft. Modern capitalists, in their role as surplus labor receivers, are not fundamentally different from the overthrown tyrants of the past, the slave masters and feudal lords whose exploitation differed in form but not substance. The moral, ethical, and political aim of Marxism becomes then the elimination of this economic crime against workers, with its many complex effects on the rest of society, by changing the relationships among people to make them non-exploitative. Equally important as the class entry point, though, is the anti-essentialist logic of overdetermination. The class relationships within capitalist societies are Marx's primary focus, analytically and politically, but class is conceived neither as the essential determinant of social events nor as a phenomenon of some other singular cause. Instead, any particular form of class relations exists only as the combined effect of all the other non-class aspects of society which provide its necessary conditions of existence. All are jointly necessary because all aspects of society are mutually constitutive, none can be treated as conceptually independent of the others or as the cause of some event, action, or relationship. A radical theory based on this reading of Marx is different in specific ways from other radical approaches, and the nature of the difference provides a useful perspective on the array of competing radical positions. Why is it that neither class nor overdetermination commonly receives this sort of stress? One obvious problem in accepting the central status of surplus labor appropriation is explaining why workers would stand for such exploitation. What would cause workers to allow exploitation to continue? Various answers have been offered. Perhaps workers produce something for nothing because they are not conscious of their own exploitation. Perhaps they are forced to produce the surplus because of the capitalists' domination of them or because of their inability to reproduce themselves as workers independently of property owned by capitalists. Alternatively, they may be caught in this exploitation trap because of the ubiquitous technology adopted by modern industrial corporations or the sheer momentum of capitalist expansion and accumulation. For our purposes, what is most interesting about this list is that each of these reasons why workers are exploited represents one of the major radical entry points already mentioned. There is a reason for this. In the history of radical economic theory, the theoretical status of some answers as to why exploitation exists have been so persuasive to some that these answers have evolved into new conceptual entry points. Typically, for these individuals the original discovery of Marx class as the performance and appropriation of surplus labor has become a subsidiary effect of some other more basic cause which has become the new entry point. But if there is to be a singular ultimate cause for workers' exploitation rather than a variety of mutually constitutive conditions for its existence, then overdetermination has been dispensed with in the very act of positing a new, essentialized, point of entry. From the perspective of overdetermination, each of the reasons listed for exploitation consciousness, power, property, technology, accumulation represents an influence on the form of exploitation and thus a condition for its existence and perpetuation. But the humanist and structuralist theories which choose one or another of these reasons as an entry point effectively turn a condition of existence of class exploitation into its essence, thus not only denying the special theoretical location of Marx's class idea in the logic of his theory but also in the process rejecting that logic as well. In the resulting determinist theories, class exploitation remains an important but clearly secondary concept to that of the new and different entry point. In some cases, its meaning has been so radically altered by its new subordinate place in radical theory that it takes on an entirely different meaning from that originally formulated by Marx. We may now examine more closely how each of these various conditions of existence of class exploitation operates as an essentialized entry point, citing authors who exemplify each perspective. We stress, though, that there is no automatic one-to-one correspondence between some of the authors cited and a single theoretical position within our taxonomic system. Many radicals could be cited under more than one heading, for reasons as diverse as simple inconsistency, change, and development of ideas over time, or the deliberate use of a composite entry point fusing otherwise incompatible organizing principles. This latter option is particularly interesting, as we will discuss. Property theories. Historically, one of the most prevalent radical arguments explains class exploitation as the effect of an unequal distribution of ownership rights to the means of production. The initial thesis here is that in capitalism workers are those who have been dispossessed from the means of production, while capitalists have concentrated such means in their hands. To survive, dispossessed workers must enter into a wage contract, selling the only commodity they have left, their labor power. In Marxian economic theory, labor power is the one commodity capable of producing more value than its own worth, the wage paid to the worker to reproduce his existence in that class role. The capitalist buyer of labor power thus acquires its unique ability to produce that extra or surplus value precisely because sellers of labor power have no choice in the matter. The distribution of property ownership is the ultimate explanation of classes and class exploitation. Consider the following example of this kind of reasoning. The nature of classes in a given social formation is determined by the distribution of the means of production, the direct relationship of the owners of the conditions of production to the direct producers. It is this internal distribution, which determines the mode of appropriation of surplus labor, and thereby the nature of class relations in that society. This interpretation implies acceptance of the traditional Marxist definition of class as depending essentially on the individual's relation to the means of production. Kallinicus 1982:149. Kallinicus follows in a proud tradition of radical thinkers, Dobb 1963, Sweezy 1964, Lacan 1977, Cutler et al. 1977, who bestow on effective possession of property the role of an essential entry point. One recent contribution to this tradition illustrates the overriding dominance radicals may attribute to this single aspect. Romer, 1988, attempts to derive the very concept of class from the choice-constraining effects of unequal ownership of property. However, unlike many others in this property school, Romer, 1988:131, views the concept of exploitation as clearly unnecessary to Marxian class analysis. Exploitation is a misleading concept if one's true interest is in inequality in the distribution of wealth. There appears to be no reason for an interest in the technical measure of exploitation, calculated in the classical Marxist way. Although few radicals likely would follow him in expunging the concept of exploitation, Romer exemplifies the results of taking this organizing idea of unequal property ownership and pursuing determinist logic to its ultimate conclusion. Power theories. Theories essentializing command over property have been challenged over the years by a different theory of command, one stressing command over people. Authority or power vested in the hands of some individuals or groups can be used to order the behavior of others, the powerless. It follows that the reason for workers' exploitation is, in the last instance, that force or the threat of force compels them to labor for capitalists. The relations of production are thus interpreted as relations of authority. Capitalists have power over workers and use force in different forms to perpetuate exploitation. 9. Many recent works employ variants of this approach. Dahrendorf 1959, Poulantzas 1973, 1978, Braverman 1974, Margolin 1974, Giddens 1975, Noble 1977, 1984, Wright 1979 AB, but Bowles and Gintis are perhaps most explicit in their avowal of power as entry point. Unlike the dominant tendency for the past 2 centuries, which has seen the infusion of political thinking with economic metaphor, we propose the converse, a political critique of economic thinking and the importation of genuinely political concepts concerning power and human development into the analysis of economic systems. Bowles and Gintis 1986, 9. Power and related political concepts shape the conclusions of their analysis in part because they are present from the beginning in the goal which motivates it, empowering individuals to order their own behavior by abolishing the institutions of the capitalist economy which constrain the generalization of democracy into economic as well as formally political spheres of life. Power is, however, the essence as well as the organizing principle of the analyses offered by Bowles and Gintis and the other power theorists. The wielding of power by capitalists over workers is seen not merely as a condition of existence of capitalist profit, a thesis with which most radical thinkers likely would agree, but rather as the essential condition. Profits are made possible by the power of the capitalist class over other economic actors with which it deals. Bowles et al. 1986:137. In this determinist logic, it is only through the successful exercise of power that capitalists can turn the purchase of labor power into an economic gain. Labor must be extracted from labor power because workers will not willingly pursue the type and intensity of labor which maximizes profits. But how is labor to be extracted? As capital's only formal power is the threat of firing, the extraction must be induced, in the last instance, by enhancing this threat. Bowles and Gintis 1985-37. The threat is made real through various strategies which enhance domination, investing in supervisory techniques, promoting hierarchy and discrimination within the labor force, and paying higher wages, to enhance the cost of losing one's job, are among these fundamentally political strategies stressed by power theorists as essential to the economic extraction of labor from labor power. This distinction between labor power and labor effort is all that remains of the Marxian vocabulary defining class as surplus labor appropriation. So it is hardly surprising that the meaning of class has been transformed by viewing social relations through the lens of power. For Bowles and Gintis, classes are now defined in terms of command over people versus lack thereof, the powerful and the powerless. The concept of exploitation remains meaningful only as one of the various effects of domination, rather than as the very definition of class as the object of analysis. Property versus power theorists. Dialogue and debate between these two different notions of command are as old as the radical tradition itself. Elements of both are present in Marx, who in Capital linked workers' exploitation to both their separation from the means of production, the so-called primitive accumulation of capital, and their relative powerlessness in the face of coercion by capitalists. Still, one could hardly credit Marx with the invention of either of these power concepts. The division of society into classes of the powerful and powerless, propertied and propertyless, clearly predated Marx, and in our view it was Marx's reaction against these senses of class that led him to the distinctive definition of class as a process of surplus labor appropriation rather than as a characteristic or property either of individuals or of social structures. Instead, the celebration of power in either form has more to do with the writings of Max Weber than of Marx. 11 But the ongoing battles between essentialist proponents of ownership and authority provide a concrete illustration of the larger tensions between structuralist and humanist tendencies. Years ago, Engels foreshadowed the contemporary structuralist reaction to domination theories. The institution of private property must be already in existence before the robber can appropriate another person's property, and, therefore force may be able to change the possessor but cannot create private property itself. Engels 1976:180. For the structuralist, the notion of power is an empty one without an appreciation of the essential priority of the institutional setting which literally creates positions of differential power. Kallinicus, 1982:155, states, "It is a serious error to seek to reduce the relations of production to relations of power. The position of authority enjoyed by capital is not somehow a primordial fact, on the contrary. The fact that capital is dominant within the process of production rises from the capitalist's effective possession of the means of production and workers' resulting need to sell their labor power to capital. The same sense that power is inherently a derivative effect of prior social conditions comes through in Roemer's position that the essential injustice of capitalism is located not in domination at the point of production, but, prior to that, in the property relations that determine class, income, and welfare. Roemer 1988:107. This view of power relations as logically derivative from prior structural conditions denies the very essence of the power theorists, the inherent struggle of individuals to extract or resist extraction of labor from labor power. For power theorists, on the other hand, the attempt to read the behavior of capitalists and workers from the given structure of property ownership is itself a flawed project. Such a structuralism ignores the inescapable subjectivity of human agents, in particular making of labor an object rather than a subject in society, Bowles and Gintis 1985 35-38. If social agents act the way they do because of some external structural imperative, then their struggles reside not in them but rather are given to them, a premise unacceptable to a humanism of power. Bowles and Gintis, 1985-36, bluntly reject the economic essence they see as inherent in the Marxian tradition. The treatment of labor as an object thus achieves a radical partition in economic thought. Politics is banished from economic thought. For them, the realm of individual human action is by definition political, a quest for command over oneself and others, and thus to banish politics is equivalent to affirming the life of the structure at the cost of the death of individual human will and choice. The logic of determinism then leaves no choice but to invert the causal hierarchy of structuralist property theory by affirming an essential power within each individual to determine his or her own destiny in any social setting. Accumulation theories. Different from power and property theorists is another school of radicals who conceive the relationship between capitalists and workers as relentlessly driven by capital accumulation. Workers are exploited, propertyless, and powerless because of the inexorable capitalist drive to accumulate, which recreates at every moment the prison of relationships in which laborers are trapped. Marx is again a key figure for these accumulation radicals because he is seen as the first economic theorist to define and elaborate the idea of capital as the self-expansion of value. Productive capital initiates a process in which a sum of value expands quantitatively by setting in motion the production and appropriation of surplus value. Successful appropriation then renews this process on an expanded scale as more value is deployed in pursuit of ever greater profit and growth. Capitalism's inherent nature finds expression in the process. Its law of motion is the limitless pressure for expansion of value. This nature of capital leaves its mark on every aspect of capitalist society. Because productive capitalists personify productive capital, it must be in their nature to seek to expand value without limit. Similarly, capitalist firms bear the stamp of their location within the structural logic of capitalism's law of motion. Capitalist firms and capitalists become, then, bearers of a drive to expand value, given to them by the nature of capital. Sweezy specifies this structuralism nicely. The circulation form MCM, in which the capitalist occupies a key position, is objectively a value creation process. This fact is reflected in the subjective aim of the capitalist. It is not at all a question of innate human propensities or instincts. The desire, to accumulate capital, springs from the capitalist's special position in a particular form of organization of social production. Sweezy 1966:80. For members of this school, the accumulation process is the very mechanism of economic reproduction, and as such it is the ultimate explanation for the entry point aspects of other radical theories. Capital accumulation reproduces the relations of production between capitalist and worker through which surplus appropriation and class exploitation take place. Accumulation by capitalists reproduces as well the uneven structure of property ownership, for it is the capitalists, and not workers, who use the surplus to purchase and thus control the means of production. It also reproduces relations of power enabling the capitalist to boss the worker. Viewed in this determinist fashion, capital accumulation becomes the essence of every dimension of the relationship between worker and capitalist. Among the authors identified with this approach are Harvey, 1982, Levine, 1975, 1977, 1978, 1981, Steindl, 1976, and Sweezy, 1966, 1972. Barron and Sweezy's analysis, 1966, remains a classic exemplar. Point 12. They deploy a two-pronged essentialist strategy. Relationships in society are first reduced to the workings of giant monopoly corporations, and then the complex actions of these corporations are interpreted as manifestations of their inherent drive to expand. The heart and core of the capitalist function is accumulation. Accumulation has always been the prime mover of the system, the locus of its conflicts, the source of both its triumphs and its disasters. 1966:44. There are, of course, differences among the proponents of specific accumulation theories 13, but all share a commitment to the notion of productive capital accumulation as the prime mover in determining all else, including power over workers and property, receipt of the workers' surplus labor, cultural phenomena, political laws and regulations, and so forth. Like some fundamental law of the natural world, the law of accumulating productive capital embodies within it the secret cause of the expansions and declines of capitalism. Forces of production theories. Another kind of radical theory takes as its entry point the technical ways and means of physically producing goods and services, called traditionally the forces of production. Every sort of economic theory gives a role to technological change, but forces of production theories give technology and its autonomous development the essential place in a strict hierarchy of causal importance. The forces of production constrain and ultimately determine the shape of viable social relations of production, social relations which fail to correspond to ongoing developments in the productive forces must change under the influence of contradictory and sometimes revolutionary pressures. The unity of forces and relations of production, the mode of production or economic base, then governs the political and cultural aspects of the superstructure. The approach thus embodies a thoroughly determinist economic structuralism, in which even economic relations and their dynamics are reflections of the almost pre-economic level of the technological structure. As is so often the case, proponents of the forces of production as essentialist entry point find ample support for their views in Marx's writings, as in the statement that the first premise of all human existence, and therefore of all history, is that men must be in a position to live in order to be able to make history. The first historical act is thus, the production of material life itself, Marx and Engels 1968:16. The act of laboring to produce material life is itself one of the developing forces of production, and this first premise is wedded to determinist logic in a long tradition of so-called orthodox Marxism, Stalin 1940, Cornforth 1954, Dobb 1963, Lang 1963. Perhaps the leading contemporary advocate is Cohen, who self-consciously stresses his intellectual roots. For it is an old-fashioned historical materialism which I defend, a traditional conception, in which history is, fundamentally, the growth of human productive power, and the forms of society rise and fall according as they enable or impede that growth. The focus is on the more basic concepts of the theory, those of forces and relations of production, with unusually little discussion, of class conflict, ideology, and the state. Cohen 1978, X. Little discussion of these topics is needed because, for Cohen, such political and cultural phenomena are merely effects rather than causes, and are far removed from the technological interaction with nature which is to him so basic. The entry points of other radical theories share a similarly derived status, since for Cohen the existence of a surplus, as well as the social relations affecting its size, form, and disposition, depends logically and historically on the prior development of the productive forces. So long as productive forces are very much underdeveloped, labor productivity, the ratio of total wealth produced to the direct labor required to produce it, is insufficient to permit any kind of surplus. Only with the growth and development of the forces of production is it possible to produce the surplus which permits some individuals to live off the efforts of others. Exploitative class relations thus have an essential precondition. Cohen reduces control over property and power over people to the emergence of a surplus, and then reduces that surplus to the development of the forces of production. He understands the relations of production to be relations of effective power over persons and productive forces, Cohen 1978:63. As aspects of capitalist relations of production, power over physical means of production and power over workers act together to ensure the production of a surplus for capitalists. But their impact on the production of a surplus is itself explained by the development of the forces. Thus relations of production, whether in regard to the class aspect, that is, the appropriation of surplus labor, or the power wielded by capitalists over laborers and property, are finally grounded in the forces of production, Relations are as they are because they are appropriate to productive development, Cohen 1978:136. Were they inappropriate, they could not persist, since their role is to facilitate but not prevent the development of the forces, Cutler et al. 1977:135, 53. With regard to capital accumulation, here again the pattern of cause and effect is inverted. Whereas for accumulation theorists, it is the inherent capitalist drive to accumulate that produces development of productive forces, for Cohen the latter is causally prior. Capitalist firms do indeed seek to expand value, but what makes this inevitable is the fact that competition will bankrupt and eliminate any firm which fails to develop the productive forces in the most efficient manner possible, Cohen 1978:197. Competition thus enforces accumulation, rather than vice versa, but the competitive relations between capitalist producers are themselves derived from the underlying materialist imperative for qualitative change in the forces of production. No matter how the argument turns, whether dealing with exploitation of labor, power over physical property or people, or with capital accumulation and competition, productive forces remain the essence of the story. Composite entry points, structuralism and humanism combined. From our discussion so far it may appear that structuralism and humanism are simple alternative positions, utterly antithetical and opposed. In fact, the relationship between them is often more complex, with elements of both positions affirmed simultaneously within a single discourse, in a more or less conscious effort to overcome the limits of any single form of determinist logic. An excellent example of the use of a consciously composite entry point is the approach now known as the social structures of accumulation school, Gordon et al. 1982, Bowles et al. 1983. Point 14 here, as the name would indicate, it is society's evolving institutional structures which define the different distinguishable phases of capitalist growth, through their conditioning effects on the form and pace of accumulation. These complexly given structures thus have a central role in explaining the profitability of capital and, through that, the crises which periodically erupt in the course of social development. But despite the deliberate bow to structuralist concerns, these authors are simultaneously engaged in a humanist examination of power, especially the power exercised by individual capitalists in dealing with workers, or foreign capitalists, or citizens in general. The presence of both structuralist and humanist elements raises the question of their relation, and for Bowles, Gordon, and Weisskopf, the ultimate weight is given to power and the individual wills of capitalist agents of power. On the one hand, institutional structures are understood to influence or regulate the relative power wielded by capitalists over workers. But on the other hand, the very mediating role of these structures is itself explainable in terms of the deployment of power by capitalists. The composite entry point of power and social structures collapses in the last instance into a singular humanist essence, capitalist power. Point 15. A different sort of composite is present, seemingly unconsciously, in the work of Cohen. As already discussed, his project is structuralist, to present a rigorous defense of the essential determining role played by the development of the technical forces of production. And yet, when he confronts in passing the problem of justifying the inevitability of development of the productive forces, Cohen the structuralist slips into a thoroughgoing humanism. Evolution in the structure of technology is a consequence of the inexorable drive of human beings to master their environment, a drive ultimately rooted in three enduring facts of human nature: people are rational, they always confront scarcity, and they always seek to do better, Cohen 1978:152. Given these attributes of human nature, he concludes that it would be irrational for humans not to develop the forces, 1978:153. Once rationality is stamped on the human species, development logically follows, and Cohen is off and running on his determinist horse. Point 16. Cohen is hardly alone in employing this tactic, which is common both inside and outside the radical tradition. When an essentialist argument of one form or another is confronted with questions about the essence it champions, it tends to offer a determinist explanation in terms of a different essence. Structuralism seeks its ultimate justification in humanism, and vice versa. Roemer's work is perhaps the best example of the tensions created by a consciously composite entry point. As already discussed, Roemer regularly stresses the centrality of the structure of property ownership, but at the same time he is a vigorous proponent of the micro-foundations approach, reducing social outcomes to choices made by individual human agents. Both tendencies are visible when he states, a person acquires membership in a certain class by virtue of rational activity on her part, by virtue of choosing the best option available subject to the constraints she faces, which are determined by the value of property she owns, Roemer 1988:10. The resulting composite entry point melds elements of structuralism, the pattern of property endowments, and humanism, individuals with personal preferences and an innate rationality. But this mix is an uneasy one. Pushed to defend the central place of either, he tends to retreat to the other in an effort to affirm both. Property ownership plays an essential role ultimately because of the universal rationality of human choosers. Property is not merely a constraint on human choice, but the binding constraint, only when the criteria for optimal decision-making are identical in every other respect. It is because all choosers are similarly motivated by rational self-interest that their unequal property holdings assume the essential place in explaining different class positions. Conversely though, when challenged to justify the humanist premise of a universal pattern for individual choices, Roemer returns to the structural significance of property ownership. To maintain any link with the Marxian tradition, the preferences on which rational choices are based cannot be treated as exogenous properties of the individual. Roemer deals with this by arguing that preferences of individuals are to a large extent determined by the property forms that exist in the societies in which they live, 1988:13. Thus at least this key dimension of the nature of individual action has structural determinants located in the social environment, 1986:191, 201, although rationality itself seems to remain untouched by anything else. At times the disjuncture between the two entry points takes a discursive form, with his analytical models embodying the pure choice theoretic approach, with exogenous preferences, while the accompanying prose stresses the significance of the social context. This sort of tension is, we think, almost unavoidable when determinist logic seeks to confront the limitations of any singular essence. Theories of consciousness. Other radical social theories begin with an entry point of consciousness. That is, they make the ideas in some or all people's minds the focus and usually also the essence of their explanations of social and economic change. They articulate a cultural essentialism which reverses the usual pattern of linkage between base and superstructure, the culture of a time and place, as expressed in its pattern of consciousness, determines the political and economic relations present. In the logic of these theories, cultural conditions ultimately govern whether reproduction occurs. Social structures survive only to the extent that people accept them as necessary, desirable, or both. Naked power and economic pressure alone cannot long maintain structures which contradict socially prevalent ideas of rights, justice, goodness, etc. Thus, for example, in certain radical theories the existence and persistence of capitalist exploitation ultimately requires the dominance of particular conceptions of the worker-capitalist relation. Workers who view capitalist income as the just reward for saving or risk-bearing will neither resist direction nor protest against the capitalist system. Indeed, they will likely accept the political and economic institutions of capitalism as valid or even inevitable. On this basis, fundamental economic and social change can emerge only given a prior change in the consciousness of the mass of exploited people. Consciousness must break from the pattern of acceptance to one of militant rejection of the ideas that justified previous social roles and relations, a rejection based on allegiance to concepts and beliefs appropriate to an alternative social system. Thus the existence, extent, and outcomes of struggles for social change depend ultimately on the patterns of consciousness of those on all sides of such struggles. Lukács, 1976, exemplifies this approach by treating the consciousness of the industrial proletariat as the key to the possibilities for socialist revolution. So long as the capitalist class succeeds in convincing the mass of people to see the world through its concepts of social life, its notions of fairness, productivity, markets, democracy, human nature, and so on, the masses can only play roles appropriate to ongoing capitalist reproduction. Only when those concepts are supplanted by Marxian alternatives, exploitation, class, equality, democracy, and so on, can the masses find the organization, determination, and vision needed for successful social change. Thompson's, 1963, famous history of the English working class goes further in making the meaning of the term class dependent on ideas self-consciously present in people's minds. Only when English workers finally came to see themselves as a distinct, exploited class within and also against the particular structure of capitalist England were they really a class at all. Class happens when some men, as a result of common experiences, inherited or shared, feel and articulate the identity of their interests as between themselves, and as against other men whose interests are different from, and usually opposed to, theirs. Thompson 1963:9. In effect, class exists here only through the self-consciousness of those who see themselves as class actors. Another kind of culturally determinist economic theory, present, example in Bowles and Gintis 1986, holds that basic ideas of social justice, freedom, and democracy are more or less universal. What varies is the degree to which alternative economic systems support and embody these ideas. If a system does measure up to these ideas, social stability reigns, but if not, struggles ensue as people become alienated from economic institutions and from one another. Social consensus disintegrates until institutional change restores conformity with the basic ideas of a good society. While cultural determinist approaches are common in radical social theory, they figure less prominently within radical economics. By making economic outcomes the effects of non-economic aspects of society, theories of consciousness tend to demote economics from the center of theoretical attention, with the uncomfortable implication that economic theory is somehow less central than cultural theory in understanding society. So radical economists generally shy away from giving major stress to cultural developments, although consciousness is often invoked as a secondary point or theme. Theories of class and overdetermination. There is wide variation in the entry points chosen by the theories so far catalogued, but all are varieties of essentialism. As suggested, each chooses some aspect, of the economic, political, or cultural context for class exploitation and interprets class, and indeed the rest of society, as shaped and ultimately determined by the chosen aspect, In the process, the concept of class takes on different meanings in each, as class is understood as a phenomenon of each successive essence. A radical alternative within the radical tradition thus involves not simply shifting the focus to surplus labor appropriation, in place of the various aspects of the context said by others to cause it, but also rejecting the causal conceptions of determinist logic in favor of the mutual interaction and constitutivity of overdetermination. The final radical theory we consider does just that. Our own position within the spectrum of radical economics affirms the entry point of class and the logic of overdetermination. Our emphasis on the class aspect of society deserves explanation. We take class as our entry point because the story of class exploitation is the one we are most interested in telling since, in turn, it is the one we are most interested in changing. As already suggested, we regard Marx's invention of the vocabulary of class analysis as his original contribution to social theory. But the class dimension of social life is as little recognized, as much repressed, today as it was in Marx's time, and not only by theorists in the neoclassical tradition. To view class exploitation as a derivative effect of underlying structural conditions or human traits is to strip it of the central place which we, as both Marxists and anti-essentialists, wish to preserve. By placing the concept of class at the center of our analysis, we do indeed wish to say that class is most important to us, but only in a very specific sense. The distinction made at the beginning of this chapter is relevant here. A theory expresses its priorities through both its entry point and its logic, but the implications of these two theoretical choices are quite distinct. there is a fundamental difference between, on the one hand, the importance attributed to some aspect chosen as the focus, the organizing principle of analysis, the means by which one's political and moral goals are expressed and given priority in discourse, and, on the other, the importance, in the causal sense, of an aspect elevated to a privileged place within the logic of theory. Perhaps the most radically unconventional characteristic of our approach is that we affirm the importance class has to us, as the focus of analysis and efforts for change, precisely by denying, to it or any other aspect of society, the sort of causal importance which determinist theories forever seek to assign. Both the theory and the politics of class are, we think, better off without the seductive simplicity of the last instance. The problem then is how to make sense of class as one aspect within a totality of aspects, each conceived as the site of influences emanating from all the rest, each therefore existing in a state of ongoing contradiction and change. Our answer is that for any distinctive sort of class process to exist, it must have its conditions of existence secured, conditions which include the very aspects taken as entry points in alternative radical theories. For example, surplus value is produced for and appropriated by capitalists due in part to the complex consciousness of workers and capitalists about themselves, their relationship to each other, and to the work process. Here we recognize the focus of the consciousness theories just discussed. From the perspective of overdetermination, though, consciousness is only a partial rather than an essential determinant of class exploitation. Clearly, without appropriate and sustaining attitudes, ideas, and feelings within and between workers and capitalists, class exploitation is problematic, but even a radical change in consciousness will not necessarily alter the class process in a way that automatically fulfills the aim of the radical theorist. For example, workers who understand that they are exploited cannot be assumed to respond with a struggle to eliminate or even change that class status. The awakening to exploitation will certainly push workers in a new direction, since their altered consciousness represents a new and contradictory influence on every aspect of behavior, but it is also possible for other cultural processes with their own different and complex meanings to undermine the impact of that very class consciousness. For instance, workers may come to understand their exploitation, but because of patriotic feelings generated by a nationalistic message, work even harder to produce surplus for the capitalists. In like fashion, each of the other aspects already catalogued as the essentialized entry point of a different radical theory can be similarly understood as a partial determinant of the existence and form of class exploitation. Each has its own effects, power, since capitalists use a variety of different institutional mechanisms to coerce surplus labor from workers, property, in that workers are dispossessed from effective control over the means of reproducing their social existence, accumulation, because capitalists continually reproduce the relations of exploitation by reproducing productive capital on an expanded scale, technology, through the pressure on capitalists to innovate or risk going out of business and thus losing their surplus value. Each non-class entry point makes its own valid contribution to the story of why class exploitation exists. Consequently, from the overdeterminist perspective, the notion of class exploitation takes on a rich meaning as the locus of all these different and unique effects propelling workers to produce and capitalists to receive surplus value. Class exploitation cannot be reduced to any one of them, as its essence. It follows that for class exploitation to continue, each of its conditions of existence must be reproduced. But, as suggested above, since there are many different configurations of consciousness, power, property, etc., capable of sustaining capitalist class relations, no particular state of consciousness, power, property, etc., can ever be considered an essential condition for class exploitation. The logic of a theory of course affects its agenda for change. The chief goal of a class theory is change in the performance and appropriation of surplus labor, but given overdetermination, we recognize that that aim itself cannot be achieved without changing one or more of the non-class aspects supportive of exploitation. The agenda for this sort of class theory must include the altering of both class and various non-class processes, in the hope that those changes will produce contradictions threatening the survival of the class structure. But even though overdetermination argues the importance of these non-class aspects to the survival of the class aspect, the constitutive effects are inherently two-way. It is the generation, appropriation, and subsequent distribution of the surplus in particular ways that allows for the perpetuation of power differentials, inequalities of ownership, and so on. Capitalists use parts of their appropriated surplus, for example, to pay managers to maintain a hierarchical structure of authority and to accumulate productive capital, sometimes embodying new production techniques. They use parts to pay owners of capital to gain or maintain access to physical or financial property. And they pay taxes out of their surplus to the state to produce an educational system which, among its other effects, reinforces in each generation the attitudes, beliefs, and allegiances natural to participants in an exploitative economy. The reproduction of a capitalist surplus requires these distributions, but equally it is the class process of surplus generation which provides the revenues available to reproduce these non-class aspects. Systematic interdependence of this sort can be incorporated into the vocabulary of class itself. Some individuals may occupy what we have called fundamental class positions if they participate directly in the class process either as performers or appropriators of surplus labor. But since many activities beyond these are intimately linked to the reproduction of the class structure, we use the term subsumed classes to designate individuals whose non-class activities, necessary for the existence of fundamental classes, allow them to receive a share of the surplus. Resnick and Wolff 1987. Capitalist society is thus composed of its fundamental and subsumed classes, each is necessary for the other, and both, in the richness of their varied forms, represent the meaning of class as a developed entry point. As already noted, other radical theories understand classes in their own very different ways. Capitalists, for example, may be defined as accumulators or innovators or owners and so on, or perhaps composites of these. In the effort to cut through to what is really causally important, determinist theories seem invariably to end up reducing some dimensions of class to others, in the process losing both the separation and the interdependence of fundamental and subsumed classes. Our approach directly seeks to avoid this. In the end, it is not that we consider property, power, accumulation, technology, or consciousness to be unimportant. It is that the web of interconnections among them is so elaborate, so conditional, and so changeable that any sort of ultimate causal hierarchy subtracts from rather than adds to our ability to comprehend the changes needed for the end of exploitative social relations. A final word. Our critical examination of alternative radical economic theories and the grounds on which we distinguish them are, of course, much influenced by the particular radical theory we embrace, the overdeterminist class theory, Resnick and Wolff 1987. For us, it avoids the constraints imposed by essentialist logic, while affirming the relative importance of diverse aspects of life in, determining that life. It thus recognizes the attempts of both structuralists and humanists to affirm the importance of their respective positions, but refuses to allow the essentialist claims of either position. Our approach offers class as the entry point of analysis but denies to class the status of hidden essence of non-class parts of life. It is class which we choose to stress because, like many Marxists before us, we view its existence in society as an outrage. The strength of this feeling shapes in part our commitment to class as an entry point. Nonetheless, we recognize the key contributions of those other radical theories to our own, for they underscore the importance of struggles over property, power, consciousness, accumulation, and technology to the struggles over class. We would only hope that other radical theorists would likewise recognize the importance of struggles over class to the various struggles they see as crucial. It seems to us that such mutual recognition is possible without reducing the importance of one struggle to the other. Anti-essentialism can be an important principle in rebuilding the unity that has eluded radical forces for some time. 14. Efficiency. Whose efficiency? The concept of efficiency common to most contemporary economic theories holds that analysis can and should determine the net balance between positive and negative effects of any economic act, event, or institution. Sometimes, in practical economic applications, this same notion of efficiency refers to cost-benefit analysis. A quantitative measure of all the positive and negative effects of an economic act, event, or institution is undertaken to determine whether, on balance, the positives, benefits added up, outweigh the negatives, costs added up. If so, it is judged to be efficient and should be undertaken; if not, the reverse holds. Such a definition and use of the term efficiency prevails at both the micro and macro levels of social and economic analysis. The building of a factory extension may or may not be micro-efficient. An interest rate increase may or may not be macro-efficient. At the level of society as a whole, the institution of a free market may or may not be efficient. This same efficiency concept serves in comparative economics. Two or more alternative acts, events, or institutions are compared as to their efficiencies. Then, the one that has the greatest quantitative net balance of positive over negative aspects is designated the more/most efficient. Such a concept of efficiency requires and presupposes, in all its usages, a rigidly and simplistically determinist view of the world. That is, it presumes that analysis can and does regularly, 1. Identify all the effects of an economic act, event, or institution, and 2. Measure the positivity/negativity of each effect. 1. In sharp contrast, an overdeterminist view of the world renders that concept of efficiency absurd. 2. In this view, any one act, event, or institution has an infinity of effects now and into the future. There is no way to identify, let alone to measure, all these consequences. No efficiency measure in any comprehensive, total, or absolute sense is possible. Thus, none of the efficiency results ever announced, however fervently believed and relied upon for policy decisions, possessed any comprehensive, total, or absolute validity. Overdeterminism undermines the efficiency calculus and the absolutist claims made in its name in yet another way. When considering the effects of any particular economic act, event, or institution, an overdeterminist standpoint presumes that each of such effects actually had an infinity of causative influences. The effects can thus never be conceived as resulting from only the one act, event, or institution chosen for the efficiency analysis. What efficiency analyses deem to be effects of a particular act, event, or institution are never reducible to being solely its effects. Hence, such effects cannot and do not measure the efficiency of any particular act, event, or institution. This too renders the usual efficiency calculus and the efficiency concept null and void. 3. It follows logically that all efficiency analyses and results are relative, not absolute. They are relative to, dependent upon, a determinist view of the world, a determinist ontology that presumes unique causes and their effects. Efficiency as a comprehensive, total, and absolute concept cum policy standard has no validity in and for analysis that presumes an overdeterminist rather than a determinist ontology. For to say that all efficiency analyses are relative to a determinist ontology opens the way to a further critique of them. Given their notion of cause and effects, they all necessarily select a few among the many effects they attach to any particular act, event, or institution whose efficiency they choose to determine. No efficiency calculus could ever identify and measure all such effects. What distinguishes one efficiency analysis from another are the different principles of selectivity informing each. 4 Usually, one principle of selectivity reigns hegemonic. One set of selected effects is deemed important and worth counting while others are marginalized or ignored altogether. These days, economics textbooks teach their readers which effects are to be considered in applied economic analysis. This has often provoked criticism. Feminist economists have shown how the hegemonic efficiency calculus has usually ignored the effects that pertain to women, households, reproduction, children, and so on. Likewise, environmentalist economists have shown how the hegemonic efficiency calculus has ignored ecological effects, and so on. All too rarely have such critical economists gone beyond the demand that formerly ignored effects be henceforth added to those selected for inclusion in the hegemonic efficiency calculus. That is, their critique of the hegemonic principle of selectivity has focused chiefly on getting their preferred effects included within the hegemonic set. The same applies to much Marxist work. It seeks to challenge the hegemonic efficiency calculus by showing especially how it ignores all sorts of class effects of economic acts, events, and institutions. Yet all such critics could deepen and strengthen their arguments if they took the next step to challenge the hegemonic efficiency calculus per se on conceptual grounds. The relativism of all efficiency arguments and claims creates vulnerability for them and critical opportunity for those who challenge them. From an overdeterminist perspective, the economy is an object of struggle among historically conditioned social groups. As such groups emerge within the circumstances of their time and place, they develop particular understandings of their problems and devise different programs for their solution. In so doing, they inevitably concentrate on some problems rather than others, and the causes associated with them, conceive and decide among some solutions rather than others, attribute some, rather than others, effects to such solutions, and so on. When formalized into efficiency calculi, the different social groups perform them differently, they operate different principles of selectivity in identifying their problems and solutions, their causes and their effects. These groups often clash. Struggles emerge that usually include conflicts over which principles of selectivity will govern the analysis of problems and solutions, which principles of selectivity will be hegemonic in their society and hence in their efficiency calculi. Each group tries to impose its particular principles of selectivity, its particular efficiency calculus, by transforming it into the absolute set of principles of selectivity for all efficiency calculi for all members of the society. In place of contending efficiency calculi, there is to be one calculus to which all social conflict is to be subordinated. Social conflict is to be resolved by determining what is the efficient policy or program to follow. Advancing their own particular efficiency calculus as if it were the absolute notion of efficiency is thus one form taken by the social struggle for hegemony among contending groups. In today's world, the hegemony of social groups favoring capitalism is expressed and sustained by their heavily promoted presumption of an absolutist concept of efficiency and by policy decisions legitimate thereby. Not surprisingly, that absolute concept turns out to be their particular principle of selectivity. An overdeterminist critique of efficiency focuses on deconstructing the claim that any one efficiency calculus, one subset of the countless effects attributed to any act, event, or institution, has some absolute or socially neutral validity. There is no single standard of efficiency. Society always displays different, alternative understandings of, and solutions for society's problems. Different social groups struggle for their alternative social programs utilizing an arsenal of weapons that includes, for many, their respective efficiency calculi. When and where an absolute efficiency calculus is believed to exist, there one particular efficiency calculus and one particular group, or set of groups, has established its hegemony over others. Success in the struggle by those others to undo that hegemony requires undermining its absolutism as a key component of that struggle. An absolutized efficiency calculus will be used by the social groups that support it as a weapon to suppress contending social groups, their social analyses, and their programs for social change. Part B. History. 15. The Reagan-Bush Strategy. Shifting crises from enterprises to households. Introduction. From many standpoints, the following analysis of Reagan-Bush economics was and still is proclaimed: a declining, problem-plagued economy in the 1970s was treated with an intensive dose of free market deregulation, tax reduction, and entrepreneurial stimuli. The result was a classic turnaround, economic recovery, and prosperity in the 1980s. A crisis was averted and its causes dismantled. Reaganomics points the way forward clearly and triumphantly. Conventional economics cheers on the sidelines. The U.S. recession of the early 1990s, in this view, merely reflects some regrettable backsliding toward tax increases by a weak President Bush. the excesses will be absorbed, self-correct in textbook fashion, and prosperity will resume unless the Clinton administration departs significantly from the Reagan-Bush strategy. From the Marxist feminist standpoint developed and utilized here, the analysis and prognosis could hardly be more different. Stressing a Marxist attention to class processes and combining it with a feminist attention to gender and patriarchy outside as well as inside enterprises, the contradictions of Reaganomics are identified. Moreover, their consequences are shown to undermine and threaten what limited successes it can claim. The result not only recasts the last 15 years of U.S. history, it also illustrates dramatically the profound stakes in the struggles among alternative conceptions of society and social analysis. Alternative analyses. Non-Marxian economic theory typically divides the economy into three distinct parts or sites. 1. The household is a private locale of individual decisions about consumption, savings, and supplying labor. Another, the firm, is also a private place, but here decisions about production and production itself occur. The third, the state, is the economy's public place where taxes are received, from households and firms, and collective expenditures and regulations are made to benefit everyone. Having specified, or, more likely, presumed as self-evident, this tripartite division of economic space, non-Marxian economic theory seeks a mechanism interconnecting the parts such that each, and the totality they comprise, will be reproduced. Markets are specified to be the key mechanism that plays this role. Markets are the economic bridge connecting the private decisions made in households and firms, while the state is assigned its roles of regulating and protecting, without at the same time jeopardizing, this web of private economic activity. Whatever else Marxists might think of such a taxonomy and the analyses built upon it, they cannot but be struck by the total absence of any specification of class exploitation occurring at any of these sites of activity. This deafening silence about class, and indeed about a whole list of other dynamics such as gender, race, psychological, and power conflicts, extends as well to the analysis of the market interactions among households, firms, and the state. It is particularly the absence of exploitation or, what is the same thing, the presence of non-class analysis, that comprises the common heritage of non-Marxian economists over the last 100 years. Despite vast differences in their approaches, such economists nonetheless are very much alike in certain ways. They all affirm and elaborate kinds of social analysis that exclude class exploitation. While we recognize the diverse complexity of processes occurring within and among enterprises, households, and the state, we concentrate here on class processes as defined in Chapter 8, the processes of producing, appropriating, and distributing surplus labor. We focus on class processes not because they are any more determinant of social change than other processes, we do not think they are, but rather to remedy the neglect of class processes by other analysts. Marx focused on the existence and consequences of class processes within capitalist enterprises. Chapter 8 extended that kind of analysis to the household. Elsewhere we have extended it to the state and to further work on enterprises, Resnick and Wolff 1987, chapters 4 and 5. In this chapter, we propose to combine the class analyses of these three social sites. We aim to show how their particular interaction during the Reagan-Bush regime resolved a crisis in U.S. enterprises by intensifying the crisis of U.S. households. The capitalist enterprise. We begin with the traditional Marxian category, namely the capitalist commodity-producing enterprise. Parallel to feudal households, capitalist industrial enterprises are social sites in society where, among many other social and natural processes, the fundamental class process, producing and appropriating surplus labor, and the subsumed class process, distributing surplus labor, occur. Appreciating the differences between the fundamental class processes occurring in the household and the enterprise requires examining how each is constituted uniquely by its specific conditions of existence. Doing this is like comparing any other distinct entities, or social sites, including, of course, men and women. We understand differences between sites in terms of how each is constituted uniquely by its component processes, including, as specified earlier, its unique class, gender, patriarchal, and biological processes. In all such comparisons, we stress how the addition of any one process not only adds its unique effectivity to the determination of that site, but also alters the determinations and interactions of all the other processes constituting it. That the addition of any one alters the entire nature of the site is worth remembering as we discuss differences between capitalist enterprises and feudal households. As in feudal households, individuals labor in capitalist enterprises. There too they transform raw materials to produce use values. 1 There too they are supervised, ordered, and commanded in their laboring activity. As women's laboring experience in households shapes them, individuals laboring in enterprises become complex products of their legal and hierarchical procedures, as well as of gendering, custom, religion, and even of the non-Marxian economic theory presented above. They are, as a result, consciously and unconsciously educated, trained, and motivated to labor productively and honestly for the capitalist who hires them, to receive orders from managerial supervisors hired by capitalists, and to perform unpaid surplus labor day after day for such capitalists. They may well be unconscious that they are willing to work, for perhaps considerable hours, for no pay whatsoever. Certainly in a competitive, private enterprise society like the US today, where individuals seem exquisitely sensitized to becoming victims of any sort, this continued and unacknowledged class victimization testifies to the power of ideology in structuring the workplace. Despite the common presence of labor, technological, class, power, legal, and ideological processes in both households and enterprises, the radically different forms assumed by them at each site dictate radically different sets of attitudes, feelings, ties, work habits, and, in general, class and non-class behaviors. For example, unlike women laboring in feudal households, enterprise workers sell their labor power in the market, receiving wages from its buyer. Hence, unlike their serf counterparts in households, capitalist workers do not immediately obtain the fruits of their necessary labor, instead they have to purchase them in commodity markets by means of their wages. Additionally, although both household and enterprise workers produce use values, physical goods and services, only those produced in enterprises also take on exchange values, that is, become commodities by entering markets. The presence of commodity exchange processes means, on the one hand, that the labor power of the capitalist worker has an exchange value, and, on the other, that the worker's products have exchange values. The presence of exchange processes and hence values implies a radically different social situation in the enterprise as compared to the household within which no commodity exchange occurs. For example, since surplus labor in the enterprise yields surplus value there, the enterprise is the site also of the process of the self-expansion of value, what Marx defines as capital. The presence of capital produces, in turn, a particular set of consequences impacting enterprises and the relationships therein: capital accumulation, technological innovation, product innovation, unemployment, and so forth. While the presence of capital in the enterprise differentiates it sharply from the non-capitalist household, the list of differences between enterprises and households hardly stops there. The ideological, legal, emotional, moral, and economic ties that bind workers to capitalists are different from those binding household serfs to lords. These differences, combined with the presence of the exchange and capital processes, further define the uniqueness of capitalist as opposed to feudal behavior. For example, workers in enterprises are not tied to their capitalists in the same way as are household serfs to their lords. This difference may arise partly from the absence in the capitalist relationship of the legal, ideological, and patriarchal processes comprising marriage. It also derives, in part, from the presence in the feudal household of the ideology of love that can envelop feudal workers so pervasively and powerfully. Gendering, too, assigns its differential social, including class, roles to women and men in capitalist enterprises as compared to feudal households. In the latter, processes of gender help to determine that women become the producers of surplus for their men. In the former, these processes are linked more to discriminatory pay differences, unequal access to different jobs, and barriers to promotion. Additionally, patriarchy is a powerful social force binding female serfs to male lords in households in ways that are different from the binding power used by capitalists over their workers. In contrast to feudal lords, capitalists' power over laborers derives partly from being buyers of their labor power. As with buyers of any commodity, capitalists have the right to consume what they have purchased. Consuming labor power means setting laborers to work producing surplus. Since no purchase of labor power is involved inside households, the appropriation of feudal wives' surplus labor depends more on men's traditional and natural rights vis-a-vis women. On the other hand, the existence of patriarchy in society, regardless of its location, encourages an environment of control of the other, wherever that individual may labor. Point 2. In that sense, patriarchy, like all the other social processes, impacts both social sites, albeit differently. Generally, the inequality between men and women that rules the household is different from that in the capitalist enterprise. In the latter, as Marx showed in Capital 1, it is rather the socially contrived equality between buyers and sellers of labor power as contractual partners that becomes a condition of existence of capitalist exploitation. In household relationships, on the other hand, the differently contrived inequality between men and women helps to foster feudal exploitation. Moreover, workers in capitalist enterprises typically lack, are separated from, sufficient means to reproduce themselves without entering a wage relationship. Feudal household workers are not so separated. This difference in access to means of production gives women in feudal households different kinds of control over their economic well-being from that of workers, male and female, in capitalist enterprises. The social constraints surrounding the power of husbands to eliminate feudal wives from the household are quite different from those limiting capitalists' freedom to fire workers. On the other hand, while the power of women inside households is constrained by gender, patriarchal, and ideological processes, that of workers in capitalist enterprises may be enhanced by unionization, statute law enforced by the state, and even by the freedom to leave and seek employment elsewhere. Thus, the effectivity of any process in each site is differently overdetermined both by the interaction among the other processes present at that site and by the processes elsewhere that impact on that site. Capitalist enterprises typically have boards of directors appropriating surplus value from their productive laborers. These boards also distribute shares of this surplus value to secure certain conditions of existence of their continued ability to appropriate surplus value. In other words, just as the reproduction of the feudal household's appropriation of surplus labor depends on its distribution, the reproduction of the industrial enterprise's appropriation of surplus value also depends on its distribution. The following equation, 15.1, summarizes this argument for capitalist enterprises, Resnick and Wolff 1987, Wolff and Resnick 1987. 3. 15.1. The SV term represents the surplus value appropriated by capitalist industrial enterprises boards of directors. The several SSCP terms represent the different shares of appropriated surplus value distributed to those who provide various conditions of existence of those enterprises. We call these distributions of portions of appropriated surplus value the capitalist subsumed class payments. The boards of directors make such distributions with the goal of securing the conditions of existence needed to continue to appropriate surplus value. Point 4. To illustrate the point, an industrial corporation needs to distribute a portion of appropriated surplus value in the form of taxes paid to the state to secure the production and dissemination of the powerful ideology described above, via schools and other institutions. Taxes also secure the laws and judicial infrastructure needed for capitalist exploitation. Another condition of existence of appropriating surplus value is the control or discipline of productive laborers' workplace behaviors. To secure this process, boards of directors make subsumed class payments to supervisory managers for their salaries and to buy their means of supervisory control. Still another condition of existence for the industrial enterprise's reproduction in a competitive environment is capital accumulation. Boards of directors will make subsumed class payments to managers charged with accumulation to enable them to purchase the requisite additional means of production and labor power. Other subsumed class payments include budgets for corporate research and development departments, dividends to corporate owners, rents to landlords and patent owners, fees to merchants, and interest payments to creditors. Resnick and Wolff 1987:164, 230. A problem for capitalist industrial corporations arises when the following inequality, 15.2, occurs. 15.2. The inequality signals that the quantity of surplus value appropriated is insufficient to make the distributions needed to secure the conditions of existence of the appropriation and hence of the enterprise's reproduction. If this problem is not solved, the capitalist enterprise's existence will be in jeopardy. A crisis is at hand. Analyzing Reagan-Bush. Here begins our tale of enterprise, state, and household interactions over the Reagan-Bush years. U.S. industrial corporations faced very difficult problems at the end of the 1970s as certain of their conditions of existence were not being reproduced socially. If left unsolved, these problems might have generated a general crisis of U.S. capitalism. Reaganomics represented one particular solution to the problems of enterprises when Reagan took office. Reaganomic policies aimed to secure the reproduction of capitalist enterprises jeopardized conditions of existence. We wish to argue that an inequality SVESSCPI existed and grew among U.S. capitalist enterprises across the 1970s. There was an increase in the number and size of distributed shares of surplus value, interest payments, dividends, managerial salaries, rents, taxes, etc., demanded by those who reproduced capitalist conditions of existence. The costs of providing these conditions had risen faster than the surplus value available to many capitalist boards of directors at the beginning of Reagan's presidency. In particular, prior to Reagan's election, we may point to several kinds of subsumed class demands which were pressing heavily on capitalists' appropriated surplus value. Two of them involved industrial capitalists having to use their surplus value to pay for input commodities whose prices had been raised above their exchange values. In these cases, as we shall see, certain groups had established the monopoly power enabling them to impose such prices and thereby obtain subsumed class distributions from capitalists who had to secure those inputs. A differently expanded subsumed class demand emanated from managers inside industrial corporations. They pushed capitalist boards of directors to allocate more of their surplus value for research and development budgets as well as to purchases of plant and equipment embodying new, productivity-raising technologies. These were argued to be indispensable defenses against the most severe foreign competition threatening U.S. industry since at least the Second World War. Without distributing surplus value to these defensive uses, U.S. enterprises in industry after industry but especially in highly unionized industries such as steel and autos faced a loss of appropriated surplus value to their more efficiently producing foreign competitors, in particular the Japanese and West Germans. 5. Let us now examine these growing demands on capitalist surplus values in detail. Some productive laborers were able to use the power of their unions or to take advantage of market conditions to raise the price of their labor power above its exchange value. Such laborers had, in effect, established monopoly positions in the labor power market. To gain access to this now monopolized commodity, industrial capitalists had to pay a premium equal to the difference between the price and value of the labor power they had to buy. That premium is a subsumed class distribution. For analytical convenience, let it be SSCP1 in equation 15.1. Productive laborers who receive such subsumed class payments do so as part of their wages. Thus, their total wage income comprises two parts: the value of their labor power, Marx's term V, plus a subsumed class share, SSCR1 equal to enterprises SSCP1 in equation 15.1, of the surplus value they produced for their employer. The expanded wage incomes of productive workers, V plus SSCR1, not only helped to generate the post-Second World War expansion in U.S. consumption expenditures. They also alleviated pressures on the traditional feudal family. Over these decades, such families formed a key part of the social structure of the major industrial, unionized cities of the Northeast and Middle West. 6 Capitalist heavy industry was most powerful just where it seemed the feudal family also had the strongest foothold. In this case, feudalism and capitalism supported one another. As suggested in Chapter 8, Rising Male Workers' Incomes, here specified as V plus SSCR1, tended to reduce the pressure on women in households to increase feudal exploitation. On the other hand, rising wages made life more difficult for industrial enterprises, for they only added to the demands on surplus value, the SSCP1 distribution. While impaired, enterprises also benefited, for they were able to sell more and more of their commodities to these same workers. Another subsumed class demand arose from those who established monopoly positions in raw materials, especially energy. Across the 1970s, the price of energy exceeded its exchange value, the so-called oil shock. Consequently, U.S. enterprises had to make significant subsumed class payments to such monopoly sellers, SSCP2 on the right-hand side of equation 15.1. Adding the latter subsumed class distribution to that made to productive laborers only put an additional strain on the ability of enterprises to reproduce themselves. 7. Although the reason for both subsumed class payments can be found in the monopoly power deployed by specific commodity sellers, the timing of their impacts was different. Subsumed class payments to sellers of raw materials rose dramatically in the 1970s, especially with the creation of OPEC, whereas U.S. industrial enterprises had purchased significant amounts of productive labor power at varying premiums for some time. A special relationship between the state and the unions had evolved since the 1930s. One of the conditions of existence securing workers' subsumed class position was the legal and ideological support received by them from the state. Indeed, the duration of that support and the subsumed class consequences of that state-union relationship made it an inviting target for Reagan's assaults, beginning with the air traffic controllers' national strike in 1981. Another subsumed class demand that surged upward derived from individuals inside capitalist industrial corporations, namely certain managers. They claimed that U.S. industrial corporations had to increase their capital accumulation and research and development budgets to raise productivity. Expanded subsumed class distributions for these purposes were crucial to counter foreign competition, particularly since domestic companies were constrained by the high wages discussed above and by their inability to raise output prices because of the foreign competition. The chorus of demands for increased productivity across the 1970s and 1980s offered various reasons for the slow productivity growth that was allegedly undermining U.S. industry. Some stressed union-enforced work rules and attitudes. Others focused on an inability or unwillingness of managements to manage properly to accumulate machines embodying improved technologies, rather than, say, to seek mergers that would enhance only short-run financial profits. Still others pointed to laws and regulations and to cultural attitudes fostered by an overly permissive educational system that together inhibited efficient private industry and its old-fashioned American ingenuity. Those who saw the problems in these terms generated corresponding solutions: weaken unions, induce managers to accumulate new technology, reduce state disincentives to such accumulation, and reaffirm traditional institutions such as conservative schools, nuclear families, orthodox religions. Indeed, these solutions effectively outline the basic social program of the Reagan and Bush administrations. Across the 1970s, the cumulative impact of large and rising subsumed class demands exceeded the appropriated surplus value available to meet them. Because capitalist enterprises did not squeeze enough surplus value out of their workers to satisfy those demands, we may say that equation 15.1 changed into inequality 15.2. The associated problems foreshadowed a crisis. President Carter's policies were viewed as altogether inadequate to address the situation. Much like the more severe crisis of the 1930s, the crisis threatening in the 1980s called for a new and imaginative way of acting by the state.
In this sense, it is no coincidence that both the Roosevelt and Reagan administrations inaugurated new paths for U.S. capitalism. For the 1980s, what was required was a new freedom for industrial capitalists both to search for new sources of surplus value and to reduce the demands of certain subsumed classes on their surplus value. However, the options were limited. It made no economic, political, or ideological sense for a newly elected, conservative, Republican administration to support reduced distributions to corporate managers for accumulation. Nor could the federal government do much about the monopoly positions of foreign energy sellers without risking at that time prohibitive political and military costs. Thus, the Reaganomic solution to the specific problems of enterprise is the inequality between surplus value and the sum of subsumed class demands on it centered on two priorities. The first aimed to arrange for certain conditions of existence to be reproduced for a much smaller subsumed class payment from industrial corporations than had previously been necessary. The second aimed to increase the quantity of surplus value appropriated by capitalist industrial enterprises and available for subsumed class distributions. The state and capitalist enterprises under Reaganomics. Reaganomics became a state policy that operated on both sides of inequality 15.2 with the aim of re-establishing a balance between surplus value expropriated and surplus value distributed. In other words, by seeking to change inequality 15.2 back into equation 15.1, Reaganomics offered a solution to the class problems that beset enterprises. To develop this argument, we need first to specify how the state, as another site in society, is able to accomplish such dramatic changes in the private sector. We begin with a class equation for the state's own value flows, Resnick and Wolff 1987. 15.3. In this equation, SV stands for surplus value produced in state industrial enterprises and appropriated by the state, e.g. Amtrak. SSCR stands for the state's subsumed class revenues, that is, taxes paid by industrial capitalist enterprises out of their appropriated surplus values. NCR stands for the non-class revenues derived from all sources other than appropriators of surplus value, e.g. personal taxes levied on the incomes of productive and unproductive workers. Turning to the state's expenditures, to the right of the equal sign, ESP is the sum of subsumed class expenditures to secure the conditions of existence for state enterprises to appropriate SV, e.g. salaries to their managers. X is the sum of those state expenditures required to secure the state's receipt of taxes from capitalist enterprises, SSCR, by providing certain conditions of existence to them, e.g. maintaining the police, court, and prison systems. EY is the sum of the remaining state expenditures aimed to secure NCR by providing services to those who are not industrial capitalists, e.g. building and maintaining public parks. From the Marxian standpoint, part of Reaganomics focused on cheapening the costs to enterprises of particular conditions of existence provided to them by the federal government. These included military and police security, subsidies, maintenance of economic infrastructures, adjudication of contract disputes, control of the money supply, maintenance of public health, etc. The means to accomplish this cheapening was a broad tax shift which the Reagan administration publicized as a tax reduction. The point was to shift the cost of services delivered to enterprises onto the tax bills of individuals. The numbers in the table 15.1 showing this shift are striking. Returning to equation 15.3, we can isolate one part of Reaganomics as relatively decreasing the state's SSCR on the left side while simultaneously increasing its NCR there. Reducing corporate, SSCR, relative to personal, NCR, taxes became one recurrent theme of the Reagan years. According to the numbers in Table 15.1, corporate taxes as a percentage of total tax receipts declined. Table 15.1 Federal tax receipts, dollar billions. 1970. 1980. 1987. Total. 196. 519. 886. Individual income taxes. 104. 288. 465. Corporate income taxes. 35. 72. 103. Corporate income taxes as percent of total. 17.9. 13.9. 11.6. Source, U.S. Bureau of the Census, Statistical Abstract of the United States 1990, 110th edition, Washington, Government Printing Office, 1990, p. 318. Hereafter, this and other editions of the Statistical Abstract will be cited as source. Table 15.2 U.S. Deficits and National Debts, dollar billions. Budget Deficits. National Debt. 1970. 2.8. 380.9. 1980. 78.9. 908.5. 1989. 161.5. 2,868.8a. Source, Sauce 1990, p. 309. Note. Estimated data. Steadily over these years from 17.9% of the total in 1970 to 11.6% in 1987. Accomplishing these revenue changes in the state sector alleviated problems of industrial corporations. Inequality 15.2 was reduced by lessening the taxes demanded from corporate surplus values. At the same time, the Reagan administration spent much more money on the military and less on social programs. 8 In this way, the state undertook a process expanding defense commodity purchases that secured a condition of existence of the corporations that produce weapons and inputs into weapons production. These corporations were thereby enabled to realize and indeed to expand surplus value. This, too, reduced inequality 15.2. However, this solution for industrial capitalists had its political risks. Reduced state expenditures for social programs directed to the non-corporate public coupled with increased personal taxes confronted the mass of U.S. citizens with an attack on their living standards. One way to disguise and thus sell this pro-capitalist policy was to wrap it in a nationalist package. To restore U.S. global hegemony, defended as necessary to national security, an expansion of the defense budget was required. Also required was a reduction of corporate taxes. That would strengthen U.S. enterprises' international competitiveness by permitting them to use the money saved from taxes for technological progress via capital accumulation. Once these state changes were accomplished, the argument claimed, the entire U.S. not merely corporations would reap the benefits. 9 To help convince Congress and public opinion, the administration added some reduction of individual tax rates also, a reduced NCR. Carrying through these tax and expenditure changes, chiefly the reduced SSCR and NCR and the expanded X, created the huge budget deficits and the resulting fiscal problems of the Reagan state, as detailed in Table 15.2. Parallel to inequality 15.2 that we specified to understand the problems of capitalist industrial enterprises, we may now specify a new inequality 15.4 to illustrate the state's comparable problems. 15.4. Simply put, the expenditure demands to secure its conditions of existence to satisfy its constituents exceeded its revenues from them. Consequently, pressures now fell on the state's remaining revenue and expenditure variables SV, ESP, and EY. Clearly, eliminating state industrial enterprises would have fit easily into the conservative ideology of the Reagan administration. However, few state enterprises existed that could be sold outright to private industry, thus eliminating both SV as revenues and ESP as expenditures, and generating, via their sale, a once and for all NCR for the state. 10 Thus, most of the pressure and congressional debate focused on the only remaining viable expenditure that could be cut, namely EY, the state expenditures directed to households and generally referred to as social programs. These social programs were cut, but never enough to eliminate the inequality in the state's equation. This necessitated the well-known Reagan solution of generating enormous deficits financed by ever-new state borrowing, as revealed in the previous table. In the class analytical terms of equation 15.3,
These borrowings comprised a new NCR term, called by Marx, 1967 c. 465, fictitious capital, added to the revenue side. However, such capital, while producing the necessary state budget revenues, produced as well a new set of contradictions for capitalist industrial enterprises, feudal households, and even for the state itself. Vast increases in state borrowing pushed all interest rates higher. This meant even greater deficits, since the state had to pay more interest on its new debt. Higher interest rates meant that industrial enterprises also had to allocate increased shares, higher SSCP, of their surplus value to cover interest payments to their creditors. What the state gave on one hand to capitalists in the form of reduced corporate taxes, it took away on the other by fostering higher interest claims on their surplus value. Hence the state's aim of promoting technical progress by subsidizing private capital accumulation was being undermined by its own fiscal action. Moreover, higher U.S. interest rates tended to attract foreign capital, which strengthened the dollar vis-a-vis other currencies. 11 This improved position of the dollar compounded the severe competitive environment facing U.S. industry, for it lowered the dollar prices of foreign imports and increased the foreign currency prices of U.S. exports. Finally, a rise in interest rates created a particular burden on industrial workers and their households, which we will analyze in the next section. Rising federal deficits and their impact on interest rates reinforced the Reaganomic determination to pursue its solutions, constrain EY by eliminating state jobs and by cutting social programs directed to the poorest households. They also pushed the Reagan administration to raise new state revenues by increasing Social Security taxes on payrolls, the trust fund balances of Table 15.3, while keeping public attention focused on personal income tax cuts. Estimated data. This Reagan strategy tended to limit government employment not only at the federal level, but also, through trickling down, at the state and local levels. From 1970 to 1981, civilian employment at all levels of government, federal, state, and local, rose from 13 to 16 million, an increase of 23%. From 1981 to 1986, it rose only to 16.9 million, a rise of 5.6%, SOS 1989:293. New job entrants had to look to private rather than public employment. The deflection of the supply of labor power to the private sector, coupled with Reagan's assaults against unions, were two of the several forces that depressed real wages across the Reagan years. Another, discussed in the next section, was the exodus of women from feudal households into the capitalist wage labor market. This, too, acted to increase the supply of labor power to the private sector. Since employers needed to pay productive workers less, more of the fruits of their increasingly productive labor accrued to those employers. Output per hour in the non-farm private business sector rose 10.3% from 1980 to 1987, while in manufacturing alone it rose over 30%, SOS 1989:403. Private industrial capitalists thus had more surplus to distribute to secure their various conditions of existence. The Reagan strategy of increasing Social Security taxes while cutting social programs and government employment tended to reduce its overall deficit from what it would have been otherwise. However, the strategy's most important influence was probably felt by industrial enterprises in terms of the market in labor power that they confronted. 12. The Carter years ended and the Reagan years began with a severe economic depression and, at least in terms of the post-Second World War period, relatively high rates of unemployment. Added to this were the state's new policy toward labor, signaled by Reagan's direct confrontation with the air traffic controllers in 1981, and its effort to limit public employment at all levels. Relatively high unemployment rates depressed wages in many sectors over the Carter years and into the Reagan years. A growing supply of people looking for work in private industry, fed by the constraints on government employment and, as we will see, by housewives entering the wage labor market, coupled with a policy to limit the power of unions, broadened and deepened the pressure on wages across the 1980s. Table 15.4, measuring what could actually be bought for the money wages received, i.e. real wages, shows the telltale pattern of this wage depression. These pressures in the labor market eventually limited or removed the subsumed class payments, SSCP1 in equation 15.1, that many industrial capitalists had to make when labor market conditions enabled especially unionized labor to charge a price for labor power above its value. This further relieved the demands on industrial capitalists' surplus value. Reaganomics had moved systematically towards solving the enterprise problems it confronted, Inequality 15.2, upon taking office. It had re-established a balance between the production/appropriation of surplus value, the capitalist fundamental class process, on the one hand, and its distribution to secure conditions of existence, the capitalist subsumed class process, on the other. In other words, it had averted a crisis for capitalist enterprises by changing Inequality 15.2 back into Equation 15.1. This success in treating the problems of capitalist enterprises occurred under the banner of a crusade against big, wasteful, inefficient, and intrusive government in the name of individual enterprise, freedom, initiative, and prosperity. The crisis of feudal households. We can write the class structural equation for the feudal household as follows. 15.5. The surplus labor performed by the feudal wife, SL on the left of the equal sign, is appropriated by the husband. He distributes that surplus labor, or its products, to those individuals who secure conditions of existence of his feudal class position in the household. Each numbered SSCP term on the right-hand side of equation 15.5 represents a portion of the surplus labor so distributed by the feudal husband. As discussed in Chapter 8, household feudal surplus delivered to a local church as contributions or to the municipality as, say, real estate taxes are examples of such distributions. Similarly, both the male, as the feudal appropriator of surplus, and the female, as its producer, may occupy, in addition to their feudal fundamental class positions, feudal subsumed class positions within the household as well. In other words, both may also appear on the right-hand side of equation 15.5 as receivers of the surplus distributed by the feudal husband. Thus, for example, if a husband and/or wife use a room to keep records of household affairs, the wife's surplus labor will be distributed to maintaining that room and/or keeping the records of the feudal class structured household. Point 13. When Reagan took power in 1981, class problems afflicted households as well as enterprises. In other words, both feudalism and capitalism were experiencing difficulties reproducing their different class structures at their respective social sites. We may express the class problems of the feudal household in terms of the following inequality: its appropriated surplus labor, SL, was insufficient to meet the subsumed class demands upon it, all the SSCP needed to secure the continued appropriation of that feudal surplus. 14. 15.6. In feudal households, unlike capitalist enterprises, the locus of the problem lay less in subsumed class demands than in the reduced provisions of surplus labor by wives. Especially relevant in this regard were the women's liberation movement beginning in the 1960s, a male rebellion against family financial burdens, Ehrenreich 1983, downward pressures on family living standards in the 1970s, changing sexual mores, and changing attitudes toward children and childrearing practices such as daycare. These were all, in turn, complex products of the social upheavals of the 1960s. The particular difficulties in the way of reproducing the feudal household concerned the women's inability and/or unwillingness to continue to perform any, or as much, surplus labor for their husbands. Women who took second jobs as wage earners outside the home confronted physical and psychological limits to maintaining their full-time traditional positions as producers of household surplus labor, Hochschild 1989. Wage incomes earned outside the household lessened or removed the financial dependence conditioning women's feudal position inside. Similarly, the mental and cultural attitudes appropriate to wage laborers could and did often clash with those nurtured inside feudal households. The physical strain on women performing surplus labor at two social sites during the same day contributed to all sorts of household tensions among adults and children, as well as to demands by women for relief from the burden of traditional deliveries of surplus labor to husbands. As the feudal surplus labor appropriated by husbands came under increasing pressure, the reduced surpluses threatened their ability to secure their conditions of existence as feudal appropriators. For some, the willingness to continue to meet their family obligations was eroded or undermined altogether. Onto this strained household class structure, reaganomics fell like a bomb. Policies that had addressed and solved the difficulties of capitalist class structures in enterprises only added intolerable pressures to the difficulties already undermining feudal households. On the one hand, the Reagan assault on governmental social programs and supports shifted many household expenses back onto families. Reduced maintenance of roads and bridges meant more family time and money to maintain, repair or replace vehicles. Reduced state provision of services to children, the sick, and the elderly directly and immediately placed added financial and caring responsibilities on the affected families. The list of other reductions at federal, state, and local levels is similarly matched by the additional burdens shifted to family finances and family labor. At the same time, the other wing of the reaganomic program for enterprises, exacerbating the long-term downward trend in private sector real wages, squeezed further the family's financial resources. Husbands often expected increased amounts of their wives' surplus labor to offset their reduced real wages. Thus, the successes of reaganomics in the capitalist sphere helped to plunge American feudal households into a class crisis. In other words, a transitional conjuncture developed that threatened the survival of feudal class structures in U.S. households. Thus, in many such households, new, non-feudal class structures emerged and are still emerging. To analyze this conjuncture, we begin by focusing on male productive workers who, in one social existence, produce surplus value for industrial capitalists, but who, in another, appropriate surplus labor from their wives. Such men are both exploited and exploiters. The following class structural equation is intended to illustrate summarily this complex contradiction of American life. 15.7. On the left side of equation 15.7, productive workers' incomes may now include three new additions to their previous categories of V and SSCR1. The first, SL, signifies the surplus labor they may appropriate within a feudal household. The second, NCRST, is the value of goods and services workers receive from the state, the other side of the state's EY expenditures in equation 15.3. The third, NCRDBT, comprises any credit they obtain. NCRST and NCRDBT are non-class income flows because they are not directly part of either the production or distribution of surplus in any form. It is because such workers occupy non-class positions, as citizens entitled to state benefits and as borrowers, that they receive these flows. Point 15. The right-hand side of equation 15.7 specifies the worker's expenditure to reproduce each of these class and non-class positions and their attendant income flows. First of all, male workers reproduce their capitalist existence outside the household, their status as V recipients, by purchasing commodities for consumption, means of subsistence. The term EV/UV denotes the exchange value per unit of such commodities, while UV is the number of such units purchased. Multiplied together, these terms amount to the value of what Marx called the means of subsistence necessary for the maintenance of the laborer, 1967b, 171. Second, their capitalist subsumed class position, the SSCR1 that reflects any monopoly component of their wages, may require a payment of union dues indicated by the expenditure of an X. Then, the ESC term is simply the sum of all the subsumed class distributions the feudal husband must make to secure the continuing receipt of his wife's surplus labor as elaborated in Chapter 8. Taxes paid to the state, TXP and TXSS, representing personal and social security taxes respectively, help to secure NCRST, the value of benefits received from the state. TXP and TXSS are, of course,
Sources of the state's NCR in equation 15.3. Finally, increased represents the cost to workers of interest payments they must make to secure their outstanding credit, expressed as total consumer debt, NCR DBT. Point 16. Analyzing equation 15.7 reveals what we think is one of those particular moments in capitalist history when the rate of exploitation of the proletariat has shifted significantly. It rose without an increase in the length of the workday or in the intensity of labor, and without a decrease in the exchange value of means of subsistence. The process is worth detailing. The depressed labor market continuing into the Reagan years combined with his attack on unions to reduce, if it did not eliminate, SSCR1 as a part of workers' wage incomes. For many blue-collar workers, this meant the end of a traditional subsumed class position, held by many since the Second World War. The labor power they supplied was no longer relatively scarce, hence it could no longer obtain a premium, SSCR1. This not only lowered their standard of living but also portended major changes in their relationship with industrial capitalists that are still unfolding. Capitalists were significantly strengthened, a hitherto necessary subsumed class payment was cut while leaving intact the condition of existence it had secured, namely access to labor power at its value. What was more, the eroded union power and depressed labor power market presented capitalists with an opportunity actually to reduce the value of labor power, to reduce the workers' notions of what was an acceptable standard of living. If capitalists could seize the opportunity, then reducing V would leave them that much more of the workers' daily labor as surplus labor for them to appropriate. In Marx's language, the rate of exploitation would have been raised. In our terms, the SV term on the left side of capitalist enterprises equations would have been raised. Added to the decline, if not elimination, of any premium on their labor power, SSCR1, was likely a decline as well in the value of direct benefits derived from state expenditures, NCRST in equation 15.7. State social programs hardly expanded under Reaganomics, and those directed to the poorest segments of the population declined. There was no dramatic rise in state expenditures benefiting workers to offset the fall in their subsumed class incomes. Moreover, while personal taxes, TXP, were cut as part of Reaganomics, this cut was more than offset, for many productive workers, by the rise in Social Security taxes, TXSS. Most workers experienced, then, a net increase in their tax expenditures. Added to such an increased net tax burden was the rise in interest payments by workers partly to pay for rapidly rising consumer debt, incurred because of the above-listed pressures on their standards of living, and partly to cope with the rising interest rate on consumer debt, itself linked to the budgetary deficits of the state's policies favoring industrial capitalists. Parallel to the experience of the state and of enterprises, rising interest rates, and debt, meant that workers too had to increase expenditures to service their debt. Given the pressures generated by these changes damaging to workers' living standards, counter-pressures developed to repair the damage or at least to reduce it. The workers could do little to force increases in their wages when they faced, 1. The unemployment produced by the business cycle that ended the Carter and began the Reagan administrations, 2. Reagan's attack on unions, 3. The mass near hysteria endorsing a competitive necessity to lower wages to defend the U.S. against the invasion of foreign commodities and consequent export of jobs, and, 4. The entry of more women competitors into the labor force. Workers could and did complain about union dues and the inadequate quid pro quo they felt they were receiving in return. The secular decline in union membership accelerated. 17 Households incurred still more consumer debt, NCRDBT in equation 15.7. Male workers from feudal households likely pressed their wives to do more surplus labor there, SL in equation 15.7, and or arrogated more feudal subsumed class payments, ESC in equation 15.7, to themselves. We suspect that these conditions together overdetermined one of those special conjunctures in U.S. capitalist history when workers were forced over the Reagan years to accept, as a new long-run phenomenon, the lower real wages first experienced in the 1970s.
No doubt reduced real incomes were explained to them as caused by the impersonal rules of international competition. Hence their only effective choice was to accept either reduced wages, and thereby maintain their jobs, or unemployment, no wages. More often than not, in their next rounds of wage bargaining, unions came to accept this new reality of the American economy, this sharing of the burdens of global adjustment. Putting this new reality in Marxian terms, 1967b, 171, there was a change in the historical and moral element determining the value of labor power. Workers accepted a lower bundle of means of subsistence. Thus, V fell to a lower real wage without a shortened workday or work week and without any lessened intensity of their labor. If anything, the reverse was more often the case. Industrial capital in the US now enjoyed a higher rate of exploitation of its workers. But the story is not yet over. Male workers from feudal households who faced falling capitalist wages, V plus SSCR1, reduced state benefits, NCRST, and increased outlays on taxes and interest rates, often tried to maintain their standard of living by demanding more surplus labor from their wives and/or increasing their consumer debt. The latter only postponed and then ultimately intensified this demand on wives in the context of household debt crises. At the same time, faced with the twin pincers of greater financial demands and reduced financial resources, many households tried to maintain living standards by means of an accelerated exodus of housewives into the wage labor market. Yet, falling wage levels, together with the systematically lower paying jobs available to women, meant that their earnings did not much exceed the added costs of compensating for cut government supports plus the added costs of allowing women to leave homes for work, childcare expenses, prepared food expenses, increased clothing expenses, added transportation costs or a second car, etc. In any case, the women's accelerated exodus undercut the provision of even the traditional amounts, not to speak of demands for increased amounts of feudal surplus labor in additional millions of U.S. households. We can pose some of these contradictions by specifying a new class structural equation representing women who both perform feudal surplus labor in the household and sell their labor power to capitalists outside the household. They become part of the proletariat, but unlike their male counterparts, they are exploited at both sites in society. 15.8. V indicates income received from feudal wives' sale of labor power outside the household. To capture the reality of the lower-paying jobs taken by women, we subtract a non-class revenue term, NCRMKT, from the value of labor power, V. Despite anti-discrimination laws in U.S. society, women tend to receive a price for their labor power that is less than its value. In other words, they participate in an unequal exchange with industrial capital that reduces their income from selling their labor power from what it would have been otherwise. Point 18 here, the term NCRMKT stands for the deviation in the labor market of women's market wages from the value of their labor power. NL stands for the feudal necessary labor performed and received by women in their feudal household position. Turning our attention next to the NCRST term in equation 15.8, it refers to women's receipt of benefits from state expenditures and transfers in the forms of training programs, parental leave supports, etc. 19. Finally, revenues may accrue to such women by their incurring debt, expressed by the variable NCRDBT.20. On the expenditure side of equation 15.8, the first term represents the commodity purchases made by women, food, clothing, shelter, etc., needed to reproduce each day the labor power that they sell. Point 21. The second term, Z, stands for the expenditures they may have to make to reproduce their position as household feudal serfs receiving NL, depending on circumstances. This may include clothes, tools, etc. needed for their feudal household labor. A tax term, TXP plus TXSS, indicates that they too must pay personal and social security taxes to the state. Interest payments required by any debtor positions that they may occupy are captured by the final INCRDBT term. Like their husbands, women are caught in the dilemma of a falling V, and likely a falling NCRST too. However, Added to their income problems is the negative NCRMKT. The magnitude of NCRMKT is likely becoming even larger in a market in which, 1. The labor supply is growing, women entering the labor power market in increasing numbers, 2. The demand for labor is falling, government pressure to reduce public employment, and 3. Union power is under attack. Given the additional and increasing net tax burdens and rising interest payments, the pressure on women's bundles of means of subsistence becomes intolerable. To solve men's demands for increased feudal surplus, women could theoretically accept an increased feudal rate of exploitation either by reducing their necessary labor for themselves, NL, or by expanding their total hours of labor in the household, despite their working 40-hour weeks outside of it. Alternatively, their feudal rate of exploitation could remain unchanged, if expanded feudal hours could be found from additional household serfs, for example, children set to work as feudal serfs alongside their mothers. 22 Perhaps a more complex solution involves women reducing their commodity expenditures to reproduce their own labor power, the E, F/UV, UV term in the above equation, and expanding household budgets for the benefit of their husbands, the ESC term in the comparable equation. For males, such a substitution serves to reduce women's real incomes even more and, consequently, may provoke a crisis in their capitalist existences as sellers of labor power. Spending less of her money on the food, clothing, and transportation needed for her wage employment will diminish her chances to rise within or even keep that employment. The pressures caused by any one or more of these possibilities exploded feudal households over recent decades. The solutions that were found for the class problems afflicting capitalist industries and the U.S. state, summarized by inequalities 15.2 and 15.4 above, created major disruptions in the income and expenditure equations for laboring men and women. 23 Consequently, feudal households in the United States literally broke apart under the weight that Reaganomics added to the already heavy pressures, cultural and political as well as economic, that had accumulated across the 1970s. The statistics on household living conditions suggest much about this explosion. 24 The number of divorces and annulments rose from 708,000 in 1970, roughly one-third the number of marriages that year, to 1,213,000 in 1981, roughly one-half the number of marriages. Then, the 2:1 ratio of marriages to divorces/annulments continued across the 1980s, SOS 1990:86. Reports of domestic abuse and violence among adults and children soared. For example, the number of child maltreatment cases reported to officials in the U.S. rose from 669,000 in 1976 to 1,225,000 in 1981 and to 2,086,000 in 1986, SOS 1990:176. Drug and substance abuse became even more of a national epidemic. For example, the value of narcotic seizures by the U.S. Immigration Border Patrols rose from $3.9 million in 1970 to $10.2 million in 1981 and to $582.4 million in 1987, SOS 1989:118. Women's eating disorders, see Frat et al. 1994, Chapter 4, became an epidemic. Psychological depression and suicides, as well as a widespread sense of deepening emotional distances between parents and children, provoked alarms and anxieties on all sides. The organizational forms of desperate people's searches for solutions to the critical problems of households took new forms or returned to forms associated with salvation in times of crisis. Revivalism and fundamentalism intensified across all existing religious movements. New organizations modeled after Alcoholics Anonymous proliferated: Adult Children of Alcoholics Anonymous, Overeaters Anonymous, Gamblers Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, Cocaine Anonymous, Relationships Anonymous, Eating Disorders Anonymous, and many others. Increasingly, the feudal household class structures could not survive the pressures. Those who sought divorces to escape these pressures often chose not to recreate new feudal households with new partners. Instead, as argued in Chapter 8, households with different, non-feudal class structures were established. One rapidly growing option, as we argued previously, was the single adult or, in class terms, the ancient household. Households with communist class structures represented another option to which some escapees from household feudalism were drawn. In this case, a group of adults linked by varying possible kin or affective relations collectively produced and collectively appropriated their own surplus labor. Such communist households have qualities different from both their feudal and their ancient counterparts. In the latter two household class structures, the surplus is privately appropriated, whether by the individual male in the feudal or by the individual adult in the ancient. In the communist household, the surplus is collectively appropriated as well as produced by the adults. Conclusion. The impact of reaganomics on the already mounting difficulties of feudal households exploded millions of those households. This was accomplished notwithstanding, and indeed under the cover of, a barrage of pro-family rhetoric and posturing that were ideological constants across both the Reagan and Bush administrations. Reaganomics thus provoked a transitional conjuncture at the social side of the household. Feudalism in U.S. households is giving way especially to ancient and perhaps even to communist class structures instead. This class transformation, like all others, is the product of cultural and political as well as economic causes. Our Marxian focus in this chapter has been on the class dimensions of and interactions among households, state, and enterprises because there has been a lack of attention to their respective class structures in existing discussions of household and family transformations in the United States today. It is far too soon to determine whether this class transition will continue, stop, or reverse direction to re-establish household feudalism. It is possible that ancient and communist households will also prove vulnerable to the cultural, political, and economic pressures that undermine feudal households. In any case, the general crisis and transitional conjuncture in feudal households will surely react back upon the solution reaganomics brought to capitalist enterprises. In that reaction, at least from the Marxian perspective, lie important root causes of class conflicts and changes in the immediate future. There, too, lie important opportunities for political activity aimed at basic social change. The questions to be answered concern whether and how the household crisis will produce a fall in worker productivity, changes in mass consciousness, alterations in market and savings behaviors, etc., that could well undermine the successes attributed to that solution. These are questions that the Reagan and Bush administration apologists never answered because they never asked them. Nor is there any sign that the Clinton administration will do so anytime soon. To assess reaganomics, or indeed any established official policy of the federal government, requires attention to more than capitalist industrial enterprises. Such attention suggests that whatever its successes at the enterprise level, an increased rate of exploitation as a means to achieve one of the longest expansions in U.S. history, these have to be set against the additional difficulties reaganomics heaped upon the millions of U.S. households with feudal class structures. Thus, increased rates of exploitation of all productive workers in enterprises were accompanied by increased exploitation of women workers in households and increased violence, despair, and disruption of family life generally, with perhaps special negative impacts on children. Such rising exploitation and the social implosions it ignites may well come to threaten the very enterprises that reaganomics was meant to protect and support far more urgently and critically, perhaps, than any other threat. The feedback effects of the class and other crises of households will have to be factored into any overall judgment on the success of reaganomics when evaluated even on its own terms. From a Marxian perspective, what is perhaps most significant is the strategic lesson to be learned from the peculiar trajectory of reaganomics and its social consequences. Class conflicts in enterprises were partially and temporarily mollified, but at the cost of displacing them onto households. There they have become extremely intense. These conflicts are often taking directly violent forms and radically altering people's perceptions of social life. Many are experimenting with non-feudal and even communist class structures at household sites. The renewal of a broadly based socialist movement in the United States presupposes understanding and addressing the new sites of class conflict and class changes in the country. The point is not, of course, to dismiss or demote class analysis, conflict, and change at the sites of enterprise or state. It is rather to integrate them into a systematic application of Marxian theory to changing class structures at other social sites such as households. We believe that such an integration can and should be an important component of the reconstruction of Marxism, theoretically and in terms of practical politics, over the years ahead. 16. Capitalisms, socialisms, communisms. A Marxian view. Marxian analyses of the momentous changes underway in Eastern Europe must include treatments focusing on their class dimensions. We propose one here. This analysis finds first that what were widely considered to be socialist or communist class structures were actually state capitalist class structures instead. 1 Second, it finds that most Eastern European governments are now attempting to resolve what they perceive as social crises in part by reverting from state to private capitalisms. We locate this reversion within a long-standing, global pattern of crisis-induced oscillations between these two forms of capitalism. The analysis then offers an explanation of how and why most Marxists and other socialists understood the class structure of state capitalisms, especially in the USSR, to be socialisms or communisms. Finally, we speculate on the practical problems confronting both the private capitalisms emerging in Eastern Europe and those Marxists and socialists whose objectives still include transforming state or private capitalisms into communist class structures. Oscillating capitalisms. Throughout its history, capitalism displays a wide variety of forms across the different times and places where it has existed. In this sense, it is more accurate to speak of capitalisms than capitalism, and, in parallel fashion, of feudalisms, slave systems, socialisms, communisms, and so forth. To proceed in this way, any analyst must be able to identify the presence of certain commonalities in the class structures of different societies that warrant considering them to be forms of one particular kind of class structure. And, of course, analysts of different theoretical persuasions will identify commonalities differently, thereby periodize history in alternative arrangements, and, as we shall show, draw remarkably different political conclusions. We will be concerned here chiefly with two alternative forms of capitalism, private and state capitalisms. In the former, the class structure is understood as a particularly organized set of processes of producing, appropriating, and distributing surplus labor, Resnick and Wolff 1987. These processes are accomplished by individuals who do so outside of any state apparatus, that is, they are in this sense private individuals. 2 Some among such persons, individually or grouped as corporate boards of directors, are defined as private capitalists because they appropriate surplus value from the individual productive laborers whose labor power they have obtained in market exchanges for wages. Private capitalists sell the commodities embodying the labor of such workers and also distribute the surplus value thereby realized, to profits, rents, interest, etc. Contrastingly, in state capitalism, the role of capitalist appropriators and distributors of surplus value is played not by private individuals or private corporate boards of directors, but rather by state officials placed in such capitalist class positions in state enterprises through procedures of election or nomination, and so forth. 3. What is common to each form of capitalism, and distinguishes them sharply from communist class structures, is that the producers of surplus labor do not collectively appropriate and distribute the surplus they produce. In the kind of state capitalism characteristic of most if not all Eastern European nations, state officials did the appropriating and distributing of such surpluses. Moreover, they did so via a command rather than a market system. To secure these officials' capitalist class positions as appropriators of workers' surplus labor required the existence of specific social processes, laws, including procedures of election or appointment, rules, including the power to set accounting values for all inputs and outputs, ideology, including a set of ideas that definitionally transformed state capitalism into socialism, and economic procedures, including command over the acquisition of labor power and means of production. It was the combined effectivity of these social processes that created their positions in the state as the direct appropriators and distributors of a surplus provided by other state workers. The history of capitalism, we shall argue, demonstrates an irregular pattern of oscillations between these two forms, between private and state capitalisms. Point 4 Often, but certainly not always, private capitalism has been the first form to develop out of pre-capitalist class structures. Eventually, the interaction of its economic contradictions with their social context reaches proportions that are interpreted by politically powerful groups as a social crisis that risks capitalism's demise. Then, a greater or lesser shift to state capitalism occurs. In other words, private capitalist enterprises, some, many, or most, are changed into state capitalist enterprises. Point 5 At some later point, when the interaction of state capitalism's economic contradictions with their social context reaches proportions comparably interpreted as a social crisis, a greater or lesser shift back to private capitalism occurs, and so on. Point 6. Typically, each form is championed by spokespersons arguing that their preferred form will both lead the society out of the perceived social crisis and also create some version of the greatest good for the greatest number. The debates between successive generations of such champions have accumulated the vast economic literatures on the virtues and vices of private markets versus state planning, state ownership versus private ownership, smaller competitive versus larger oligopolistic firms, competition versus cooperation, state regulation versus free enterprise, and so forth. Beyond economics, these same debates have been generalized and integrated into grand contestations of democracy versus bureaucracy, state versus citizen, initiative versus sloth, freedom versus slavery, and so on. Some brief historical examples may illustrate these oscillations. The 1929 to 1933 Depression in the United States drove Roosevelt's government to pass the National Industrial Recovery Act, NIRA. The government sponsored, organized and enforced cartels of and codes for private industry amounted to a program of such extensive and intensive regulation that it approached outright state capitalism as an antidote to the collapse of private capitalism. Point 7 Culminating in the Reagan-Bush era, post-World War II economic development in the United States has been widely perceived as a long retreat away from all that the NIRA represented and suggested. In Britain, the private to private oscillations can be seen as the 19th century's private capitalism first passed in the face of the Great Depression, Keynes, and post-war labor nationalizations and then returned via the swing back to privatization reaction of Thatcher's governments. The recent reign of Mitterrand's socialists managed the same sort of oscillation in a much shorter span, as had happened before in 20th century France. Germany moved far more drastically from the private to the state capitalist form under Hitler, but then Adenauer and Erhard rolled Western Germany back after the war. After 1868, the Japanese state capitalist enterprises took the lead in the rapid economic development of capitalism in Japan. Later, the lead passed to private capitalist enterprises, although always in close cooperation with state regulatory and credit agencies. Finally, in the USSR, as we shall argue further below, the 20th century has seen broad shifts from private capitalism to state capitalism after the 1917 revolution and now the reverse shift under Gorbachev and, more clearly, Yeltsin. Point 8. The more extreme oscillations. Among the critics of private capitalism, an extreme rightist position often spoke in various voices about the need to regenerate an organic hierarchical community in place of private capitalism's individualism and democracy, its resulting social divisions and antagonisms, and its loss of the religious or national purity that was thought to have pre-existed capitalism. The various fascisms tended to merge private into state capitalist enterprises as an integral step toward recovering an organic national unity. Fascism never got much beyond that step. On the other end of the political spectrum, there were left critics of private capitalism, especially those inspired by Marxian literature, whose objectives often went far beyond replacing private with state capitalism and toward extending political to full economic democracy as well. Their goal was a radical break with the capitalist structure of producing, appropriating, and distributing surplus labor. They advocated a communist class structure, that is, the collective production of surplus labor, its collective appropriation by the producers, and then its distribution by them in ways aimed to sustain such a communist mode of producing and appropriating surplus. For them, state capitalism was seen as, at best, a temporarily necessary step toward to the transition from capitalism to communism, whereupon the state as well as capitalism should and would wither away. 9 However, especially under the influence of developments in the USSR, a widespread convention developed that confused state capitalist class structures with either communist class structures or some intermediate situation usually called socialism. It is that convention which invites this paper's critical differentiation of state capitalism from communism. Communism, state capitalism, and the USSR. In Marx's theory as we understand and use it, communism is the negation of exploitation. 10 Moreover, communism is a class structure in the precise definitional sense that workers perform surplus labor whose fruits are appropriated and distributed. What is unique about a communist class structure is that those who produce surplus do not hand it over immediately to others who appropriate it. Instead, they collectively appropriate and distribute it themselves. In capitalist class structures, it is capitalists who appropriate their workers' surplus and then distribute it for capitalist purposes. In communist class structures, it would be the producers themselves who perform these acts for communist purposes. Capitalists distribute the surpluses they appropriate to secure the conditions of existence of a capitalist class structure, that is, their continued ability to appropriate surpluses. Thus, as Marx delineates in Capital, especially Volume 3, capitalists distribute portions of their appropriated surpluses to moneylenders, as interest to pay for access to credit, to landlords, as rent to pay for their access to land, to supervisory managers, as salaries to pay for their making workers efficient surplus producers, to government, as taxes to pay for legislative, administrative, judicial, schooling, and other activities needed for capitalism's survival, and so on. Similarly, when producers of surplus labor collectively appropriate their own surplus, they too would proceed to distribute it to secure the conditions of existence of such a communist class structure. Thus, for example, they would allocate portions to defray the costs of schooling with the salient difference that such schooling would likely stress collective values supportive of communist class structures rather than individualist values supportive of capitalist class structures. Similarly, communist appropriators of surplus would pay taxes to state apparatuses for official activities and policies supportive of communist rather than capitalist class structures, and so on. Had the Soviet Revolution of 1917 established communist class structures in industry, we would expect to find ample evidence that workers there collectively appropriated and distributed their surpluses. Instead, the evidence shows that apart from a very few, relatively isolated and short-lived experiments in communism, the class structure of Soviet industry retained its exploitative, capitalist class structure. 11 Post-revolutionary Soviet leaderships had substituted state capitalist agents, above all the Council of Ministers, for private capitalist boards of directors. While this substitution had profound effects, positive and negative, on all aspects of Soviet society, it did not constitute a transition from capitalist to communist class structures in Soviet industries. In Soviet agriculture, a different history of class structures occurred. After the 1917 revolution, Soviet agriculture displayed above all a class structure of individual peasants who produced and appropriated their own surpluses individually, what Marx termed the ancient class structure. Across the 1920s, Lenin's new economic policy fostered a steady transition from that ancient to a capitalist class structure. Successful peasants, the infamous kulaks, bought the land and hired the labor power of those unsuccessful peasants who could not hold on to their ancient class positions. Stalin's 1930s collectivization of agriculture changed its class structure once again. He destroyed the kulak class of private agricultural capitalists and replaced them with a combination of state capitalist farms and collective farms.
The latter were perhaps the only significant site of communist class structures in Soviet history. However, after World War II, the collective farms were either supplanted by state capitalist farms or transformed into capitalist class structures. In the USSR, arguably the most sustained and ambitious effort to date to move toward a communist class structure, only a very modest and temporary such movement was actually accomplished. The historically evolved politics, culture, and economics of pre-revolutionary Russia simply did not provide the conditions in which communist class structures could be established or, where established, sustained. Nor did external and internal conditions after 1917 make them possible. The Soviet leaderships after 1917 could not overcome the history which both enabled their accession to political power, yet also blocked any sustained transition to communist class structures. The obstacles to transitions to communism. In and beyond the USSR, what happened everywhere, notwithstanding the visions and goals of contradictory rhetorics, has been an oscillation between private and state capitalisms. 12 Nothing communist and outside the boundaries of capitalist class structures has yet been able to survive, neither in institutional forms nor in the popular imagination. 13 The political, cultural, including ideological, and economic conditions for the transition to communism have not yet matured within the capitalism spreading across the globe over the last several centuries. While there have been communist experiments in the sense of large and small efforts to establish and sustain communist class structures, they have never long endured nor yet gained general acceptance in any country or region, including all the sites of actually existing socialisms. Rather, in various special circumstances, what Marxists and socialists of varying kinds were able to do, by means of such conditions as general social crises, e.g. wars, exceptional organizational skills, popular hostilities to capitalism and/or existing states, and the political incapacities of private capitalists and state apparatuses, was to capture state power. Ambitious goals of using such state power to accomplish a transition from private capitalism to communism never moved much beyond state capitalism, if they even achieved that. Major reasons for this inability to achieve transition have included, 1. The urgent need for such socialists and Marxists quickly to restore and then maintain relatively high levels of production and distribution to sustain their political power against foreign and domestic challenges. 2. The resulting reliance on pre-existing modes of organizing production and on former managerial personnel as well. 3. The cultural and ideological predispositions of the public which equated effective economic and social organization as such with its particularly capitalist forms, and 4. Long-standing, profound disagreements, often untheorized and implicit, in how different socialist and Marxist tendencies understood the concept of a transition to communism and the nature of socialism as an interim period within that transition. Since reasons, 1, 3, above are rather better known, we will concentrate here on reason 4. Most socialists and Marxists, outside as well as inside Russia, held to concepts of class as chiefly matters of property ownership, levels of income and consumption, and the social distribution of power. 14 Thus they focused theoretical attention and political activity on the questions of property, who had the power to exclude whom from access to means of production, income distribution, who could consume at what levels, and state power, who controlled the legislative, judicial and executive branches of the state authority. Revolution to them meant largely the end of a. Private capitalist ownership of means of production, b. Grossly unequal levels of consumption derived therefrom, and c. The private capitalists' control of the state. More or less, collective ownership, equalized levels of consumption, and democratic power distributions were the desiderata. The Bolsheviks largely articulated their revolutionary objectives in these terms. Bukharin and Preobrazhensky, 1919, 1969. Whatever particular economic structures the Bolsheviks established, for whatever reasons, many socialists and Marxists were more than willing to grant their socialist, and sometimes even their communist,
status simply and precisely because private ownership of the means of production and gross income inequalities had been profoundly reduced and because socialists had control of the state apparatus. On the other hand, those socialists, Marxists, and other radicals who withheld support for the new USSR did so mainly because they feared or found that the Bolsheviks would not proceed as far, especially in the directions of income equality and the democratic distribution of political power, as they felt a genuine socialist commitment required. Their criticisms often hardened into fierce opposition and hostilities as they interacted with internal disputes in the USSR during the 1920s and with Stalinism thereafter. At the level of theory, the splits among communists, socialists, social democrats, and so forth, that became so pronounced from 1925 to 1985, swirled around disputes over the actual and appropriate extent of state ownership of means of production, income equality, and democratic political power distributions. 15. Inside the USSR, it was rare in the beginning and virtually impossible after the late 1920s to even hear debate over how to organize the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor in a particularly communist versus capitalist manner. And because leftists elsewhere focused so heavily upon Soviet developments in defining their theoretical agendas and differences, little attention was paid to such issues outside the USSR either. In short, the socialist and Marxist silences on class structure understood as the social organization of surplus labor had the ironic and perverse social consequence that what were capitalist organizations of surplus labor inside Soviet industries could be established and deepened with relatively little debate or criticism, since the latter were focused instead on ownership, income equality, and political democracy. 16. Soviet state capitalism and its crisis. What happened was the systematic establishment of state capitalist enterprises across the USSR and, by extension and example, across much of the rest of the 20th century's parallel experiments. What also happened was the widespread extolling of such state capitalisms as socialism or sometimes even communism. This was not only or even mainly a matter of cynical maneuvers on the part of political powers seeking revolutionary legitimacy. It was at least as much a matter of the theoretical hegemony among socialists and Marxists of notions of class that did not concern the organization of surplus labor at all or else subsumed it under questions of power seen as the essential issues distinguishing capitalism from socialism or communism. The irony of all this runs deep. In the USSR, the public ideology of socialism operated as a progressively more strained veneer over the underlying training in ways of thinking provided by the economic reality of capitalism, in this case state capitalism. Establishing a state capitalism was counted an unqualified socialist success because it, 1. Rebuilt rapidly from the traumas of the First World War, foreign invasion, and civil war, and then again after the Second World War, 2. Guaranteed employment and basic public services, housing, medical care, education, etc., and, 3. Provided ever larger populations with rising standards of living. What was being thereby unwittingly prepared was the populations possibly turning against socialism if and when the state capitalism was perceived to have contributed to an intolerable social crisis. 17. To understand the emergence of such a crisis in class terms, consider the following equation for Soviet state capitalism. The S stands for the total amount of surplus produced in all Soviet state capitalist enterprises and appropriated by the Council of Ministers, hereafter referred to as the COM. The SCPs, which are termed subsumed class payments, stand for the different portions of the surplus, S, distributed by the COM to various groups inside and outside the Soviet state. The purpose of the distributions was to secure the continued ability of the COM to appropriate the surplus from the workers in the state capitalist enterprises. 18. For example, the COM distributed one share of the surplus, SCP-1, as salaries and operating budgets to the state bureaucracy charged with supervising and managing productive facilities and productive labor. Thus, officials in such agencies as Gosplan, Gosbank, and Gosnab and their personnel at all lower levels could perform various activities, necessary to but separate from workers' productive labor. These activities included, among others, the design and implementation of economic plans, the calculation of values and administered prices, the allocation to enterprises of the needed supplies of labor power, produced inputs for production, and financial credits, and the continuous management of adjustments to changing plans in each enterprise. Similarly, another portion of the workers' appropriated surplus, SCP-2, was paid to other state agencies performing other activities, for example, police and courts who secured the internal security and adjudication of legal disputes which were likewise necessary to, but separate from, productive laborers' production of surplus for the COM. Still other portions of the surplus, SCP-3++ SCP-N, went to the Communist Party, the military establishment, the educational system, and so on, to secure a large set of political, cultural, educational, external security, and other activities that together comprised the conditions of existence for the continued production of surplus in state capitalist enterprises and its appropriation by the COM. In summary, the COM exploited Soviet workers because it, rather than collectives of such workers, appropriated the surplus produced by those workers. As the receiver of the surplus, the COM was also in the position to distribute portions of the surplus in the interests of securing the economic, political, and cultural conditions for the COM to continue such appropriation and distribution. The COM's distribution of the surplus helped to produce the uneven development of the Soviet economy. Its large distributions to heavy industry contributed to rapid accumulation there. Its relatively much smaller distributions to consumer goods industries restrained growth there. This constrained the growth of workers' standards of living and, thereby, contributed to constraining productivity growth. The USSR's achievement of great power status rested partly on large distributions of the surplus to the military. However, the détente with the West in the 1960s, achieved in part as a result of that status, acquainted Soviet citizens with Western levels of individual consumption and political democracy that they had not enjoyed. The successes claimed by Soviet officials for their socialism collective consumption of subsidized food, housing, education, transport, medical care, cultural and sports events were paid for by large portions of surplus distributed for those purposes. On the one hand, such distributions of surplus supplemented the workers' low individual wages and salaries. On the other hand, the official definition of all this as socialism made it extremely difficult politically to reduce such distributions if and when the surplus available for them was constrained. On the one hand, using the state capitalist surplus for distributions to a vast state, party, and military bureaucracy enabled the USSR's stunning 20th century record of repeated recoveries from catastrophic wars and crises and rapid economic growth. On the other hand, those same distributions produced a huge, entrenched, well-financed bureaucracy whose powers, arrogance, and privileges generated all sorts of economic inefficiencies, corruption, and popular resentment. The economic aspects of the Soviet social crisis emerged when the COM could no longer both appropriate enough surplus and distribute it in the ways needed to sustain the Soviet economy in the post-1960 circumstances. In terms of the equation above, the following inequality arose. The inequality signified a crisis in the relation of the surplus appropriated by the COM to the needed distributions of it. Workers' wages, already low, could not be further reduced to secure more surplus. Nor could more workers be drawn off from agriculture to produce more surplus in state industries. Nor could workers' productivity be increased without massive distributions of surplus for expensive new technology. There was just no further surplus to extract, yet the existing amount was too small in relation to the quantity needed to sustain the whole state capitalist system. That is, to keep it going required distributions of surplus to secure the global activities of the USSR's great power status, to improve technology, to sustain the state and party apparatuses, to continue to expand collective socialist consumption, and to develop the consumer goods industries increasingly demanded by Soviet citizens, and promised by Soviet leaderships who had long spoken of overtaking the West in terms of standards of living. The magnitude of such needed distribution simply exceeded the available surplus. Confronting this situation during the 1970s and 1980s, Successive Soviet leaderships made the two sorts of decisions that erupted in the current crisis. They did not, and perhaps could not, force the extraction of much more surplus. They also left unmet the demands on the surplus for technical innovation through accumulation and for rapid consumer goods development. Instead, they maintained basic collective consumption, the global military political supports, and the state and party bureaucracies. Point 19. What happened then was the next act of this by now predictable drama. The failure to distribute surplus in the requisite amounts and directions reacted back upon the production of the surplus, lessening it and thereby aggravating the surplus distribution problem, which likewise reacted back in the familiar downward spiral. The exhortations to work harder fell on increasingly deaf and angry ears. In a declining economic situation, state capitalist enterprises, then whole industries, and eventually ministries departed increasingly from central plan arrangements to secure their own individual conditions of existence privately, outside of and thereby further undermining the central plans. Those who listened to the exhortations to work more while economic conditions deteriorated and those to whom less and less surplus was distributed, voiced increasing resentment against those who still got their surplus distributions, the party apparatus, the favored portions of the state, for example, the actual or perceived favorites among the republics and the military, the favored industries, etc. Political repression tolerated as the price of national security and rapid economic growth was no longer tolerated in the face of global détente and internal economic decline. The situation boiled over in a society without a tradition of open debate and contestation among alternative notions of what socialism and communism are and how they might best be developed. There was thus no significant movement in favor of resolving the state capitalist crisis by instituting instead industries organizing the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor in a communist way. Point 20. Instead, the widening sense of a social crisis in which state capitalism, understood by nearly everyone as socialism, played a central role, engendered another familiar oscillation from state back to private capitalism. Replacing much central planning with private market exchange and many state capitalist enterprises with private capitalist enterprises became the solution, as necessary, obvious, and exclusively appropriate as the reverse movement seemed at the time of the last oscillation. Point 21. Responding both to the particular Soviet circumstances and to the globally hegemonic discourse of economic development in the 1970s and 1980s, this oscillation was and continues to be enrobed in metaphors of democracy and efficiency. Democracy is the result because decentralization displaces centralization, private displaces state, republics displace the union, and markets displace planning. Efficiency is the result because markets displace planning, private displaces state, consumer sovereignty displaces arbitrary party-state fiat, and cost accounting discipline displaces waste. 100 years of criticism of such notions of democracy and efficiency, accomplished in different ways by both Marxists and non-Marxists, are swept away in an orgy of largely uncritical celebration of private capitalism. The mood of the 1950s in the United States repeats in the USSR, now as tragedy and farce together. What is to be done? From a Marxian class perspective, two considerations loom large at this juncture. First, we must recognize the almost tragicomic truth that a century of hot debate over socialism/communism versus capitalism masked a set of oscillations from private to state to private capitalisms. The socialists and Marxists who led the revolutions against private capitalism could not yet take it beyond state capitalism. This has meant that the rise and fall of one region's state capitalism could be ideologically recast in the popular imagination, especially by those who prefer private capitalism, as the rise and fall of communism per se. Second, it remains to be seen whether and how far the oscillations back to private capitalism can work, can actually resolve, even partially and temporarily, the state capitalist crises in the former USSR and Eastern Europe more generally. On the one hand, the demands on the surplus from the Communist Party will be sharply reduced, and perhaps also those from the military. An influx of wealth lent or invested from abroad will also help, as may an inflow of technically advanced capital goods and consumer goods on which payment may be deferred. On the other hand, it is far from clear how productive workers will react to all the changes in terms of how much surplus they will produce for the now private appropriators. Likewise, it is far from clear that republic governments will make fewer demands on the surplus than the central government did, that total military demands will fall significantly, that a revived church apparatus will not be a new drain on surpluses, or that the complex unifying, motivating, and disciplining functions performed by the Communist Party can be accomplished otherwise without massive distributions of the surplus. And if no other institutions replace the party and its functions, the negative impacts on surplus production could be as devastating to the upcoming private capitalist period as anything that operated during the state capitalist period. 22. The tasks, then, for Marxists seem of two kinds. First, we must produce class-analytical critiques of the endlessly unique permutations and combinations of private and state capitalism that proliferate around the world, however labeled as liberal, social democratic, welfare statist, socialist or communist. Second, we must recognize that we are still at a very early stage of the positive side of Marxism. That aspect of the Marxian critique of capitalisms entails discursive explorations of the alternative class structures we favor, communisms. The point is to show how transitions to such communisms might resolve the crises of private or state capitalism better than oscillations between them, and how the problems and contradictions peculiar to communisms are socially preferable to those of capitalisms. Acknowledgements. The following responded to earlier drafts of this paper with very useful comments and criticisms: Jack Ameriglio, Frank Annunziato, Max Frad Wolff, and David Ruxio. 17. Exploitation, consumption, and the uniqueness of U.S. capitalism. We propose to argue a simple basic thesis about U.S. capitalism relating to a certain uniqueness of its contradictions. 1. On the one hand, capitalism has delivered a stunning standard of living to U.S. workers across the last 150 years, perhaps the best such showing by any capitalist country. The result is that workers in the U.S. today enjoy exceptional levels of personal consumption and wealth as well as formal political freedoms. These aspects represent the success of U.S. capitalism. On the other hand, this capitalism has subjected productive laborers to probably the highest rate of class exploitation, ratio of surplus to necessary labor, in the capitalist world. Such exploitation contributes to the exceptional levels of exhaustion, stress, drug dependency, loneliness, mass disaffection from civic life, dysfunctional families, and endemic violence pervading U.S. workers' lives. Extraordinary exploitation yields a robust U.S. capitalism, yet also one dependent on, and ultimately vulnerable to, a working class in deep distress. It yields a huge and growing gap between the rich and powerful few and the mass. The sweep of U.S. history since the Civil War generated a capitalism that was both very strong and very weak. The relative weakness of the U.S. trade union movement and the left generally reveal that intense class exploitation did not generate successful organizations to limit, let alone to challenge, capitalism. Instead, we would argue that workers' rising consumption compensated for and thereby helped to suppress workers' consciousness of their rising class exploitation. Indeed, the hegemonic ideology and culture enthusiastically endorsed, naturalized, and celebrated this arrangement as the best of all possible worlds. Thus, one of the founding premises of neoclassical economics, the economic ideology so dominant in the U.S., holds that labor is inherently negative, a disutility, while consumption is inherently positive, a utility. Life is then presumed to be driven by the goal of maximizing the difference between them. The alternative goal of changing the class organization and hence the lived experience of production disappears as absurd, technologically impractical, and a ridiculous utopian fantasy. Indeed, the very concept of a class structure of production, how surplus labor is organized there, is banished from conscious public discourse. Consequently, capitalist exploitation is the absolute, unchallenged given to be accommodated as the inevitable reality and to be compensated by consumption. Living well is the only solace as well as the only revenge. U.S. capitalism thus appears as the historical validation of Adam Smith's response to the dangerous legacy of the works of Hobbes and Locke. Locke had been horrified by Hobbes's Leviathan. Hobbes feared that the demise of feudalism's hierarchical orders, manor, church, and state, risked the cataclysmic war of all against all and thus necessitated the powerful state to safeguard civilization. Locke, in contrast, feared that such a powerful state would reverse social progress, his view of the transition from serfs to land-owning, independent farmers. For Locke, the strong state represented a retreat back toward a hated feudalism. Yet Locke worried about Hobbes's dark vision and sought instead some basic rule for the new world of independent farmers. How, in the absence of a strong state, might the independent producers be constrained to solve their individual economic problems other than by a socially destructive war/competition of all against all? He found the guarantee that he sought in an absolute regime of economic equality. Every individual farmer should only ever own as much land as he himself could farm. This equality of private property in the means of production would secure social peace, tranquility, and prosperity while obviating the need for a strong state. However, as Smith later noted with alarm, Locke's vision had been rendered obsolete by history. Inequality among individual farmers displaced equality. Many independent farmers, undone by climate, illness, poor soil, and technical change, were eventually forced to sell their land and animals to survive and then to sell what finally remained, their labor power. The relatively few independent farmers who thrived could and did buy the land, animals, and then the labor power of the many who did not. Independent production by roughly equal farmers gave way to the expanding inequality economic, but also political and cultural of capitalist farming. And the parallel evolution proceeded from independent craftspeople to the juxtaposition of capitalist manufacturers and industrial wage earners. With Locke's solution to Hobbes's dilemma rendered moot by history, Adam Smith confronted Hobbes's challenge again. What now would preclude the demise of civilization as the deepening economic inequality between sellers and buyers of labor power cultivated the envy, despair, and resentment that once again risked a war of all against all? Smith's answer was the free market, whose unfettered expansion would enable rising productivity and thus a rising absolute level of consumption for the sellers of labor power. Free markets negotiated by owners of private property, in land, labor power, and the commodity products of capitalist industry, would, he argued, yield the fastest possible growth of production. That would enable social peace. Capitalism could prosper indefinitely if the masses without property, in terms of the means of production, who were suffering exploitation in production were compensated by rising individual consumption. 2 Capitalist class relations in production and their political and cultural effects would be tolerated by the masses insofar as they demanded and generally received in return a rising standard of living. A capitalism that delivered the latter would thereby secure itself. This Smithian hope matches the U.S. experience to a stunning degree. A class analytical framework. What does a Marxian class analytical framework focused on the organization of the surplus tell us about U.S. capitalism? 3. First, we recognize and underscore the extraordinary quantitative dimensions of the surplus produced by productive workers in the U.S. and appropriated by their capitalist employers. A historically shrinking portion of the value added by those workers during production has been returned to them as wages, while the expanding portion, the surplus value, accrued to their employers. Typically organized as the boards of directors of industrial capitalist corporations, the employers paid out portions of the appropriated surplus value to persons, enterprises, and institutions to secure various conditions that enable capitalist exploitation to continue and expand. 4 Thus, for example, portions went to managers, to purchase inputs, sell outputs, discipline workers, accumulate capital, and invent new use values to produce, to creditors, as interest on loans, to shareholders. Dividends, to merchants, for wholesale and retail marketing of outputs, to the state, taxes, and to landlords, rents. The expansion of the surplus they appropriated in turn enabled industrial capitalists to increase the surplus allocated to capital accumulation, that is, to an ever larger and more efficient army of productive workers equipped with new farm and industrial machinery. U.S. industrial capitalists distributed another part of their appropriated surplus value to a growing corporate management bureaucracy that organized, monitored, disciplined, technically revolutionized, and endlessly adjusted the expanding industrial capitalist enterprises. Yet another portion of capitalist surplus value flowed to a complex network of wholesale and retail traders whose sales activities marketing industrial capitalists' commodity outputs spanned a vast continent and beyond. Still other portions of surplus value were allocated as 1. Rents to owners of the lands increasingly made available to capitalist farming, mining, and manufacturing enterprises, 2. Interest and fees to banks and financiers extending credits to borrowing industrial capitalists, and 3. Taxes to help fund a state without whose myriad services private capitalism in the U.S. could never have grown as it did. As Marx noted, the activities of corporate managers, merchants, landlords, bankers, and the state require them all to hire workers. Indeed, they paid such workers by using part of the surplus value that capitalists had distributed to them. These workers provide the conditions, management, credit, merchandising, policing, dispute adjudication, and so forth, for capitalist exploitation to occur in industrial production. They literally enabled capitalist exploitation. However, enabling work is different from, albeit necessary for, the work of surplus production. Marx thus distinguished unproductive from productive labor/ERS. Like productive workers, the unproductive also sell their labor power to employers and struggle over its price. They both are wage earners, but they differ in their relation to the production and distribution of surplus value. Using this framework, it follows that a rising surplus, a rising mass and rate of surplus value may make possible both a rising standard of consumption for productive laborers and also a rising level of consumption for ever more unproductive laborers. We think that U.S. history displays both in its unique fulfillment of Adam Smith's hopes for a secure capitalism. Indeed, consumption in the U.S. evolved into a complex and hierarchically structured system prompting workers to shift between productive and unproductive jobs, popularly reconceived as lower/higher, blue-collar/white-collar, unskilled/skilled, and other dichotomies, in response to the qualities and quantities of consumption associated with each kind of work. The US social obsession with the quantities and qualities of consumption came to be inculcated culturally from birth. In striking contrast, the conditions of production received relatively little attention, except from a few specialists. Production conditions were thought instead to be dictated by technology and the presumably universal desire for ever more consumption. The surplus aspects of production remained nearly totally invisible. The basic story. Once native populations had been ethnically cleansed from the West and the competing slave economic system militarily repressed in the South, capitalist enterprises could expand dramatically. Waves of cheap immigrant labor blunted what might otherwise have been an explosive confrontation between capitalists and the self-employed farmers and other small craft producers, Marx's ancient class structure, over the supply of labor power. The ancients could and did nurture a culture of individual initiative, self-reliance, and largely rural values. The capitalists built up an industrial and largely urban counterculture. The latter progressively subordinated or decimated the former, yet large pockets of self-employed producers remained and new groups of them constantly developed. In this sense, the U.S. enterprise economy has always been and continues to be a shifting mixture of capitalist and non-capitalist class structures. The successive waves of immigrants typically arrived from economically depressed origins. They usually accepted industrial wages below the U.S. norms, thereby exerting downward pressures on U.S. wages. Stagnant or falling values of labor power sold to capitalists enabled them to capture rising productivity in the form of a rapidly rising surplus. The capitalists' distributions of portions of that surplus to accumulation, raising capital-labor ratios and embodying new technologies, to salaries and budgets for improved management, to taxes for expanding state expenditures on health and educational facilities, and so forth had much to do with that rising productivity. Each wave of immigrant workers was pressed to define its gradual Americanization in terms of specific qualities and rising quantities of consumption, following the paths of previous waves. In this way, a pattern settled into the U.S. psyche. While accepting intensely exploitative working conditions, high rates of exploitation, workers focused their attention on consumption patterns that would signify their arrival in the fullest senses of citizenship and social prestige. However beneficial the effects on surplus production of the immigrants' economic, political, and cultural integration into the expanding U.S. capitalism, the chief mechanism of capitalism's success in the U.S. lay elsewhere. Marx's discussion of relative surplus value in Capital, Volume 1, pointed the way in abstract terms. Real wage is the nominal wage divided by the consumer price index. There, he argued that capitalist competition had both positive and negative effects on capitalists. Those who, via their distributions out of appropriated surpluses, most raised productivity, that is, most lowered the cost per unit of their commodity outputs, gained super profits at the expense of those who fell behind in the productivity race. If the latter could not keep up, they were driven out of business. In this way, competition eventually turned into its opposites, oligopoly and monopoly. Such negative effects for less efficient capitalists occurred side by side with positive effects for all surviving capitalists. Marx showed how capitalist competition, by lowering capitalist commodities per unit costs, thereby reduced the costs of the workers' bundle of wage goods. Since the latter thus took less of society's total labor to produce, more of that labor was available to produce surpluses appropriated by capitalists. In Marx's terms, the value of labor power had fallen relative to the value added by the laborer, thereby generating relative surplus value. Indeed, perhaps the key genius of U.S. capitalist development was this: the drop in the values per unit of wage goods was generally greater than the drop in the value of labor power. Thus, workers realized a rising standard of living, real wage, even as the surplus they produced and delivered to capitalists rose both absolutely and relative to workers' wages. In Adam Smith's terms, a widening disparity between the wealth accruing to a minority of capitalists and that accruing to the mass of workers was tolerated because it was accompanied, in the U.S., by a rising real wage. The following two charts suggest a rise in the long-run rate of class exploitation in the U.S. In Figure 17.1, real earnings of American workers rose on the average. Figure 17.2, average annual change in productivity 1870 to 2001. Data taken from http://python.seprimap.ens.fr/Levy. Sources: Duminil G. and Levy D., 1994, The U.S. Economy Since the Civil War, Sources and Construction of the Series, Spremap, Paris. The unit of analysis is the U.S. private economy, and the period covered is 1869 to 2001. Variables used are, L, number of hours worked, million, 1869 to 2001, NNP_R, net national product chained $96 million, 1869 to 2001. Of 1.5% per year over most of the 19th and all of the 20th century. Figure 17.2 indicates an average rise of nearly 2% in labor productivity since 1870. Together, the charts suggest that unit values of capitalist commodities fell more than real wages rose. This means, in terms of the central argument of our text, that the rate of exploitation, surplus value relative to the value of labor power, rose dramatically across U.S. history. Indeed, the comparison between the two series becomes even more striking when we examine the averages for both time series since 1870. Starting in 1870, workers' real wages rose on the average of 1.29% per year while their productivity rose 1.97% per year. A difference of almost 0.7% per year for 130 years provides some measure of the huge gap over much of U.S. industrial history between the expansion of value produced by workers and the return to those workers. The centrality of rising consumption levels has shaped U.S. culture and politics as well as the economy since the Civil War. Insofar as trade unions developed, it seemed natural and obvious that their dominant focus would be on raising real wages. Insofar as anti-capitalist social movements emerged, they seemed irrelevant to, and thus were undermined by, the success of U.S. capitalism in meeting workers' needs by raising wages. Workers' goals were endlessly reiterated, not least by the workers themselves, as reducible to increasing privately consumable goods and services, not to a change in the class structure of production. In such a context, the modern commodity advertising industry grew to a social dominance in the U.S. still unequaled elsewhere. Advertising completed the social positioning of consumption as the highest goal and virtue, the measure of achievement and social standing. Not only does advertising pander to the large market for consumer goods created by the US path of capitalist development, it also functions as a powerful tool to keep the mass obsession with consumption at fever pitch. Advertising shapes the consciousness of the U.S. masses such that they fulfill Adam Smith's hope, seeing consumption as the only and the adequate compensation for the exploitation of their labor and all its consequences upon their lives. Of course, advertising functions in other capitalist economies just as consumption functions elsewhere too as a compensation for capitalist exploitation. Their difference from the U.S., however, lies in the balance between consumption and alternative modes of reacting to and coping with capitalist exploitation. Nothing inevitable attaches to the particular U.S. path of capitalist development. In much European capitalism, for example, left trade unions, political parties, and social movements are far stronger than in the U.S. They represent a different worker reaction, one focused less on individual consumption levels and more on collective, often political, efforts to improve workers' lives in other ways. Hence, European social democracies have won longer vacations, greater worker job control, more favorable work rules, and more collective consumption, national health insurance, more subsidized public education, etc., than workers enjoy in the U.S. European workers have traditionally seen many more of their interests dependent on collective action through unions and left political parties, and therefore they display generally greater degrees of civic participation, support more ideologically diverse media, and so on. U.S. workers have rather seen their interests as much more narrowly focused on securing higher rates of individual consumption. The differences between U.S. and other capitalisms are matters of degree. They differ in how well they have fulfilled Adam Smith's hope. The U.S. so far excels, although many other capitalisms seek to replicate the U.S. experience. However, the wealth of the world remains disproportionately invested in the U.S. because its owners' collective judgment seems to be that the U.S. remains the world's securest capitalist economy. On the other hand, U.S. capitalism also shows another face, the other side of its coupling high exploitation with high levels of individual consumption. Fulfilling Adam Smith's hope has entailed costs that neither he nor his ideological descendants have understood. Endless statistical series document these interrelated costs: legal and illegal drug abuse, work exhaustion, psychological depression, environmental degradation, spousal, child, and sexual abuse, divorce, interpersonal violence, gun fetishization, rejection of civic participation, as in voting, parental involvement in schools, widespread disinterest in world affairs or any public political debate, road rage, and the lonely isolation of daily life. 5 The result is a very fragile U.S. working class. Various writers have analyzed this fragility, although not, of course, as the ineluctable other side of a capitalist success that couples high exploitation and high individual consumption. 6 U.S. capitalists support the countless 12-step programs that now enroll tens of millions of U.S. workers in religiously inflected recovery regimes for alcoholism, drug dependency, gambling obsessions, and indeed the entire list of social costs of the world's most exploitative capitalism. Large corporations regretfully deflect portions of their surpluses from capital accumulation to in-house programs, largely ineffective, to counter their workers' absenteeism, disinterest in their jobs, psychological and emotional stresses, and many other problems undermining productivity. Corporate leaders press the schools, the media, churches, and the state to do likewise with equally unimpressive and frustrating results. Thus, an enormous risk lurks just below the surface of the successful capitalism. Might the severe human costs of intense exploitation eventually feed back cumulatively onto job performance and or workers' ideologies to endanger the capitalist surplus? In class terms, one major cost of successful, that is, high rates of, U.S. capitalist exploitation can be located inside its households. There, human beings also labor, using tools and equipment to transform raw materials into final goods and services. Some family members shop, cook, clean, and repair not only for themselves but also for other family members. These family members thus produce a surplus as they do household work. Consequently, households have class structures. Household surpluses are produced, appropriated, and distributed. 7. In simplest terms, the success of exploitation in capitalist enterprises in recent decades has caused the disintegration of U.S. households' class structures and thus deeply damaged the relationships of their inhabitants. In the traditional U.S. household, wives produced the surplus and delivered it in use-value form to others, their husbands, who then distributed it among family members. Especially over the last 50 years, those wives have added enterprise employment to their household labors. One chief motivator of this massive social movement was, again, consumption. Either to raise individual consumption levels for all the reasons mentioned earlier and or to compensate for the falling real wages of their husbands. Since the mid-1970s, U.S. women moved into waged work. This strained household class structures as women's wage labor outside the household reacted back to reduce their surplus labor inside and to awaken challenges to household class structures more generally, although not, of course, in these class terms, which were unknown. In these difficult circumstances, many families reached breaking point as revealed in statistics on divorce, abandonment, spousal abuse, neglect of children, and so on. As family relationships broke down, exploitation at the workplace was less well offset in and by consumption at home. Because the U.S. left lacked a class analysis, in surplus terms, of either the enterprise or the household, it could not intervene effectively in these developments to fashion a strategy or support a class revolutionary movement in response to these painful developments. However, the Christian right in U.S. politics did. Under the banner of family values, it at least spoke to the felt misery of personal and family lives, even while it offered only reactionary and ineffective proposals aimed to reconstitute the traditional feudal family class structure that U.S. capitalism was relentlessly destroying. Of course, the Christian right could hardly identify capitalism as the culprit. It vented its force instead against abortion and homosexuality as the enemies of the family and for politicians who proclaimed family values. U.S. exceptionalism, why no socialism? One basis for the weakness of socialism in the U.S. has been capitalism's success in fulfilling Adam Smith's hope. Rising consumption served to enable, by compensating for, rising exploitation. However, another basis has been the failure of socialists to grasp the vulnerability of this success and to target it explicitly within their anti-capitalist strategies. Thus, for example, socialist strategies focused on raising real wages were often seriously mistaken. Even when they found audiences, understandably located in the lowest income sectors, many within those audiences were soon lost to the much more intensively promoted individualist means for raising incomes. Example: more education, better training, different dress codes and diets, other lifestyle changes, home location changes, and so forth. For such persons, socialist activism aimed at the same objective seemed less effective as well as much more personally risky. Moreover, to the extent that socialism came to be associated closely with overcoming poverty and especially with the poor for whom the socially sanctioned individualist solutions had not worked, the workers who did emerge from such poverty dismissed socialism as no longer, if ever, relevant to them. In short, socialism in the U.S. weakened its own cause by too often and too narrowly defining its goals in terms of raising wages and workers' consumption levels. This identified socialism's goals with just those rising levels of individual consumption that U.S. capitalism promised, actually delivered for many individual workers, and that it carefully attributed to their individual contributions to production. Both popular ideology and the neoclassical economic theory hegemonic in academia made sure to explain rising wages as caused exclusively by each individual's qualitative and quantitative contributions to production. In contrast, socialist, or indeed any collective, activism was widely and successfully cast not only as personally risky but also as ultimately irrelevant to achieve the same goals. Thus, when socialism in the US defined class and classes in terms of groups of people with more or less wealth, and then defined its class program as increasing the wealth of the working class, it missed more than Marx's very different definition of class in terms of the surplus. By focusing on more and less wealth, US socialism damaged its chances of becoming a serious social force in the US. Marx defined class across his major economic work, Capital, in terms of the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus. He sought to persuade readers of the gap between the enormous potential for human development of the rising surplus workers were producing and the failure to realize that potential by constricting production within its capitalist class structure. The capitalists who appropriated the surplus then distributed it, as capital, Volume 3 showed in such detail, to certain people for specific purposes. Distributing the surplus enabled those capitalists to acquire and hold the political and cultural hegemony needed to secure their appropriation of the surplus. The mass of workers, productive and unproductive laborers alike, suffered both capitalist exploitation and that political and cultural hegemony. Had US socialists grasped and applied Marx's class analysis, they would have focused less on raising levels of consumption and more on contesting the social organization of the surplus, contesting precisely who appropriated it, to whom it was distributed, and for what purposes. Socialist strategies might have stressed less how the state should provide benefits beyond what workers' wages allowed and rather more on how the workers should also be the appropriators and distributors of the surpluses they produced. Socialists might thus have heeded Marx's notion that, beyond wage increases, what workers needed was an end of the wage system. They might then have defined a strategy capable of frustrating Adam Smith's hope that rising consumption would compensate workers for their rising exploitation and the oppressive social hegemony it enabled. For a socialism that linked the accumulating miseries of workers' lives at work, at home, and in the civic and cultural arenas to the deepening exploitation of the capitalist workplace, rising wages would have posed fewer difficulties. However, unwittingly and unintentionally, the socialist and Marxist tendencies prevalent in the US helped to realize Adam Smith's hopes for a secure capitalism. In other capitalist countries, rates of exploitation were either not accompanied by rising consumption or else such consumption simply did not compensate for or similarly deflect worker resistance to capitalist exploitation and the hegemony it financed. We suspect that this difference has helped significantly to account for their workers' greater interests and participation in socialist movements generally. Socialism elsewhere has been a political force far stronger than in the US. Yet here, too, our criticism of US socialism applies. In other capitalist countries, socialists also focused chiefly on wage levels, consumption levels, and the unequal distributions of productive property that were seen as their causes. Thus, they aimed at state power to redistribute productive property, more or less depending on each country's traditions, to intervene in the economy in order to increase wages and mass consumption. The transformation of the social organization of the surplus from its capitalist to a communist form where the producers themselves collectively appropriated and distributed their surpluses often faded from socialists' agendas altogether, as unrealistic, unnecessary, or undesirable. Or it receded ever further into a murky utopian future worthy only of rhetorical gestures every May Day. U.S. economic crises, capitalism, and socialism. Our central arguments may be summarized and extended by examining the strange history of conceptualizations of economic crises in popular discourses, in formal economic analyses, and in the otherwise opposing political strategies of both supporters of capitalism and socialists. In the light of Adam Smith's hopes for a viable capitalism, a crisis was easily defined.
It consisted of any period of time in which workers would face extended decreases rather than increases in their standards of consumption. Falling workers' consumption threatened their acceptance of capitalist exploitation by depriving them of the compensation for it. Individual consumption levels were the solace they had expected, that had been promised to them, and upon which they had displaced so many of their hopes for a better life. Capitalism's champions labeled as crises those situations when workers' real wages fell. They debated among themselves chiefly what remedies would best renew the upward march of workers' consumption. Some urged simply permitting or more completely freeing markets to self-correct as the surest mechanisms to resume the upward movement of real wages. Others, such as Keynes, feared the social costs and risks of waiting for market self-correction to occur. They favored state actions, first, to compensate workers, temporarily or indefinitely, from state revenues for their fallen private wages and/or second, to stimulate/subsidize the private capitalists into a renewal of their normal growth. Both groups were unequivocal in their devotion to capitalism as the necessary and optimal economic system. They differed only, although sometimes bitterly and urgently, on the best short-term response to what they saw as crises. Socialists have all too often shared this definition of crises and sometimes even equated them with breakdowns of capitalism. They then differed from the pro-capitalists seeking state interventions only by demanding greater compensation for distressed workers and more intrusive state intervention. The more left-wing socialists sometimes took this perspective another step. They demanded state takeovers of private capitalist enterprises and state planning in place of markets. Some went so far as to define state ownership and planning as socialism or even as the achievement of communism. 8. Ironically, these socialist understandings of capitalist crises seem to agree with and thus reinforce Adam Smith's view that capitalism's viability depended on compensating workers with rising real wages. In the absence of such compensation, capitalism was in trouble. When capitalist economic downturns evolved into upturns and renewed upward movement in real wages, those favoring capitalism rejoiced and relaxed while socialists wondered how another capitalist crisis had avoided breakdown. Repeated cycles eventually rendered socialists' depictions of capitalist crises as incipient breakdowns decreasingly persuasive and hence politically ineffective. Breakdown shrank ever further into a murky distant future. Socialism and socialists seemed less relevant to capitalism even in its crisis periods. In the minds of the workers that the socialists sought to persuade, and in many of their own minds as well, instead of a social transition from capitalism to something very different, socialism or communism, what became the more realistic objective was state intervention to make capitalism's economic downturns shorter, shallower, and less painful. Socialism's response to the crises of private capitalism thus retreated to greater or lesser doses of state capitalism, a kind of melding of Keynesianism and socialism. The term state capitalism applies because what remained little changed was the capitalist organization of the surplus yielded in production. It continued to be produced by workers while it was appropriated and distributed by others. These appropriators were either private capitalists subjected to significant state interventions or, in extreme cases, they were state officials who had replaced the private capitalists. 9. Marx's theory of capitalist crisis was different. He made it quite clear that capitalism normally entailed sequential downswings and upswings. It was a highly unstable economic system that responded to its recurring problems by periodic creative destructions of its capital through downward spirals of recession and depression. Bankruptcy, unemployment, deflation, and disaccumulation were the costly but generally effective means of reorganizing capitalist enterprises for a next period of growth and prosperity. During the downward phase, workers would typically suffer lower standards of consumption. But Marx stressed that these cycles were not crises of capitalism as a system, but rather its normal mechanisms of correcting imbalances built up in its normal functioning. No necessity links cycles to capitalism's breakdown, let alone to any socialist or communist transition. For capitalism to face a crisis in Marx's view meant that a variety of economic, political, and cultural shifts would have to coalesce and condense such that the particularly capitalist class organization of the surplus was threatened.
Cyclical downturns including periods of real wage decreases were neither necessary nor sufficient conditions to constitute such a threat. Indeed, Marx's goal in developing his analysis of capitalism was precisely to expose the social organization of the surplus, exploitation especially, as central to workers' suffering. Exploitation, he argued, was an immediate source of suffering, alienation, in itself, while it also contributed to a host of other burdens. The phenomenon of periodically falling real wages was but one. The socialist strategy emerging from Marx's perspective would have entailed a cultural, political, and economic movement exposing exploitation and its unacceptable social costs. Its social agenda would have stressed transition to a system of production organized such that the workers collectively appropriated and distributed the surpluses they produced. Capitalist cycles and their real wage declines would then have merely been particular moments influencing how socialists framed their arguments and adjusted their political work. Cyclical real wage declines would not have figured as the central issue as it has for those sharing Adam Smith's notion of what constituted a capitalist crisis. Socialists would then have ridiculed the notion that real wage increases had ever or could ever compensate for the social costs of exploitative class structures. Especially in the US, socialists might then have engaged the actual capitalist trajectory of their society, one in which rising rates of exploitation were accompanied by rising rates of individual worker consumption much of the time. By exposing the immense and diverse economic, political, and cultural costs of exploitation, such a socialist movement might have taken effective political advantage of capitalism's vulnerability notwithstanding the long-term rising real wages. See Figure 17.1. Conclusion. Capitalism in the U.S. achieved its preeminent security and success because the resistance and antagonism that exploitation provokes were sufficiently diverted into the one channel that capitalism could accommodate. Politically and culturally, U.S. capitalism did much to make rising levels of individual consumption the highest value, the ultimate key to all of life's satisfactions and pleasures, and the solution to social problems. Economically, it delivered those rising levels to enough of the population, albeit unevenly with recurring interruptions. Thus, despite its staggering social costs, U.S. capitalism could and did realize a stunning long-term rise in the rate of exploitation. The stupendous, rising flow of surplus appropriated by the capitalist corporations' boards of directors enabled the vast and growing ranks of the unproductive workers. The latter were paid to facilitate growing exploitation in countless ways. These included deflecting resistance to exploitation into the world's most hysterical mass accumulation of individual consumer goods. The toll taken on workers' lives has been profound, and never more than at present. Stressed and collapsed household class structures, severe psychological and physical strains, civic isolation, and personal loneliness, violence and despair are U.S. capitalism's weaknesses and failures just as surely as rising rates of exploitation and real wages are its successes. The opportunities for a socialist critique to be embraced are therefore abundant in the U.S. Responding to those opportunities will require a shift away from defining class in terms of wealth and property and away from programs focused too narrowly on raising real wages. That plays to U.S. capitalism's strength and not its weaknesses. Of course, low wages, poor working conditions, and job insecurities will remain targets of socialist critique, but eradicating them will be only part of a renewed socialism. Much the greater part will connect the dominant organization of the surplus capitalist exploitation to the host of profound problems and sufferings now experienced by the mass of U.S. citizens. Such a socialism would make the end of exploitation an indispensable component of its program and vision. To paraphrase the old man once more, not higher wages but the abolition of the wage system is the point. To demand less for the victims of capitalist exploitation would be the equivalent of demanding better rations for the slaves rather than the abolition of slavery.